Chapter 797. When Zhang Xiaohua heard that Oyen wanted to hand over the map and the box to him for safekeeping, and that if anything were to happen to Oyen, he would have to deal with it, and he immediately shook his head like a rattledrum, objecting with all his might. What a joke! What were these 2 items? They were the root of the Misty School's destruction. O Peng Zhang Chengyue and the other Misty School disciples would rather lose their lives than hand them over to the incense cult. These items were simply too heavy. Zhang Xiaohua might be able to keep them, but to let him deal with them alone, he really didn't dare. Zhang Xiaohua might be able to casually take away the precious Nigong secret manuals from other people's library, and take away the immortal Tao artifacts that others didn't recognize. But this was something that concerned the survival of the Misty School. He didn't dare to casually interfere. After all, he had a special relationship with the Misty School. Oyen wasn't surprised by Zhang Xiaohua's refusal. It would be unreasonable if Zhang Xiaohua accepted such an important item without any explanation. Thus she smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, according to the ancient books, one should repay the kindness of a drop of water with a gushing spring. There's also the case of a hero saving a beauty. You see, Sister O is much older than you and isn't a beauty, so there's no need for that. Zhang Xiaohua only smiled at Oyen's teasing and didn't blush at all. He only treated Oyen as his sister and didn't have any other thoughts. Seeing Oyen in such a mood, he only felt happy and wanted to accompany her to talk more. Qiu Tong was also happy. Although there were still some tears on her face, she didn't wipe them away and only looked at them with a smile. Oyen continued, last time you saved me, I sent your second brother to the Misty School. Sai, although he was extremely lucky and became a direct disciple, he encountered the great changes in the Misty School. I'm sure his situation in the Misty Hall is worrying. And this time? Zhang Xiaohua, tell me, how can I repay you? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Oyen and said gently, Sister O, why do you need to repay me? Don't forget, back then in Pingyang City, second brother and I were like rootless duckweeds, drifting about without knowing where to go. Fortunately, second brother stayed in the Lotus Escort Agency, but what about me? Wasn't she still brought back to Huanxi Manor by big sister Qiu Tong? In Huanxi Manor, if Sister O didn't favor me and let me study, learn herbs, and practice martial arts with Captain He, how could I be where I am today? Oyen's face was a little ashamed. She waved her little hands with difficulty and said, those are not worth mentioning. To be honest, back then I saw that you were honest and didn't have Tian Zhongxi and the others who were slippery, so I said a few more words. It really can't be compared with you saving my life. Zhang Xiaohua listened and said seriously, Sister O, you are wrong. To you it was just a few words and a matter of lifting a hand, but to me it was a great favor. What you said and did left a deep impression in my heart. Although you didn't care that day, I have long treated you as an elder sister. Sister O, in this way I am also climbing up the social ladder. Oyen smiled. This was the truth. What was her identity at that time? How could she treat Zhang Xiaohua as her younger brother? Zhang Xiaohua added, besides, let's look at the situation now. Big Sister O, you think that this is a life-saving grace for you, but what about me? It's just a small matter. Tell me, what else do I expect from you? At this moment, Qiu Tong suddenly burst out laughing. Oyen and Zhang Xiaohua were stunned and asked, what's so funny? Qiu Tong said in all seriousness, of course it's hilarious. Look at the two of you, one pushing the other, and the other pushing back. I find it really amusing that you're trying to be the benefactor of others. Oyen had always treated Qiu Tong as her younger sister, so she didn't blame her. She smiled and said, then tell me, what did we do wrong? Qiu Tong looked at the two of them and said, the ancients said that good people will be rewarded. Young Miss was a good person once and took in Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua wanted to repay the kindness and saved young Miss in the rainy night. Zhang Xiaohua was also a good person once. In the end, young Miss sent her second brother to Misty School and was also a good person once. But now? Zhang Xiaohua remembers young Miss good in her heart. When young Miss was in danger, she saved young Mississippi. Isn't this the good karma that young Miss deserves? There seems to be a saying, what drink, what peck. Oyen smiled and said, every drink and peck is predestined by karma. Qiu Tong clapped and said with a smile, that's right. Young Miss is very knowledgeable. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, Sister O, We are all in the situation and can't see it as clearly as Sister Cho Tong. Huanxi Villa is like my home, and you are my older sister. How can I not help when you are in danger? It's better not to mention saving your life in the future. Oyen smiled very brightly and shook her head slightly. It really felt like she was looking at her family dotingly. She said, Ai Xiaohua, we are going off topic again. Since you treat me as your older sister, I won't be polite and treat you as my younger brother. Look, do you think these things in your hands are suitable for me, Cho Tong, or elder you? Since I treat you as my younger brother, this difficult task will naturally be shouldered by you. Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. After talking for a long time and making excuses for a long time, he still fell into Oyen's trap. However, Oyen was right. In this world, where could it be safer than his own purse? All right. Zhang Xiaohua was no longer pretentious. He put the items back into his arms and said, since Big Sister O has given the order, I'll keep these items with me for now. However, Big Sister O is destined to live a long life, so it's not up to me to deal with these items. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua put away the two things, Oyen let out a long breath. She was also pitiful. She was under house arrest in Huanxi Villa by the fragrant cult and could only rely on two people. However, these two people didn't have the ability to protect themselves. If she didn't rely on Zhang Xiaohua now, who could she rely on? Yang Ruping in front of Shixin Peak? Li Jian and Lu Qingyang of Ethereal Heights? At this time, Elder Yu came in with a tray and said with a smile, this white fungus is just right. Young miss, quickly try it. Chiu Tong took the bowl of soup. Oyen looked at the steaming white fungus soup and said with a smile, I don't know why, but I haven't eaten for a long time. Now that I see this soup, I feel a little hungry. Hearing this, Chiu Tong carefully scooped a spoonful of soup and sent it to Oyen's mouth. She said with a smile, isn't this because of Zhang Xiaohua's fasting pill? She said that it was something obtained from Rejuvenation Valley. As long as you eat one, you won't need to eat or drink for a long time. A fasting pill? This is something good from Rejuvenation Valley. Zhang Xiaohua, your face is not small. You can actually get these things from Valley Master Nye. Oh, I remember Valley Master Nye seems to have 3 daughters. Could it be that? You know, a confidant, Oyen, who had a keen sense of smell, immediately found the source of the problem and looked at Zhang Xiaohua with surprise. What? Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache coming on. Was this still a patient who had just woken up? Thus, she hurriedly looked at the sky and stammered, Sister O, the sky is a little gloomy. It seems that it's going to rain soon. I still have to dry the clothes in the small courtyard, so I won't stay here to accompany you. After saying that, she cupped her hands and fled in a hurry. Oyen tilted her head and looked out of the window. She said curiously, it's so sunny. Why would there be rain? Then she came to a realization. Elder Yu, quickly stop him. I still have things to do. Zhang Xiaohua did not want to stay any longer. She walked out of the room and made a hand seal to escape through the earth. When Elder Yu chased after her, she was already gone. Zhang Xiaohua escaped in a hurry. As she went to the pill room, she muttered in her heart, why are all women the same? As long as they talk about these boring things, each of their eyes are brighter than the other. Lingxiang Peaks Chan Chan, Shixin Peaks Oyen. Could it be that this is the common characteristic of women? While she was thinking, she arrived at the pill room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace was still warm above the earth fire. Zhang Xiaohua went forward and patted it. She smiled and said, purple gold furnace, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, eldest young lady O would have died. However, even if you want to save this delicate woman, you still have to save this stinky man. I'll leave the martial arts of the 1,000 people in Misty Mountain Villa to you. As she spoke, she took out the bright yang grass, crimson pearl grass, and other supplementary herbs from her belt. The Yulong Grand Canyon was indeed strange. The bright yang grass that was waiting outside was an almost extinct spiritual herb. However, there was actually a lot of it in the mystic birch forest. Zhang Xiaohu and the others had also picked a lot of it from the east side of the Yulong Grand Canyon. Although it was not as old as the ones that Zhang Xiaohua found in Rejuvenation Valley, it was still enough. Zhang Xiaohua picked enough spiritual herbs and placed them into the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, according to the attributes of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. After resting for a while, she went to the new alchemy room. The 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had already been warmed up. Zhang Xiaohua made a few hand seals and found that it was exactly the same as the previous alchemy furnace. Only then did she feel relieved. She took out the iron bone grass, fragrant soulwood, and blackwood fruit from her waist and placed them into the alchemy furnace. At this moment he had made up his mind. The elixir wasn't too urgent. It was fine as long as he could successfully refine it. He didn't need to refine cauldron after cauldron. He might as well start with 2 cauldrons at the same time. Unfortunately, there was only one earth fire in the alchemy room of Shirxin Peak. If it was like Rejuvenation Valley, one alchemy room could have 2 earth fires. However, even the moon was waxing and waning. How many times in the world were perfect? Chapter 798. Zhang Xiaohua placed the 2 alchemy furnaces in place and watched as the spiritual herbs were gradually refined into elixirs. She then left the alchemy room and concealed herself before heading to Zhang Xiaohu's place. Ever since she parted ways with Zhang Xiaohu at the ethereal mountain villa, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be distracted in order to refine the awakening pill for Oyen. She didn't even take a step out of the alchemy room. After not seeing him for a few days, she wondered how Zhang Xiaohu was doing at the ethereal mountain villa. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, he found that the courtyard was empty. There was no one there. It was the same as the last time she came. Could it be that second brother's situation has improved? Could it be that his whereabouts are all in the ethereal mountain villa? Zhang Xiaohua muttered to herself as she headed to the backyard. As expected, He Tianshu was still there. However, he was no longer lying on the bed. Instead, he was lying comfortably on the recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sunlight that shone in through the window. Captain He. Zhang Xiaohua called out softly as she entered the room. Little Blossom? When He Tianshu heard this name, he immediately opened his eyes and replied with a smile. That was because Zhang Xiaohua was probably the only person in the Misty School who would call him Captain He. I haven't been here for a few days. How is Captain He? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. Very good. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows and gave a thumbs up. My dantian and meridians feel warm. It's the same feeling as when I broke through a bottleneck when I was cultivating. My joints feel itchy and numb. Needless to say, it's the feeling of healing. I've been in the alchemy hall for so many years. I know what this feeling means very well. He Tianshu smiled. I don't know where your second brother got this method from. I really don't know how to thank him. Don't be so courteous with him, Captain He. He's my second brother. You were so good to me back then, so it's only right for him to treat you this way. Even if that's the case, you are you, and your second brother is your second brother. If you were the one who treated me, of course I wouldn't thank you. But for your second brother, I think, hey, isn't that simple? Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, You're all students of the Misty School. You'll have a lot to do with each other in the future. If my second brother needs Captain He in the future, you can support him more. He Tianshu rolled his eyes and said, He's a direct disciple, so why would he need me? However, if something really happens to him, I will definitely help him even if I have to sacrifice my life. You can rest assured about this. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said, Captain He, why would second brother let you do something that would cost you your life? It wasn't easy for him to save you. As they were talking, there seemed to be some movement in the front yard. Zhang Xiaohua pointed outside, indicating that she should go out and take a look. He Tianshu also nodded. When Zhang Xiaohua hid at the side, she saw that in the front yard, Zhang Xiaohu was talking to 2 disciples. When he finished, the 2 disciples nodded and said, Understood, Senior Zhang. We will do it now. When we have the results, we will report to you. Junior brothers, you've worked hard. If this matter is successful, the hall master will definitely reward you. It will be considered as a contribution to our efforts. Zhang Xiaohu patted their shoulders and smiled. It's nothing. It's all senior brother Zhang's idea. We are just running errands. After that, the 2 of them bowed and left. When the 2 of them were far away, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the house and said with a smile, Senior brother Zhang, you have people running errands for you now? Xiaohua. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua's voice, Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He immediately asked, How is young lady O? You haven't been here for a few days. Did you go to see young lady O? Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said with some sadness, How can I Xiaoxia disappoint senior brother Zhang? You are looking down on me too much. Zhang Xiaohu was also happy and said, Young lady O is sect leader O's only relative. It is great that she is safe and sound. We can finally live up to his spirit in heaven. His spirit? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Just a moment ago he called Oyan elder sister O. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaohu call Openg spirit, he immediately understood. If Zhang Xiaohu called Openg ancestor, then what about Oyan? Was she ancestor? The two of them were blood-related brothers. They had suddenly opened the seniority gap. What? Did I say something wrong? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. Young lady O just called me little brother. Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously. Ha ha ha. Zhang Xiaohu couldn't help but laugh. It's a mess. After laughing, Zhang Xiaohu pulled Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, Come, let's go inside. I have something to tell you. Zhang Xiaohua, who was pulled into the room by second brother, was puzzled. What is it? Could it be that the matter at Ethereal Mountain Villa didn't go smoothly? No, the matter at Ethereal Mountain Villa went very smoothly. It's just that I did as you said and didn't tell them the purpose of my visit. I only treated the stone cow and Zhou Mufeng before returning to the mountain. What did Hall Master Yang and Vice Hall Master Qian say? I only told them that martial ancestor Li's expression didn't look too good. I felt that when we talked about this matter I didn't dare to mention it. What else could they say? They only said a few words to comfort me. Oh, that's right, you haven't been here for a few days. The decree from the Lingering Fragrance Peaks leader has arrived. I'm now officially the chief disciple of Ethereal Mountain Villa. However, the identity token of the Misty School is missing. I reckon that the refining hall will have to make another one. Missing? Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. I'm afraid they don't dare to give it to you. Forget it, no matter what, I have to congratulate second brother. You've finally taken the first step. Zhang Xiaohu beamed with joy. Nonsense, aren't you congratulating me the same as congratulating you? If it weren't for you, all of this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Forget it. In my eyes, all of this is trouble. If you're willing, you can do it. Oh, second brother, is this what you're talking about? Of course not. This is just a happy occasion. I still have 2 things that I need your help with. 2 things? So many. Second brother, you also know that my time is very precious. In just a breath's time. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was going to talk nonsense again, Zhang Xiaohu stared at her and said, Nonsense. Are you going to help or not? Help. Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and said, You're the elder brother. Your words carry more weight than Old Man Purple Herb. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Zhang Xiaohu was amused. Old Man Purple Herb is your hall master. How can my words be compared to his? Then, he paused for a moment and said, These 2 things, one in the light and one in the dark. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. Second brother, you've become the chief disciple. Why are your words so high class? One in the light and one in the dark. Zhang Xiaohu did not find it strange. He explained, on the surface, I want you to complete the exchange of herbs and elixirs with our ethereal hall as the disciple on duty of the pill expanding hall. More specifically, I want you to complete this exchange of herbs and elixirs. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. Isn't Du Feng in charge? Why is it your turn now? Who knows? Zhang Xiaohu shrugged and said, I haven't seen Du Feng these few days. I heard from the hall master that he had a breakthrough in his martial arts. This exchange will be temporarily handled by me. Isn't that so? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She had given Du Feng a meridian nourishing pill to save him from qi deviation. Some of the medicinal power was used to repair his meridians, and half of the medicinal power was left in Du Feng's dantian. He must have wanted to refine the medicinal power of this meridian nourishing pill before he thought of cultivating in seclusion. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, Second brother, speaking of Du Feng, I don't know if what I did was right. Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously, What did you do to Du Feng? Did you also kacha? Casually, he made a gesture of cutting his neck. He's a genius disciple of our Misty School. How could he offend you? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Second brother, am I the kind of butcher you said? Hey, what? Don't you think so? Zhang Xiaohu gloated. Zhang Xiaohua looked defeated. She told him what had happened a few days ago and senior brother Ding's matter by the way. She asked second brother, do you think it will affect you if I give the meridian nourishing pill to Du Feng? Zhang Xiaohu laughed and said, Xiaohua, what kind of person do you think I am? Du Feng and Ding Chao are the elites of my ethereal sect. Their reputation as one of the 3 talents of ethereal sect is not undeserved. There will be many uses for them in the future. By doing this, you have given second brother an excellent helper. I can't even thank you enough, so how can I blame you? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu being so generous, Zhang Xiaohua also laughed and said, what 3 beauties of Misty School? I don't see Zhao Jianxiu anywhere. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu could only say exception. Oh, by the way, second brother, how's your internal strength cultivation these days? Du Feng's cultivation is profound. If he refines the efficacy of the meridian nourishing pill, won't he be 1 level higher than you? Well, I can't help it. It's only been a few days. How can I cultivate to a shocking level? If I tell others about my current achievements, it will also be shocking. That's good. When I have time later, I'll help second brother take the other 2 universal pills. I think now is the right time. Speaking of taking the universal pill, Zhang Xiaohua's mind lit up. She smiled mysteriously and said, second brother, I have a good idea. Since Ding Chao is also a good disciple of your Misty School, he is also trustworthy. If I also feed him a meridian nourishing pill and let his martial arts be similar to Du Feng's, do you think something fun will happen? Zhang Xiaohu's eyes also lit up. He clapped his hands and said, that's right. If that's the case, the 2 of them won't think about me. Let the 2 of them fight first. When my internal strength is refined, then, Xiaohua, do you have enough meridian nourishing pills? My second matter is related to this meridian soothing pill. Chapter 799. It's enough. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. There are still a few left, but don't worry, second brother. I'm rushing to refine it for you. There are so many people in ethereal heights. How can it be enough if you don't refine more? That's good. Zhang Xiaohu breathed a sigh of relief. You won't go to ethereal heights again so soon. After all, Zhou Mufeng hasn't seen the effect yet. Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, the second thing is not to go to ethereal heights. I want you to help my master, Martial Uncle Lu, and Martial Uncle Shui recover their strength. Huh? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Didn't you say that you want them to recover at the end? So that they can hide from the eyes and ears of Lingxiang Peak. Well, yes, I thought so at first, but last time I saw that there were fewer eyes and ears on my master's side. If we are cautious, there may not be any problem. Moreover, the point is that I see that other people's martial arts have recovered, but my master and martial uncle still can't recover. This is not a good feeling in my heart. Zhang Xiaohua's face also became serious and said, no problem, second brother, I'll listen to you. Master Wan, Master Lu and Heroine Shui are our family's saviors. Anything I do for them is not excessive. Tell me, when do you want to go? Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and said, when I was looking for you these days, I also thought about it. Next, you will represent the Pill Tower Hall to trade elixirs with our Misty Hall. This matter is very complicated. Moreover, the matter of Misty Heights is imminent. You and I may not have too much free time. Therefore, it is better to take advantage of the present, before the trade starts, to settle this matter. At that time, everyone's attention will be on the herbs and elixirs, and no one will pay attention to them. Well, what second brother said makes sense. Then let's not delay. Shall we start now? Right now. Come with me. Do you still want me to be your assistant? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, the 3 martial uncles are all discerning people. I think I won't show up. It won't be too late for me to come out after you have sealed their acupoints. Zhang Xiaohu thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, then you should hide first. After he finished speaking, he walked out of the small courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua also turned invisible and followed behind him. Inside Wenhai's small courtyard, the Jianghu hero who used to have a commanding aura was still carrying a small wooden bucket and a small ladle, carefully and patiently watering the small medicinal field in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu walked into the courtyard with light steps. When Wenhai still did not know. After all, he had lost his inner strength and could only see and hear like an ordinary person. Master, Zhang Xiaohu suppressed the emotions he was feeling and called out. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's call, when Wenhai raised his head and smiled. What brings you here today, the chief disciple of the Misty Hall? I heard that you have been very busy these days. Master, no matter how much of a chief disciple I am still your disciple. How can I not come to see you? Well, that's good too. Come and take a look at the medicinal herbs in my medicinal field. I have been planting them for a long time and it is time to harvest them. Exchanging some pills from the pill-expanding hall can also benefit the disciples of the Misty School. This useless person can finally do something for you. Master, Zhang Xiaohu choked up. With such a master and such a disciple in the Misty School, what difficulties in this world could not be overcome? Is it necessary? Xiaohu. When Wenhai was somewhat impatient. Do you really think that your master is a useless person? No. Zhang Xiaohu quickly waved his hand and said in a low voice, Master, I came here today for something important, not to see your medicinal herbs. When Wenhai was extremely surprised. He stared at Zhang Xiaohu and said, I have been in this Shirxin Peak for more than a few years, but I have never heard you say anything important. Well, if it is about the chief disciple you mentioned a few days ago, I simply don't care about what is happening outside. Zhang Xiaohu operated his qi to his ears and listened carefully to the movements around. After confirming that there was no one else around, he lowered his voice and said, Master, do you still remember the surprise I told you at Martial Uncle Shui's place that day? Surprise? When Wenhai was stunned and nodded. I remember. Isn't the surprise about my engagement with Chang'e? Zhang Xiaohu blushed and said, Master, what are you talking about? The surprise I mentioned was not for myself, but for Master and Martial Uncles. That's strange. Xiaohu, now that you mention it, I feel a little strange. You seem to be a little mysterious these days. Oh, I haven't asked you yet. Why does the little medicine boy in the pill-expanding hall look exactly like your younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua, 5 years ago? Don't tell me you have a younger brother. Oh, Master is indeed a discerning person, Zhang Xiaohu secretly said in his heart. However, he did not intend to answer. He only smiled and said, Master, you are wrong. I only have one younger brother, Zhang Xiaohua. I don't have a second younger brother. Then he changed the topic. Master, let's go inside and talk about it in detail. As he said that, he pulled Wenhai's sleeve and pulled him into the small room. After a while, a voice that could be suppressed but could not hide the excitement in the room. Xiaohu, you are not lying to me, right? You can really help me recover my martial arts? Sure. Zhang Xiaohu jumped out of the room. He looked left and right and used his inner energy to listen carefully. Then, he jumped into the room and said in a strange tone, Master, can't you be a little quieter? Xiaohu, how would you know how excited I am? When Wenhai said somewhat embarrassedly, I thought that with Master's chest as deep as the sea, you would be able to control your emotions. Who knew that you would be as excited as I was when I obtained this method? Zhang Xiaohu said with a smile. Let's not talk about this. Xiaohu, are you sure you can help me? Oh, and your two martial uncles recover their martial arts? When Wenhai was still doubtful. More than that, Zhang Xiaohu said dutifully, I can also control the arms and legs of my two martial uncles. Otherwise, how would I dare to tell you about it in front of you? Xiaohu. When Wenhai grabbed Zhang Xiaohu's hand, almost choking with sobs. I didn't accept you as my disciple for nothing. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's proud face through his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua, who was hiding on the ground with her legs crossed, couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Zhang Xiaohu also held Wenhai's hand and said, Master, I should have reported to you long ago, but I didn't dare to confirm whether the method was effective or not. Moreover, the people of Lingxiang Peak were watching over you, so I didn't dare to act recklessly. Now, I only know that it is effective after I tried it on Martial Uncle He Tianshu. Hearing Zhang Xiaohu's words, Wenhai frowned and said, Xiaohu, this is where you are wrong. Although He Tianshu is not a direct disciple, nor is he your direct martial uncle, he is still an elder. You should tell me about this matter and let me try it first. If your method is really ineffective, wouldn't you be harming your martial uncle he? Zhang Xiaohu didn't think that Wen Wenhai would blame him. His face turned red, but he complained in his heart, Master, this wasn't my idea. It was all Xiaohua's idea. I really don't have the right to say anything. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's face turn red, Wen Wenhai also felt that his words were a little harsh. He could only say, forget it. In the future, it's best not to do such things that might harm others. I sigh, how is your martial uncle he now? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, I heard from martial uncle he that his condition is very good. Although he hasn't recovered his martial arts, there shouldn't be any problems with my method. It's only a matter of time before he recovers his martial arts. So, I want to take advantage of this time to heal Master and martial uncle's injuries first. When Wenhai had already suppressed his excitement, he thought for a while and said, Xiaohu, I don't know what's going on with your method of healing. Zhang Xiaohu scratched his head. Master, don't ask about this. Anyway, it can help you recover your martial arts. When Wenhai pretended to be angry and said, your wings have hardened. You don't even want to tell me this? Sai, isn't this nonsense? Master, I don't know myself. How can I tell you? Zhang Xiaohu secretly complained in his heart. However, he still braced himself and said, please forgive me, Master. If more people know about this secret, I'm afraid that there will be a reaction from Lingxiang Peak. When Wenhai muttered to himself irresolutely for a moment, then nodded and said, I know this. What I mean is, Master and martial uncle's matters are trivial, but your martial ancestor Li and martial ancestor Lu's matters are big. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was happy. This master of ours is really good. Who is chivalrous and righteous? Isn't it, Master? Therefore he moved closer to his ear and whispered a few words. When Wenhai's eyebrows were raised in joy and he scolded jokingly, you little brat, you actually have this trick up your sleeve. You've done so much behind Master's back. Alright, although you didn't say it, Master also understands your meaning. The three of us supported you that day. In the future, even if your martial arts recovers, we will definitely support you. You can rest assured. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was also overjoyed. Of course, he couldn't directly tell Wen Wenhai about his plans. However, when Wenhai had gone through these few years of tempering his temperament, he had long lost the desire to pursue fame and fortune. How could he not understand Zhang Xiaohu's thoughts after hearing this? Although he didn't have any ambition, if his disciple could have impressive achievements as a master, how could he oppose it? Just as Zhang Xiaohua and Chang'e had expected, Wen Wenhai immediately expressed his stance. Hearing Wen Wenhai say this in front of them, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat apologetic. After all, Wen Wenhai and the other two were only around 30 years old. They were in the prime of their lives and were in the prime of their lives. As direct disciples, they were more authentic than Zhang Xiaohua. Asking them to give up certain things wasn't something that could be exchanged with an ordinary price. Zhang Xiaohu whispered, Master. When Wenhai waved his hand, don't say such pretentious words. Master's and martial uncle's martial arts and future prospects are all given to us by you. Master and martial uncle won't argue with you about anything. Moreover, looking at the current situation, you can only be a hall master at most. Chapter 800. When Wenhai was right. A disciple of the Misty School was at most a hall master on Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohu had the support of lingering Fragrance Peak. Even without Wen Wenhai, Li Jian, and Lu Qingyang of Misty Mountain Villa, he would still be able to sit in this position. If he wanted to improve, it was basically impossible without an opportunity or a big change. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu also smiled bitterly and said, this disciple only has this idea. No matter whether it is successful or not, I have worked hard. After 100 years, when I see Master O, it can be considered as me being able to answer to him. I have not let down his grace of personally choosing me to enter the Misty School. Good. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was so determined, Wen Wenhai also nodded. Seeing that he had said what he needed to say, Zhang Xiaohu said, since Master has already agreed, then this matter should not be delayed. I know that there is a small house behind Master's courtyard. It is usually used to store sundries. Let's go there directly. Small house? When Wenhai showed a strange expression and said, don't you need a quiet room? Don't you need to make some preparations? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head and said, No, master, the time is not too long. After master recovers his martial arts, don't let the cat out of the bag. When Wenhai laughed and scolded, Don't worry. Do you think master is still a 10-year-old boy who can't hold back anything? Then he frowned and said, But what about your martial uncle Shui and martial uncle Lu's external injuries? It is not easy to hide them. Yes, this matter will be discussed when we see the two martial uncles later. Otherwise, the external injuries will not be treated first. Zhang Xiaohu did not have a good idea. Let me see if your technique is effective before we talk. After that, when Wenhai did not close the door of the small house and took Zhang Xiaohu to the backyard. When they reached the small house in the backyard, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Master, I still have to offend you. Disciple has to seal your acupoints first. When Wenhai smiled and said, Do whatever you want. Your martial arts are already higher than master's. Do you think master will be able to dodge your attacks? When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he took a step forward and pointed his finger at the vital point. Suddenly he heard Wenhai shout, Stop! Xiaohu, do you have to hit the acupoints for this technique? Zhang Xiaohu was taken aback. Yes, master. We have to order it. Is there a problem? When Wenhai frowned and said, But, when you treat your martial aunt Shui's injuries later, why would she let you do it? Oh, that's right. Zhang Xiaohu also realized that Shui Qing was a woman. He had inexplicably sealed her acupoints. Moreover, his age was about the same as Shui Qing's. This was hard to say. Then what should I do? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wenhai with a bitter face. How would I know? When Wenhai glared at him, Zhang Xiaohua, who was at his feet, anxiously stomped her feet. I have never seen a master and disciple like this. They haven't even finished their own matters and they are already thinking about others. If you want to think about it, then think about it. The key is that others don't know. You don't even know what they are thinking. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohu came to his senses and said, master. Disciple should help you and martial uncle Lu recover your martial arts first. As for martial aunt Shui, we can talk about it after we see her. That's true. When Wenhai realized that his concern had caused him to be in a mess. After that, when Wenhai lay on the hay in the hut, Zhang Xiaohu extended his fingers and sealed a few of his major acupoints. Then he carefully called out, Xiaohua, Xiaohua. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua yawned and walked in from outside the hut. She stretched and said, Second brother, are you done wasting time with your master? I slept for a while. Zhang Xiaohu extended his leg and pretended to kick him. He said, Let's get to work. Don't be lazy. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes at him and jumped in front of Wenhai. She extended her hand and sealed all of his major acupoints. Then, without any delay, she took out a meridian nourishing pill and placed it in Wenhai's mouth. She held her hand and used her true energy to wrap around the meridian nourishing pill's medicinal power. Then she sent it straight to his dantian when Wenhai couldn't be compared to Du Feng. He was Zhang Xiaohua's benefactor in the early years. Even Yan and He Tianshu couldn't compare to him. Therefore, after Zhang Xiaohua left the necessary medicinal power at the hole in his dantian, she used the rest of the medicinal power to refine all of his meridians according to his memory. When Wenhai stopped cultivating his inner energy, his shrunken meridians recovered and expanded by more than 30%. Only then did she send the rest of the medicinal power back to his dantian. Although Zhang Xiaohua used all of her strength this time, and was as careful as when she healed He Tianshu, Zhang Xiaohua's control over her true energy was much more precise now. After refining Wenhai's meridians, Zhang Xiaohua's face wasn't as pale as before. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua open her eyes as if nothing had happened, even Zhang Xiaohu felt strange and asked, Xiaohua, this is it? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, Yes, this is it. But, Zhang Xiaohu pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's face and said, Your performance is too relaxed. Zhang Xiaohua said, Second brother, you're really funny. Could it be that only you're allowed to improve your martial arts, but I'm not allowed to improve my martial arts? Haha. Zhang Xiaohu heard and couldn't help but be overjoyed. He said, Xiaohua, you're really good. It's only been a few days and your martial arts have improved again. You're really more talented than Du Feng. Du Feng. Zhang Xiaohua's mouth twitched. She felt very helpless. Can't you find someone more powerful? Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wen Wenhai and asked, how is my master now? Very good. You just need to unseal his acupoints. Repairing his dantian is much easier than repairing his joints. Okay, then what's next? Do you want to continue in one spurt of energy or take a break first? Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat impatient. After checking the Jinqi in her body, Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, then let's continue in one spurt of energy. Otherwise, it will leave something in your heart. Zhang Xiaohu looked at his younger brother who was slightly taller than him and smiled. He stretched out his hand and stroked his brother's long hair without saying anything. Zhang Xiaohua also looked at her second brother and smiled slightly. She turned around and unsealed Wen Wenhai's acupoints. Then, she used a primordial stone to replenish the Jinqi in her body. After a while, Wen Wenhai opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohu who was standing beside him. He asked in astonishment, is it done? Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, of course it's done. So fast? Wen Wenhai still asked, I thought it would take a long time. Then he wanted to circulate his Jinqi. Unfortunately, his dantian was empty. No matter what, he could not circulate his Jinqi. Zhang Xiaohu saw this and said with a smile, Master, don't be anxious. It will take some time to repair your dantian. You can give it a try after 20 days. If the new Jinqi does not dissipate, your dantian will be repaired by then. Yes, I was a little impatient. Wen Wenhai smiled and said, my dantian is warm, and all the meridians in my body are comfortable. I think your technique is really useful. Then, he climbed up from the ground and pulled Zhang Xiaohu's sleeve and said, let's go and find your martial uncle Lu first. Zhang Xiaohu naturally smiled and followed behind him. Lu Yueming's small courtyard was not far away. It was also a deserted area. After the two entered, Zhang Xiaohu stood guard behind the door. After looking for a long time, he did not find any strange people. Only then did he enter the room. Lu Yueming had heard about this from Wen Wenhai long ago. His face was full of joy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu, he was unable to contain his joy and asked, is what your master said true? If martial uncle does not believe me, you can find a disciple to send his Jinqi into master's meridians and dantian. Once you check, you will know. Zhang Xiaohu respectfully said, how can I not believe you? I just feel that it is too magical. Lu Yueming rubbed his hands and said, also, can my lame leg be cured? Seeing Zhang Xiaohu nod, Lu Yueming said, I've already thought about it. Xiaohu, since no one comes to my place and I rarely go out, pretending to be lame shouldn't be difficult. I don't want to drag it out forever. No problem, martial uncle Lu. However, treating your leg will be very painful. You must be prepared. Lu Yueming waved his hand. Who in Jianghu hasn't seen blood before? Why would I be afraid of this? Okay then, martial uncle Lu, there is no time to lose. Let's start now. There was no need to explain things in detail. Lu Yueming and Zhang Xiaohu went to the small room in the backyard. Wen Wenhai prepared a cloth belt and a splint. Zhang Xiaohua once again took action. First, she followed the gourd and a ladle. She repaired Lu Yueming's dantian and also refined his meridians. Only then did she crush the injured part of his leg. After reconnecting it, she took a bone solidifying pill. Lu Yueming only suffered external injuries, which were many times better than He Tianqu's. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua easily finished the treatment. When Wen Wenhai saw Zhang Xiaohu put Lu Yueming on a recliner and brought him to the hall, he unconsciously felt relieved. He smiled and said, Junior brother Lu, how do you feel? Lu Yueming's voice was a little hoarse. He said, your disciple is really cruel. My leg hurts like hell. Even though my acupoints are sealed, I still feel it. How can I say anything else? Haha, martial uncle Lu, you must be magnanimous. Before this, I have already explained clearly. This leg injury will probably take dozens of days to heal. Bah, who do you think your martial uncle is? Do you think I will blame you? Lu Yueming said with a smile, it's just that I can't move my leg. I have to find a reliable disciple. I can't let anyone know. Martial uncle Lu, don't worry. I have already thought about this. That's good. Lu Yueming nodded. I see that you're not panting or blushing at all. It seems like treating us is as easy as lifting a finger. Are you going to treat your martial uncle Xue soon? Is that so? When Wenhai heard this, he said with a troubled expression, Little Tiger's technique requires striking the acupoints, and Xue Qing. After all, it's not suitable, so Little Tiger is in a bit of a dilemma. Isn't that simple? Lu Yueming smiled. Chapter 801. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was overjoyed and said, Masters Junior Lu, do you have any good ideas? Let Chang'e come over and stay with you. Isn't that enough? Lu Yueming said casually. This? Zhang Xiaohu frowned. This was a good idea. Chang'e was a female disciple in Zhang Xiaohu's junior sister. With her by his side, of course, he would be relieved. However, Zhang Xiaohu had another idea. Since Zhang Xiaohu had already told his master that this secret was only known by Zhang Xiaohu himself, if Chang'e stayed by his side, it meant that Chang'e also knew. Since Chang'e could know but Wenhai couldn't, this was obviously different. How could Wenhai not have other ideas? Although Wenhai was Zhang Xiaohu's teacher, Zhang Xiaohu didn't want to test his master's trust in him with these unnecessary things. The trust between master and disciple was to be cherished, not to be tested. This test may be out of goodwill, but after a long time and too many times, the trust would inevitably be thin. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Lu Yueming and Wenhai with difficulty. He smiled bitterly and said, If Chang'e can stay by his side, I can let master and master's junior sister go over. We really have to be careful. Wenhai also explained, Xiaohu is now carrying a heavy responsibility. We still have to be careful. That's not good. Lu Yueming frowned fiercely. He didn't know if it was because of the difficulty of the matter or the pain of his leg injury. He said, Little Xue has always been stubborn. If her acupoints are sealed and she stays in the same room with Zhang Xiaohu, she will definitely not agree. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Wenhai for help and said, Master, I'll leave this matter to you. Anyway, this is my filial piety to master's junior sister. If she doesn't want to, I can't do anything. Aren't you forcing a duck onto a perch? Wenhai smiled bitterly. However, he was still worried about Xue Qing. He said, All right, wait a moment. I'll go and ask. Not long after, when Wenhai returned, there was no joy or disappointment on his face. He said calmly, as we expected, Junior Sister Xue rejected it. There's no room for discussion. However, Xiaohu, I've discussed this with your martial uncle Xue. Can you stay in her inner room instead of the small room in the backyard? Also, can't we close the doors and windows? When Wenhai spoke, it was almost as if he was pleading. He did not sound like a master instructing his disciple at all. Zhang Xiaohu didn't care. This was all caused by Zhang Xiaohua. He thought for a moment and felt that Zhang Xiaohua should be able to accept it. He nodded and said, Of course, master. As long as junior sister Xue's acupoints are sealed, it's best if master does it. After that, master and junior sister can stay in the inner room. Then he added, Master and martial uncle, you can't peek. Do we have to do that? When Wenhai and Lu Yueming looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Lu Yueming pointed at his leg. Xiaohu, I think I shouldn't go. This leg has just been reattached. If I move it, won't it be out of shape? Also, if we go together, won't we attract attention? That's right. When Wenhai was also surprised. Xiaohu, let's wait until it's late at night when no one is paying attention. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. When Wenhai was right. However, the problem was that Zhang Xiaohua had to sleep at night. If he slept until dawn, who would treat Xue Qing's injuries? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. Master, although it's daytime, we are in the open. Even if someone sees us, they will think it's normal. If it's nighttime, not only will the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak be active, it will be easy for others to see us. Even if other disciples see us, we won't be able to explain it. What's real is fake and what's fake is real. Lu Yueming nodded. Xiaohu is right. Let's go now. No one will expect us to do such an important thing. All right. When Wenhai nodded, he bid farewell to Lu Yueming and went to Xue Qing's courtyard. Xue Qing was already waiting in the hall. Although she was very afraid of being in the same dark room as Zhang Xiaohu, she also faintly desired to recover her martial arts. Seeing when Wenhai bring Zhang Xiaohu in, She knew that Zhang Xiaohu agreed with her idea. She was naturally overjoyed. She went up to him and said, "Xiaohu, you hid it so well. Now that I think about it, you really did have a hidden meaning in your words that night." Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands. "Please forgive me, Martial Aunt Xue. I really didn't have much confidence that day. I dare not disappoint you." All right, let's not talk about it. Martial Aunt has also made things difficult for you. I hope you can think for me." "I don't dare. My master has already thought about what Martial Aunt is worried about. If Martial Aunt is at ease, let's start now to avoid any problems." Xueqing smiled and nodded. She entered the room first. Zhang Xiaohu and Wen Wenhai walked behind her. When Zhang Xiaohu entered, Wen Wenhai took a chair and placed it at the door. He sat with his back facing the room. Zhang Xiaohu did not let him go. He called out, "Master, you should come over first. It won't be too late to guard the door after I seal Martial Aunt Xue's acupoints." "You little brat." Wen Wenhai stood up and scolded him with a smile. He walked to the bed and looked at Xueqing, who was covered in a thin blanket. He said, "Junior sister, I'm sorry to offend you." Xueqing looked at him silently and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu stretched out his hand and tapped on Xueqing's major acupuncture points through the blanket. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohu had been diligently cultivating his inner strength for the past few days, and had made some progress in his inner strength. Otherwise, his inner strength wouldn't even be able to penetrate the blanket. Then, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu to call out to her, Zhang Xiaohua leaped up from the ground and placed a few jade talismans around the room to activate the restrictions. She looked at Wen Wenhai, who was standing at the door with his back facing her, and smiled. "Second brother, there seems to be something interesting between Hero 1 and Heroine Xue. They have been together for so long, why haven't they?" Zhang Xiaohu scolded. "Xiaohua, it's best that we don't talk about the matters of the elders." Zhang Xiaohua giggled. "It's fine if we don't talk about it. It's just that Heroine Xue is stubborn and doesn't speak first about many things. Heroine seems to be the same. If they don't speak in the end, wouldn't we miss out on a good marriage? Since it's a good marriage, we won't miss it. If we miss it, it won't be a marriage destined by the heavens." Zhang Xiaohu said, "You're not the Moon Elder. You should do your own things first." When Zhang Xiaohu mentioned the Moon Elder, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the Moon Elder's temple outside Don't Worry City. The devout woman with her head lowered and her palms together. Xueqing's arm was the same as Lu Yueming's leg. Zhang Xiaohua didn't spend too much effort and just finished the treatment. Then she looked at the sky outside and said, "Second brother, it's getting late and I'm tired. Don't take your universal pill today. When I have time tomorrow, I'll look for you." "Okay." When Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua's face was a little pale, he couldn't help but feel distressed. "You've worked hard today. Xiaohua, you should go back and rest early. There's no need to rush this pill. You can take it whenever you want." "Okay, then I'll go, second brother." After saying that, Zhang Xiaohua put away the jade talisman and made a hand seal to escape. Seeing that there were no flaws around, Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Master, turn around. I'm done." "So fast?" When Wenhai asked in surprise again, then stood up from the chair and walked in. Looking at Xueqinglu's arm outside the quilt and the neatly bandaged cloth, he couldn't help but praise, "Xiaohu, your treatment of external injuries is first class. Why didn't I notice it before?" "I'm ashamed, master. It was the little medicine boy from the Pill Tower Hall who taught me in the Yulon Grand Canyon." Zhang Xiaohu also spoke without thinking. That day, the little medicine boy was seriously injured and couldn't move at will. We just happened to run into Senior Marshal Sister Xia, who was seriously injured. Under the little medicine boy's guidance, I was barely able to bandage Senior Marshal Sister Xia's entire body. "No wonder I've never seen you do this." When Wenhai suddenly realized, "Quick, why aren't you unsealing your Martial Aunt Xue's acupoints? If too much time passes, she might flip out." "I'll follow master's orders," Zhang Xiaohu said in a deadpan manner, then unsealed Xueqing's acupoints. Ouch! Xueqing didn't knit her brows the moment her acupoints were unsealed. She cried out in a low voice because of the pain in her arm. When Wenhai hurried forward, "Junior Marshal Sister, does your arm hurt a lot?" Xueqing nodded slightly. "Yes, a little." Then she turned to Zhang Xiaohu and said, Little Hu, help me up first. Zhang Xiaohu didn't seem to hear it. He patted his head and said, Oh master, I forgot. I have an appointment with Chang'e today. I still have some matters to consult her about in the hall. Moreover, I'm tired today. I'll leave this to master. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, he didn't wait for Wenwenhai to say anything. He stood up and said to Xueqing, Marshal Aunt Xue, your arm has been fixed. Don't act rashly for the time being. Disciple will take his leave. Then he winked at Wenwenhai and walked out in large strides. How was he tired in the slightest? Wenwenhai had already praised him in his heart. Good disciple. Master's daily teachings are not in vain. At the crucial moment he can really take the lead. But he complained, this brat, your Marshal Aunt Xue already called you, but you didn't hear her. Is your junior marshal sister that good? You didn't even take good care of your marshal aunt before running away? When he saw Xueqing's sparkling eyes looking at him, he couldn't help but panic. He added, see if I'll teach you a lesson when we get back. Can you bear to? Xueqing stared at Wenwenhai's flickering eyes. Your precious disciple has already recovered your martial arts. He's still so tactful. Can you bear to punish him? Wenwenhai giggled. Of course there's a reward for meritorious deeds. Of course there's a punishment for wrongdoings. Oh, junior marshal sister. Little Hu has already left. Do you need senior marshal brother to help you up? Xueqing looked at Wenwenhai and said unhappily, okay, then I'll reward you. Reward you to help me up? Wenwenhai was overjoyed. Chapter 802. In just one afternoon, Zhang Xiaohua had healed Wenwenhai, Lu Yueming and Xueqing's injuries. Although he had made progress in comprehending the heavenly Tao and was able to control his true qi, there was not much true qi left in the meridians of the three of them. After escaping from Xueqing's courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was not enough to return to the alchemy room at the top of Shixin Peak. After pondering for a while, he went straight to the small courtyard of Pill Expanding Hall. That was Zhang Xiaohua's foundation at Shixin Peak. It was inappropriate for him to not return for a long time. According to Zhang Xiaohu, the transaction would be carried out very soon. It was better to appear in the small courtyard more often. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the vicinity of the small courtyard and came out from underground, he heard a noise. Zhang Xiaohua looked up and saw a girl in pink standing at the entrance of the small courtyard. She lifted her leg and kicked the courtyard door with all her strength. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and thought, didn't you say that this small courtyard is the territory of Pill Expanding Hall and the disciples of Misty Hall are not allowed to come here without my permission? Who is this female disciple? She is so bold. Just as he was thinking, he heard the female disciple shouting, Ren Xiao, why are you hiding like a turtle? If you have the guts, come out quickly. Since you dare to say such words, you should have the consciousness to admit it. I have been shouting at the door for 2 days. How dare you show your face? Ouch! Listening to the female disciple's voice, there was a hint of charm in her high-pitched voice. Wasn't she Xiao Tian whom he had met in Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard earlier? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He didn't seem to have offended this junior sister Xiao. That day, this junior sister Xiao tried to get close to him and wanted the whitening elixir. Although he had an idea and gave the credit to Zhang Xiaohu, but he didn't have such a deep hatred with Xiao Tian. He actually let her block his courtyard door and look for him for 2 days. Seeing Xiao Tian shouting excitedly, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal and escaped into the courtyard. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard Xiao Tian say angrily, Ren Xiao, I know you're inside. Fine, since you don't want to see me, then I'll come again tomorrow. I want to see if you can hide from me for the first time. But how can you hide for the 15th time? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. He didn't want to open the door today, she would come again tomorrow. If he didn't open the door tomorrow, she would come again tomorrow. She would come again the day after tomorrow. She wouldn't be like a sticky fly to get rid of her. It was better to open the door. If there were any grudges, it would be better to get rid of them as soon as possible. Thus, a chant could be heard from the small courtyard. Who will be the first to wake up from a dream? I will know in my life. The door to the small courtyard of the Dan Hall opened with a bang along with the singing. Outside the small courtyard, Xiao Tian turned around. Just as he took 2 steps, he heard it and turned around. It was Zhang Xiaohua's thin and long figure standing at the door, stretching and yawning. You, Xiao Tiantian ran to the door. Ren Xiaoyao, did you sleep like a log? I've been calling you for 2 days. Why did you only open the door now? I'm sorry. It's really hard to work. It's rare for me to have the time to sleep in. Who would have thought that there would be someone noisy here? You. Xiao Tuntun was a little angry and scolded. Rensha, what did you say a few days ago? Let all the disciples of the Shirxin Peak know about it. You have to be responsible for your words. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, Junior Sister Xiao, you have to be responsible for your words. What did I say? How come I didn't know about it at all? You. Didn't you say? You and I, flirting, glancing, long, heart, telepathy? Although Xiao Tiantian was generous and had a feeling of going all out, after all, she was facing a young man. She couldn't help but blush. As soon as Xiao Tiantian said this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately knew where the problem was. Wasn't it because of the guy called Song Jiong who stopped him halfway a few nights ago, and he spoke without thinking? In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua also understood why the disciples of the Misty Hall looked at her strangely and even pointed at her. Zhang Xiaohua, who understood everything, smiled bitterly in her heart. She scratched her head and said, Junior Sister Xiao, actually, you should also understand what is going on. That night, Senior Brother Song stopped me and wanted to help you vent your anger. I was just angry at him. You can't take it seriously. Ba Xiao Tiantian spat and said, how can I not take it seriously? And I naturally know the origin of this matter. I cannot take it seriously, but the problem is that even if I don't take it seriously, my senior sister and junior sister will take it seriously. How can you wash my tainted innocence? The word wash was very clear. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said helplessly, this matter was also said by Senior Brother Song. If you want to find someone, you have to find him. What's the use of looking for me? Do you want me to stand at the top of the Shirxin Peak and shout to the disciples of the Misty Hall, brothers and sisters who have been deceived, Junior Sister Xiao and I have a pure relationship? It is absolutely different from what you think. Who told you to shout like that? If you do this, where am I going to put my face? Moreover, aren't you? The more you smear, the worse it gets? Xiao Tiantian stomped her foot and said coquettishly. Then what do you want me to do? So that you can calm down? Zhang Xiaohua asked, why don't I go and grab that Senior Brother Song again, kick him twice, and hang him upside down on the tree to take the big top? Puchi, Xiao Tiantian laughed out loud. Senior Brother Song has been tormented by you. The injury on his hand has not healed yet, and he was scared by you. If you do this again, will he still be alive? This won't do, that won't do. Junior Sister Xiao, what do you want me to do? Zhang Xiaohua could only ask. Junior Sister Xiao lowered her head and said, there are 2 paths for you to walk. 2 paths? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised and asked, you're actually treating me leniently, giving me 2 paths. Please instruct me, Junior Sister Xiao. Xiao Tiantian's head was even lower as she muttered, first, you have to be responsible for what you said. You're so bad, do you still want me to continue? Xiao Tiantian stomped her feet and twisted her waist, showing the attitude of a little girl. Although Zhang Xiaohua's heart was slightly moved, her face did not change in the slightest. She smiled and said Junior Sister Xiao, please tell me about the second path. Hearing this, Xiao Tiantian was obviously disappointed. She glanced at Zhang Xiaohua and said with a cold tone, the second path is also very simple. Since Senior Brother Run has damaged my reputation, then you have to compensate me. Otherwise, I don't mind reporting you to Hall Master Yang, saying that your conduct is improper, and that you casually take liberties with the female disciples in the hall. Faint. Zhang Xiaohua was immediately defeated. She had only casually said a few words a few days ago, but now it had been raised to the level of taking liberties with female disciples. This was really bullying. Unfortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was indignant, but her mouth was bitter. Although this matter was exaggerated by Xiao Tiantian, the root of the matter was still her fault. She really should not have spoken blindly. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Junior Sister Xiao, Although the two of us did not fall in love at first sight. Bah? Xiao Tuntun was slightly angry. Who fell in love with you at first sight? Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohua also knew that her words were inappropriate. But it's also very familiar. This is just a misunderstanding. Why do you have to bring it to the hall master? Then, he rolled his eyes and said, Junior sister Xiao, if you feel wronged, senior brother can take out some blood replenishing pills as compensation to make up for junior sister's hurt pure heart. You, Xiao Tiantian angrily said, Rensha, you underestimate the disciples of our Misty Hall too much. This blood replenishing pill is not commonly seen in the Misty Hall, but in your pill hall it's a common item. You have the nerve to take it out? Then she added another sentence. If it's the Yuhuandan pill, this lady can also consider it. Faint. Zhang Xiaohua felt a headache. He had already given his Yuhuandan pill to Zhang Xiaohu. How could he have any extra? Of course he couldn't give away the Meridian's nourishing pill and bone solidifying pill. The other pills, such as the blood replenishing pill, were much more valuable than the blood replenishing pill of the incense cult. He wanted to take it out, but who knew that Xiao Tiantian didn't even pay attention to it? At this time, the belated Zhang Xiaohua thought of Xiao Tiantian's words about washing his reputation, and unconsciously slapped his forehead. Since junior sister Xiao has said so, then, senior brother can only take out his most precious whitening pill elixir. Sigh, it's a pity that this pill elixir was given to me by senior brother Zhang, and I haven't used it yet. Only one bottle. Xiao Tiantian didn't hold back and asked directly. Of course, I have no relationship with Xiao Xiaozhang. How could he give me more? Besides, if I had one more bottle that day, how could I make things difficult for you and junior sister E? Let's exchange one bottle per person. Xiao Tiantian rolled her eyes. No, how can one bottle make up for the damage to my reputation? Without 2 bottles, I won't agree. 2 bottles? Zhang Xiaohua also snorted and turned to close the door. I only have 1 bottle here. Do you want it or not? If you're happy, then report it to Hallmaster Yang. And most will go our separate ways. I want to see who Hallmaster Yang will side with. You. Xiao Tiantian was deflated and shouted. Renshao, wait a minute, do you really only have 1 bottle? Isn't this nonsense? Senior brother Zhang's pills are only for removing bumps. There's nothing on my face. I'm just a pretty boy. I don't need those. How could he give more? Alright, I'll let you off this time. Xiao Tiantian had a magnanimous look and stretched out her white hand. Quickly give it to me. I won't pursue this matter anymore. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she reached into her bosom and took out a jade bottle. She handed it over and smiled. Please accept it, junior sister Xiao. Xiao Tiantian proudly took the jade bottle and turned to leave. Looking at Xiao Tiantian's back, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. She had always taken advantage of others, but today she actually took advantage of her. If word got out, wouldn't the men of the martial arts world laugh at her? Sai, who asked her to be so talkative and say a few more boring words. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua turned around and closed the courtyard door. However, the moment she closed the courtyard door, Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly stunned. Chapter 803. While Zhang Xiaohua was regretting that he had said too much, he felt something in his heart. However, it was only a vague feeling and it was not clear. When he closed the door, a sentence appeared in his mind like lightning. This was what Qiu Tong had said in the morning. Every drink and every peck is the way of karma. Yes, it was the way of karma. Zhang Xiaohua was like a lost person who suddenly saw a glimmer of light in the darkness. He immediately gained some understanding of the way of karma. A few days ago, Zhang Xiaohua had encountered Song Jiong causing trouble. If it was just to teach him a lesson and not talk too much, then the past would have been over. However, in order to teach Song Jiong a lesson, Zhang Xiaohua spoke a few more words and said a lot of things that should not have been said. These words involved Xiao Tiantian, which was the cause. When Xiao Tiantian heard these words, she angrily came to seek justice. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to lower his head and apologize. He gave away the whitening elixir to calm the waves. This was the effect. Oyen saved Zhang Xiaohua and took Zhang Xiaohua into Huanxi Mountain Villa. She instructed He Tianshu to teach Zhang Xiaohua martial arts, and lent Zhang Xiaohua a book on the cultivation of herbs. This was the cause. Zhang Xiaohua followed Oyen to the south and encountered an assassination attempt on a rainy night. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward bravely and saved Oyen. This was the effect. Zhang Xiaohua saved Oyen and Oyen introduced Zhang Xiaohu to the Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua also received the gratitude of sect leader O and obtained the Worry-Free Sutra from the Misty School's library. This was the cause. Zhang Xiaohua received endless benefits because of this Worry-Free Sutra and entered the ranks of Qi practitioners on the path of immortality. She also learned the art of alchemy and refined the awakening elixir, which saved Oyen again. This was the effect. Looking a little further back then when Wen Hai Xueqing and Lu Yueming all saved Zhang Xiaohua's family. This was the cause. Zhang Xiaohu entered the Misty School and became a disciple of Wen Hai. Zhang Xiaohua also entered the path of immortality and refined elixirs of the path of immortality such as the Meridian Nourishing Elixir and the Bone Solidifying Elixir. These elixirs could save the three of them and restore their damaged internal energy. This was the effect. Zhang Xiaohua had rescued Nie Qinyu on the way back to Pingyang City. He was a hero and escorted her safely to Rejuvenation Valley for thousands of miles. This was the cause. With the help of Valley Master Nya of Rejuvenation Valley, Zhang Xiaohua came to the fragrance cult and found his second brother Zhang Xiaohu. This was the effect. In order to save Li Yinfeng's family of three, Zhang Xiaohua broke into Shizui Mountain alone. This was the cause. As a result, he obtained the elixir furnace from the secret room of the bandits. Because he was chased and captured by Qin Shuriwa, he went out to sea with him and landed on a deserted island overseas. There, he learned the talismans and formations of the path of immortality and obtained many other things. During the secluded orchid evening refinement, if Zhang Xiaohua did not sacrifice himself to draw the yellow wind away in order to save the disciples of the pill-expanding hall, how could he have obtained the delusion breaker eye? How could he have met Zhang Xiaohu who was trapped by the blood wolves? What about such a fruitful cause? Well, if Zhang Xiaolong did not stand up for the cause in Lu Town, how could there be the effect of Lu Qian pledging herself to him? At the moment when Zhang Xiaohua turned around to close the door, Zhang Xiaohua sighed with emotion. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. He thought about all the things that had happened in the past few years and thought about the causes and effects clearly. The causes and effects of all the things were obvious and complicated. There was even a faint predetermined. If he could not figure it out, it would be even more chaotic. Then in the starry sky of the Tao of Heaven, there was another burst of thunder and lightning. In addition to the embryonic form of the Tao of Life and Death that Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended before, the outline of the Tao of Karma that Zhang Xiaohua had just comprehended today was also faintly visible. In the Tao of Heaven, it was unknown how much of the Tao of Heaven and Earth was contained. It was also unknown how much could be comprehended and how much could not be comprehended. The Tao of Life and Death distinguished life and death, separated yin and yang, and built the cycle of life and death. The Tao of Karma deduced the past, the present, and the future, and connected the origin, beginning, and end of everything in the world. Everything in the world could not escape from life and death, and could not escape from the Tao of Karma. The mysteries contained in these two Tao of Heaven were far from what Zhang Xiaohua, a Qi practitioner in the middle stage of the Qi refining stage, could understand. However, Zhang Xiaohua was lucky enough to feel a trace of the operating outline in this martial world, where the Tao of Immortals had been annihilated for 10,000 years. It had to be said that cultivation was the cultivation of one's mind and body. Even an ordinary life in the martial world contained the magical power of the Tao of Immortals. The operation of the Tao of Heaven and Earth was not something that could be easily comprehended by those who only knew how to kill and take revenge. It was also not something that could be comprehended by those who were isolated from the mortal world and only focused on personal cultivation. It could only be comprehended by those who were magnanimous, chivalrous, and willing to sacrifice themselves for others. Zhang Xiaohua might be a little stingy, a little narrow-minded, and a little immature, but he happened to have such a heart, such a mind, and such a heroic spirit. Therefore, when he stepped into the middle stage of the Qi refining stage early on, he had already seen the trajectory of the Tao of Heaven that other people had to cultivate to an unfathomable level before they could understand it. It was also destined that Zhang Xiaohua's path of cultivation in the future would be different from others, and his goal in cultivation would be superior to others. Besides, now that Zhang Xiaohua had the cause today, what would his effect be in the future? The cycle of the Tao of Heaven and the Tao of Karma, we can only wait and see. The moment Zhang Xiaohua closed the door, the image of the Tao of Heaven in his mind rumbled and showed the outline of the Tao of Karma. However, the Tao of Karma was too profound after all, and it was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could comprehend at his current level. The outline stopped abruptly the moment it appeared, and it made Zhang Xiaohua feel as if it was a reflection of the moon in the water. It was somewhat real but also somewhat ethereal. Then Zhang Xiaohua withdrew from the epiphany and looked at the dark sky. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The comprehension of the Tao of Heaven was only for a moment, and a lot of time had passed around him. Would he be able to comprehend the Tao of Heaven in his dozens of years of life? In Zhang Xiaohua's mind, although the outline of the Tao of Karma had appeared, it was not as clear as the Tao of Life and Death. However, Zhang Xiaohua did not have the slightest regret. He had just comprehended the Tao of Heaven in the wind and rain on Shirxin Peak a few days ago, and he was already satisfied with the little progress he had today. It was impossible for him to be reborn in just a few days. Wonderful! Zhang Xiaohua closed the door of the small courtyard and clapped his hands in praise. He couldn't help but leap into the air and do a few somersaults. He thought to himself, there's really no way to say that his character is good. Although I was forced to endure the pain of extorting a bottle of the so-called whitening elixir, I was able to comprehend the way of karma. Although I can't see it clearly, it can be compared to life and death. How can it be simple? I've made a fortune. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was happy, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who is this? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. When he was about to go to the door, he heard a timid voice. Senior brother Ren, senior brother Ren? Zhang Xiaohua recognized it carefully. Wasn't it the voice of junior sister Yi who was with Xiao Tiantian last time? Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua involuntarily touched the jade bottle in his arms and did not dare to make a sound. Sure enough, the voice called a few more times, but no one answered. It seemed that he was about to leave. At this moment, another voice sounded. Junior sister, what are you doing here? Senior brother Ding. Why are you here? Junior sister Yi was obviously shocked and asked in surprise. I went to look for you. I heard that you came out. I was afraid that you would be taken advantage of, so I hurried here. Senior brother Ding said. Junior sister, you know that the little medicine boy of the pill opening hall has a bad reputation. 2 days ago, he even flirted with junior sister Xiao. Why are you so bold to look for him alone? What? Zhang Xiaohua in the courtyard almost fainted. What did I do? Flirting with Xiao Tiantian? And his reputation is bad? Zhang Xiaohua wanted to cry but had no tears. Unexpectedly, junior sister Yi burst into laughter and said, Senior brother Ding, I guess you've heard those groundless rumors. Although this little pharmacist from the pill opening hall is a bit greedy for money, but if you say that he has a bad heart and flirts with girls, you've wronged him. Zhang Xiaohua was in tears. If it were not for the whitening elixir in his arms, he would almost rush out and call for a bosom friend. Who knows what kind of person he is? I only saw him once when he just came up the mountain. How can I know what kind of person he is? Since everyone said so, I can only believe it. It's not that serious. Senior apprentice sister Xiao secretly told me everything. It's just that senior apprentice brother Song was looking for trouble and was taught a lesson. He casually said a few words in anger. Senior apprentice sister Xiao even extorted a bottle of pill elixir from him. Hey, he's just a little medicine boy. Is his martial arts so good? Senior brother Song is no match for him? Face, is it so important? I see that the disciples of the Mingsui Hall are going crazy these days. Senior brother Zhang. Zhang is gone, so you want to take him? Senior brother Ding. How can you know our thoughts? Junior sister Yi rebuked. Senior brother Ding said, let's go. He's not here. It's useless to knock on the door. Besides, junior sister Xiao has already extorted a bottle of elixir from him. How can he not be careful? Alas, I just want to exchange a bottle with him. I don't have any other intentions. Junior sister Yi followed senior brother Ding out of the small courtyard of the pill-expanding hall. After they had walked for a while, a tall and skinny figure leaped out of the small courtyard. He didn't seem to have any movements, but like a gust of wind, he swept past the nearby mountain ridge and took a shortcut in front of the two of them. When senior brother Ding and junior sister E turned around a mountain rock and were about to move forward, a masked figure in a robe blocked their way. Chapter 804. The figure in the long robe appeared out of nowhere. Under the moonlight he looked like a ghost. Senior brother Ding immediately broke out in cold sweat when he saw him. He immediately shielded junior sister E behind him. Junior sister E didn't seem to be able to react. She asked shyly, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Senior brother Ding didn't reply. He only used his right arm to hold junior sister E behind his back. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? How dare you sneak into my Shirshine Peak at night?" A deep and hoarse voice sounded, "Are you Ding Chao?" "Yes, I am. May I know what business you have with me?" Senior brother Ding remained calm. The black figure was still worried. "Are you Ding Chao from the 3 Talents of Misty Hall?" "Yes, I am. In the Misty Hall of Shirshine Peak, only I am called Ding Chao. There is no one else." Ding Chao said proudly. "Good. Since you are Ding Chao, it will be easy." That black figure chuckled. Soon after, it floated up and sent a palm towards Ding Chao's chest. Ding Chao didn't ask why. He crossed his legs and got into a fighting stance. His right hand also sent a palm strike towards the black figure's weak point. The black shadow did not panic. Just as the 2 palms were about to reach each other, it suddenly turned its palm into a claw and grabbed Ding Chao's wrist in a split second. With a little force, Ding Chao felt half of his body go numb and he lost all of his strength. The black shadow did not hesitate. Its other hand reached into its chest and took out an item. With a swing of its hand, it threw it into Ding Chao's slightly opened mouth. Poison? Ding Chao's first thought was that the black figure was going to poison him. His first reaction was to spit it out. At this time, the black figure said in a hoarse voice, "If you spit it out, I will crush her throat." Ding Chao was shocked. When he saw clearly, the hand that the black figure used to throw the poison into his mouth was choking junior sister Yi's throat. The black figure was staring at him coldly. Ding Chao was instantly shocked by the black figure's unparalleled martial arts. How is this possible? In just a single exchange, his wrist had been seized and he was unable to move. Junior martial sister E was like a weak woman who was unable to even truss up a chicken. Even after the other party threw the poison into her mouth, she was still unable to retaliate at all. While Ding Chao was hesitating, the poison had already turned into a fragrant pill liquid and flowed down his throat. Ding Chao sighed and swallowed the pill liquid. He said in a low voice, "You came for me. Junior sister E just happened to come at the right time. I have already consumed your medicine. If you have anything to say, just say it. Please do not harm junior sister Yi's life." That black shadow sneered again. "Since you know that I have ill intentions, you actually dared to consume the poison that I gave you. Your guts are really not small." Ding Chao smiled bitterly. "Your Excellency is holding this Ding's life in your hands, and you're even using junior sister Yi's life to threaten me. No matter how unheroic this Ding is, even if this is a poison that pierces the intestines, I will still obediently drink it. I didn't expect you to be so protective of the fairer sex." "I can't tell." Ding Chao frowned. "Is there something you need? If there is, please say it quickly. If there isn't, please let junior sister E go first." That black shadow laughed again. Don't be anxious. I am only asking you a question. If your answer is satisfactory, I will immediately let your junior sister E go. Please say it. It's very simple." "Ding Chao, I heard that you are one of the 3 talents of the Misty Peak. I admire you very much. I want you to do something for me." "Do something for you?" Ding Chao was enlightened when he heard this. He sneered and said, "You must be someone from the Lingering Fragrance Peak. You are a dignified inner court disciple, yet you dare to joke with us juniors. Don't you feel ashamed?" Whether I feel ashamed or not is my business. I only want to ask you, are you willing to pledge your loyalty to me? Don't forget that you have just consumed my poison. If you don't have my antidote, you will die from bleeding from your 7 orifices in 4 hours. You have miscalculated. I am not Zhao Jian. I will not do such a treacherous thing. A man of character is indomitable. If I die, so be it. At least I will be able to see sect leader O in the underworld sooner. That black shadow was in disbelief. He pulled his right hand forward and pulled the chicken-like junior sister E in front of him. He sneered and said, "Ding Chao, if you don't agree, I will immediately crush this girl's neck. Let's see if you still feel sorry for her." Junior sister Yi's throat was grabbed by the black shadow. She could not say a word and could only struggle with her hands and feet. Ding Chao looked at junior sister E and said in a low voice, "Junior sister E, it is all my fault. I should not have followed you. If I was not worried about your safety, I believe that this person would not have come across you and me." He then smiled bitterly and said, "Junior sister E, if this person had other conditions, even if he wanted my life, I would have agreed. As long as he let you go and let you leave safely. However, if he wants me to betray the Misty School and join the fragrant religion, forgive me, I cannot agree. Junior sister, don't worry. If this person wants your life, I will not be able to live. I will immediately accompany you in the underworld." His words were resolute and decisive. Junior sister E stopped struggling when she heard his words. She stared at Ding Chao with sparkling eyes as if she could see through Ding Chao's heart. Ding Chao also looked at junior sister E apologetically. The moonlight in the sky scattered over the three of them. "Good," that black shadow smiled and said. "I did not expect the two of you to be so lovey-dovey. Very well, I will fulfill your wish." After he finished speaking, he exerted force with his hands. Ding Chao felt that the force on his wrist was extraordinarily strong. An unparalleled amount of internal energy rushed into his meridians. Junior sister E also felt a sharp pain in her throat. She involuntarily closed her eyes like Ding Chao. However, the moment they closed their eyes, the grip on junior sister Yi's neck loosened. Ding Chao's wrist also became lighter. The internal energy in his meridians suddenly disappeared. The two of them were shocked. When they opened their eyes, there was only the two of them in the light. There was no third person. The two of them cried out, "Could it be that we're dreaming?" Junior sister E immediately cried out, "Senior brother Ding, poison. You just consumed poison. Quick, circulate your energy and see if you can force it out." Ding Chao did not dare to delay. He quickly sat down cross-legged. Just as he was about to circulate his energy, he heard a hoarse voice from the tall leaves above him. "Ding Chao, that is not poison. Slowly refine it and you will know the benefits." Who are you?" Ding Chao did not dare to circulate his energy anymore. He immediately stood up. When he took a closer look, he could not see a trace of a human figure in the darkness. Ding Chao did not have time to think. He pulled junior sister E and at the same time, he used his qinggong to rush towards the light. He was afraid that the black figure would catch up to them again. Once the two of them had walked far away, the black figure wearing a long robe appeared in the same place again. It was as if he had directly drilled out from the ground. The black figure's face that was hidden in the long robe was revealed. He laughed and said, "I can't give you the meridian soothing pill for free. You should at least let this young hero test your temperament." If it was not Zhang Xiaohua, who else could it be? Fortunately, this Ding Chao is actually so loyal. He even gave up his life. Yes, even junior sister Yi's life. He did not lower his head to lingering fragrance peak. It is indeed commendable. As the saying goes, life is worse than death. Should I have torn him apart just now? Zhang Xiaohua's mind began to wander. However, it was just a thought. If she really did that, the kindness of the meridian soothing pill would be gone. How could Zhang Xiaohua do such a business that would cause her to lose money? Seeing that it was already late, Zhang Xiaohua did not go to Zhang Xiaohu's place. She leaped up and went straight to the alchemy room at the top of Shirxin Peak. After checking the medicinal liquid in the two alchemy furnaces, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the praying mat. She thought about the way of karma that she had just comprehended. There is karma under the way of heaven. The karma that I have comprehended is all karma that is already related. These karma are like thousands of threads that entangle the past memories. But what about the cause that has happened now? It seems that my bracelet, little black and little yellow in my arms, and the meridian soothing pill that I gave to Dufeng and Ding Chao, and little fish Nya from Rejuvenation Valley, and the unforgettable dream that I have only met once. So many causes, but where is their effect? Zhang Xiaohua was a little confused. But then Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have realized something. She was surprised and happy. She was surprised because if she could comprehend the way of karma, then wouldn't it mean that she could predict everything in advance, and she could follow the vine to the melon? Wasn't this what people often said in biographies? Pinch your fingers and you will know everything in your heart? This was an immortal-like method. She was happy because she didn't know what kind of dog's hit luck she had. She was actually able to comprehend the way of karma. Although she hadn't seen its true appearance, since she had a preliminary outline, then she had a direction to advance Indiana. This fortuitous encounter, wasn't it even more fortunate than obtaining the Carefree Heart Sutra, God guidance, and other completed cultivation techniques? However, Zhang Xiaohua's heart trembled. The way of heaven is boundless, and I will search it up and down. His goal was very high. Although he didn't know if other cultivators of the immortal Tao had such a fortuitous encounter, even if he used his heel to think, it was definitely extremely rare. Since he had such a goal to pursue, if he didn't work harder, then wouldn't he suffer the wrath of the heavens? The only thing she could do was to take one step at a time and walk steadily on the path of pursuing the way of heaven until it was dark. No matter how difficult the path was, no matter how dangerous the path was, even if she had to sacrifice her life, even if she had to use 3 or 5 lifetimes, as long as there was a trace of belief that was not destroyed, she would comprehend the way of heaven, one by one, and understand it in her heart. Zhang Xiaohua, who was like a lowly ant in front of the way of heaven, actually made such a grand wish in the pill room at the top of Shirxin Peak. To be honest, she really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, how many things in the world could be predicted in advance by a layman like Zhang Xiaohua? If she understood the true vastness of the way of heaven, perhaps she wouldn't dare to have such thoughts in her heart? However, it was precisely this fearless belief of the ignorant that created the legends of countless heroes throughout the ages. Chapter 805. The next morning, Zhang Xiaohua woke up from her meditation. Nothing had changed except that there was a trace of confidence in her eyes. It was a kind of confidence that seemed to be able to see through the 9 nether realms. There was also a kind of mystery that no one could understand. At this time, in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, the refining of the dozens of medicinal herbs was just right. Zhang Xiaohua did not delay. In the 2 pill rooms, she mixed these refined medicinal liquids together and began to melt them. Perhaps it was the improvement in the cultivation of the way of heaven a few days ago, or perhaps it was the enlightenment of the way of karma yesterday. Today the melting process was unusually smooth. Even the qi in the meridians was consumed very little. It seems that the direction of understanding the way of heaven and the talisman is temporarily correct. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly proud of her wisdom. Coming down from the top of Shirxin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua did not hide her whereabouts. She swaggered straight to Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard. Now that Zhang Xiaohu's situation was rising, as the representative of the pill expanding hall, she expressed a little enthusiasm and paid a visit to her benefactor. Presumably, even the people of Lingering Fragrance Peak could not say much, right? When Zhang Xiaohua approached Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, sure enough, there were no traces of people in the past. There were only a few disciples going in and out, and it seemed to be very busy. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua, those who were familiar with her casually cupped their hands. Those who did not know her would also take a few more glances and did not forget to whisper to each other. Gosh, Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed. Is this Xiaoxiao's reputation really as bad as what Junior Sister Yi said? It seems that sometime I also need to use the whitening pill liquid to wash it. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but sniff. It seemed that she could still smell the fragrance of Zhang Xiaohu's bathwater at the entrance of the small courtyard. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting in the main hall, had a smile on his face. He stood up and cupped his hands. Junior brother Ren, you haven't come to my place for a long time. What brings you here today? Zhang Xiaohua looked at the 2 disciples beside her and returned the greeting. She smiled and said, I'm not well informed. I just found out that senior brother Zhang has been promoted to the chief disciple of Ethereal Hall. You can't run away from the title of senior brother Zhang. You're too polite, you're too polite. Zhang Xiaohu invited Zhang Xiaohua to sit on a chair, and then he exchanged a few words with the 2 disciples next to him. Modestly, he said, everything depends on Tuodan Hall, Qingkuan Hall, and other brother Hall Shitty's help. By the way, why did you stand me up last night? I've been waiting for you for a long time, but you didn't come. The last sentence was asked with a smile after the two disciples had walked far away. Second brother, I met with something interesting yesterday. Following that, Zhang Xiaohua told him about Xiao Tian, Ding Chaoan Jr. sister E. Huh. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was also surprised and said, I didn't expect senior brother Ding to be so loyal to my Misty school. This meridian nourishing pill is not wronged. But, Xiaohua, weren't your methods last night a bit sinister? Sinister? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I gave him 20 years of cultivation for free. Can't he check it out? That's true. If his temperament is not firm, it's better not to raise a tiger and invite calamity. However, senior brother Du has been in seclusion for a long time and has not come out yet. There is still no news from senior brother Ding. How about I go and take a look later? Forget it, second brother. He was frightened yesterday and may not believe it immediately. He must be thinking about the poison in his body. As Zhang Xiaohua spoke, he looked at the hut that had not changed at all compared to the first time he came here, and laughed. Second brother, I didn't expect you to be so busy now. I was thinking of helping you refine the medicinal power of the 2 elemental pills this morning. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was amused. Wasn't that nonsense? Seeing that Du Feng and Ding Chao of the 3 beauties of the Misty School had all obtained 20 years of cultivation under his little brother's guidance, and were about to break out of their cocoons and reveal their ferocious faces, he himself was still condensing his inner strength bit by bit. Although he knew that with his own achievements, even if he did not add the dozens of years of cultivation that Zhang Xiaohua had promised him, when his inner strength had reached the large success stage, he would definitely be stronger than the 2 of them. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu suddenly jumped up and said, Xiaohua, it's better to choose the right time. Let's do it now. Those 2 elemental pills are really making my heart itch. If it weren't for your repeated warnings, I would have swallowed them long ago. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was shocked and dissuaded. Second brother, if that's the case, I don't dare to let you take any medicinal pills. Your mentality is really dangerous. Ba Zhang Xiaohu spat and said, Do I need you to persuade me? I'm just joking with you. Last time in the Yulon Grand Canyon, I was almost possessed by the devil. How can I not know how powerful it is? Like I said, when did second brother become a rough young man? Zhang Xiaohua smiled, then looked around and said, It's just that your place is now extremely busy. It's not convenient for you to refine medicinal pills. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, It's fine, it's just early in the morning and there are some chores in the hall. Hall Master Yang considered that I have never participated in these matters before, and sent someone to tell me about it and listen to my opinion. The disciple just now left, so it should be noon. There should be no one here at this time. Then he walked to the door and locked it, then said, This is good, the world is peaceful again. And that's good. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. The 2 elemental essence pills were indeed a concern. It was better to take them as soon as possible. After Zhang Xiaohua placed a restriction around the room, she had Zhang Xiaohu sit cross-legged on the bed. She placed her hand on his back and sent a strand of true qi into his body. First, she looked at the black and white ball of internal energy in his dantian and saw that there were no changes. She smiled and said, Second brother, your internal energy ball really doesn't seem to be full. It hasn't changed in the past few days. I wonder if taking these 2 elemental essence pills will make it bigger? Who knows? Zhang Xiaohu said and took out a jade bottle. He poured out an elemental essence pill and asked, Should I take them one by one or 2 at once? Zhang Xiaohua's head was filled with black lines. Second brother, is there even a need to ask? If you don't want to live, take one first. Zhang Xiaohu laughed and sent the fragrant elemental essence pill into his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to delay. She wrapped a strand of true qi around the pill and sent it into his dantian. Then she slowly released the pill beside the black and white ball of energy. The moment the pill left Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, it was immediately absorbed by the black and white ball of energy. Then, without Zhang Xiaohua's instructions, Zhang Xiaohu circulated the elemental essence mental technique and extracted the elemental essence pill from the ball of energy. He sent it into his meridians to refine it. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohu's meridians were flowing smoothly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't stop to send the pill's medicinal energy into the ball of energy. In the time it took to eat a meal, the entire elemental essence pill was absorbed by the ball of energy. Zhang Xiaohu circulated his cultivation technique a few more times and completely refined it. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she asked, "Second brother, how do you feel? Are there any changes between the elemental essence mental technique and the ethereal divine art?" Zhang Xiaohu muttered to himself, "It's still all right. The ethereal divine art's internal energy actually increased along with the elemental essence mental technique's internal energy. However, the increase wasn't as much as the elemental essence mental technique, so there was a slight imbalance. Let me circulate the ethereal divine art a few more times first." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohu circulated his cultivation technique a few more times before opening his eyes. He said in surprise, "Xiaohua, I didn't expect that the elemental essence pill would have an effect on the ethereal divine art. The few circulations just now were enough to make up for the difference between the two types of internal energy. It's simply much faster than usual." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she fell into deep thought. Although the elemental essence pill was only effective for the elemental essence mental technique, due to the existence of the black and white ball of energy, Zhang Xiaohu's dantian needed a kind of balance. When the internal energy of one type of mental technique skyrocketed, it would also increase the internal energy of the other type of technique. It was truly amazing. The way of balance. This phrase immediately appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. Unfortunately, there was no outline of the way of heaven this time. There was no movement at all. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head in amusement and thought to herself, "It seems that my comprehension of the way of heaven is almost to the point of being obsessed. Everything has to rely on the way of heaven. I don't even know if it's correct. Sai, isn't the way of balance the way of heaven?" However, Zhang Xiaohua was ridiculously wrong. The way of balance was needless to say. It was one of the principles of the way of heaven. It was extremely profound. How could Zhang Xiaohua comprehend it with just a little bit of feeling? Besides, this fellow was a little greedy. He had just comprehended karma and now he wanted to comprehend the way of balance. How could there be such a cheap thing in this world? Otherwise, true cultivation, immortal cultivation, and even divine cultivation wouldn't be so difficult. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in a daze, Zhang Xiaohu asked nervously, "Xiaohua, is there anything important? There won't be any problems, right?" Zhang Xiaohua woke up and said with a smile, "No, it's normal. It's just that I thought of something else. Oh, I'll take the last universal pill right away." After saying that, she let Zhang Xiaohu put the last universal pill into his mouth. Then she manipulated her true qi to help Zhang Xiaohu refine the last universal pill. In fact, just when Zhang Xiaohua was laughing at herself for being a little sensitive, she was somewhat belittling herself. Although she hadn't seen any signs of the way of balance, she had a slight feeling of the way of heaven. That seed was quietly buried. As for when it would take root, when it would sprout, and when it would grow into a towering tree, it would depend on Zhang Xiaohua's luck in the future. Zhang Xiaohua skillfully manipulated her true qi and sent the medicinal power of the universal pill into the black and white qi. She watched as Zhang Xiaohu circulated the universal mental cultivation method and withdrew her true qi. But at this time, outside the restriction, outside Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, there was a sudden knock on the door. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. Calm, there are more chapters. Chapter 806. Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound of knocking on the door outside the small courtyard, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. If it was before, it would be very easy to understand. It must be a disciple who didn't respect Zhang Xiaohu and knocked on the door casually. But at this time, Zhang Xiaohu's status had changed, and he was already regarded as the leader of all the disciples. Who didn't knock on the door carefully when they came to find Zhang Xiaohu? Since there was such a sound, then it must be something important. If it was really something important, it couldn't be delayed. Not to mention that there was a mistake. It would tarnish the reputation of Yang Ruping and Deputy Hall Master Feng. Even Zhang Xiaohu himself wouldn't be able to live up to the position he just got. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu, who was still cultivating, Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be careless. Although Zhang Xiaohu was disturbed by her, and it might not be a big problem for him to go berserk, He was still safe and sound after all. So she cast another spell on the light curtain around the restriction, and the noise immediately disappeared. Then she put her hand on Zhang Xiaohu's back again. With one look, she knew that Zhang Xiaohu was still cultivating the Suhuan mantra to refine the medicinal power of the Suhuan pill. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and urged the wisp of true qi. Zhang Xiaohu's slowly flowing internal force seemed to have learned Zhang Xiaohua's imperial wind technique, and it quickly flowed along the meridians of the Suhuan mantra. Zhang Xiaohu was immediately scared out of his wits. Before he could react, the true qi had pushed his internal force through his meridians and completely refined the medicinal power of the Suhuan pill. What are you doing? Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and glared at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, I'm helping second brother. Damn. Zhang Xiaohu sweated and said angrily, Is there anyone who helps others like you? Zhang Xiaohua still smiled and said, Hurry up. Draw out the internal force of the ethereal divine art. There are disciples outside who are attacking the door with all their might. It's probably something important. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, his face froze. He quickly closed his eyes and carefully drew out the internal force of the ethereal divine art from the black and white gas. But before he could send this internal force into his meridians, Zhang Xiaohua's true qi barbarically wrapped around it and rushed directly into the meridians of the ethereal divine art. In a few breaths it had completed one cycle. When the ethereal internal force of the ethereal divine art, Zhang Xiaohua withdrew hers true qi. She asked carefully, Second brother, how is it? Second brother's internal force? Zhang Xiaohu opened his eyes and glared at her. It's balanced. With your little brother's help, how can it be bad? Then without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to speak, he warned, I don't care if you secretly learn the circulation route of the plain mental technique. You can teach it to whoever you want. But without my permission, you are not allowed to reveal the circulation route of the ethereal divine art to anyone. Zhang Xiaohua slapped his forehead. That's right, he had been so quick with his thoughts that he had completely forgotten about this matter. She could only say embarrassedly, Don't worry, second brother. The Misty School is both yours and mine. Of course I will protect it like my own sect. I will never reveal the ethereal divine art to anyone. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and stood up. Didn't you say that someone was attacking the door? Why didn't I hear anything? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly formed a seal. Immediately, the sound of the door shaking could be heard. Zhang Xiaohu frowned and shouted, Which disciple is it? How reckless! Don't you know how to cherish public property? Zhang Xiaohua kept the jade talisman at the side and whispered, Second brother, go ahead. I will go and see Captain He. All right. Zhang Xiaohu nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he heard the disciple outside shouting, Eldest senior brother Zhang, there is an urgent matter in the Misty Hall. Hall Master Yang, Vice Hall Master Qian, and Vice Hall Master Qin are waiting for you in the Misty Hall. Got it, I will go immediately. Zhang Xiaohu replied. Also, eldest senior brother Zhang, I heard from the disciple that the junior brother run of the Pill Expanding Hall is also here. Hall Master Yang has already sent someone to the Pill Expanding Hall to look for him. If he is here, quickly ask him to go with you. There is an important matter for him. After that, the disciple left. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Hall Master Yang actually has an important matter for me? What can it be? Zhang Xiaohu pursed his lips and smiled. If he only looked for me and said it was an important matter, I naturally wouldn't be able to guess it. But he actually called you. Isn't there a need to ask? It must be about the transaction between the Misty Hall and the Pill Expanding Hall. Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment. She didn't have any clue and smiled. I guess it is related to both of us. But it can't be considered an important matter, right? Zhang Xiaohu shrugged. Who knows? Maybe the 3 hall masters think it is important. Anyway, what they said is what the entire Shirxin Peak thinks is right. Let's go and see. The 2 brothers, Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua, pretended to be familiar disciples. They chatted and laughed as they came to the Misty Hall. But when they walked into the Misty Hall, they were stunned. It turned out that in the Misty Hall, other than the 3 hall masters, there were 2 familiar and unfamiliar people. Everyone, who do you think they are? One is Elder Yu of the Huanxi Manor. The other is Senior Uncle Bai of the Misty Hall who lost an arm. Needless to say, if Elder Yu came to look for Zhang Xiaohua, Senior Uncle Bai would definitely be looking for Zhang Xiaohu. Seeing Elder Yu, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. Could it be that Yan's condition has changed again? Of course, she only told Yan that she was a disciple of the pill-expanding hall, and that she was at the Shirxin Peak. She didn't say where she lived. If Elder Yu wanted to find her, not only did he have to pass through the disciple guarding lingering fragrance peak, he also had to pass through Yang Ruping of the Misty Hall. If Yan's condition didn't change, why would Elder Yu suddenly come here to find her? Although Zhang Xiaohua saw Elder Yu, she still acted as if she didn't know him. Although Elder Yu was extremely anxious, he still sat firmly on the chair. Only when Zhang Xiaohua walked in did he seem slightly surprised. To be honest, these were all Chotong's repeated reminders before Elder Yu came. They absolutely couldn't give away Zhang Xiaohua's identity. And you don't say it was really effective. When Mistress Qin and Vice Hall Master Qin of the Misty Hall saw Elder Yu coming to look for the pill-expanding hall's apprentice, she had some doubts in her heart. Hence, she purposely didn't mention that Ren Xiaoyao looked the same as Zhang Xiaohua 5 years ago. When Elder Yu saw Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression and how she sat firmly on the chair, her doubts were completely dispelled. Elder Yu looked at Mistress Qin and asked in a low voice, Vice Hall Master Qin, this child behind Zhang Xiaohu is Zhang Xiaohua? Or is she a little apprentice of the pill-expanding hall? Isn't Elder Yu also shocked? He's naturally a little apprentice of the pill-expanding hall. Let's not talk about whether Zhang Xiaohua is still alive. Even if she is, he wouldn't come to Shirxin Peak. Furthermore, this little apprentice's martial arts are also very refined. That stupid Zhang Xiaohua can't be compared to him. When Elder Yu heard this, his gloomy heart turned into a slight smile. Zhang Xiaohua pretended not to know and followed behind Zhang Xiaohu to greet the 3 hall masters. After the greetings, Elder Yu and Martial Uncle Bai both opened their mouths and wanted to speak first. Yang Ruping looked at them and smiled. Martial Nephew Bai, don't be anxious. We're all family. Ren Xiaoyao is from the pill-expanding hall, so let's pay attention to outsiders first. Martial Uncle Bai looked at Elder Yu and nodded. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he asked curiously, May I know why Hall Master Yang has called this little one over? Is there an urgent matter? Before Yang Ruping could speak, Elder Yu asked anxiously, It's like this, Nephew Ren. My young lady's body isn't feeling well. Do you have the Spirit Awakening pill here? It's broken. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he knew that his guess was right. Yan's condition had relapsed, but he still frowned and cupped his hands. I'll let Uncle know. The Spirit Awakening pill is a pill from lingering fragrance peak. How can my pill-expanding hall have it? Even if we have it, how can a little apprentice like me have it? Elder Yu's face was filled with disappointment. Sigh. I thought your pill-expanding hall was famous for its pills. This Spirit Awakening pill would definitely be available. Yang Ruping also smiled. I knew it, Elder Yu. How can the pill-expanding hall have such a precious pill? You still don't believe me? I've already sent someone to Lingering Fragrance Peak to ask for the Spirit Awakening pill. If they're not lacking, they'll be able to get it in 2 days. Oh right, I wonder what illness Yen'er is suffering from? Why does she need the Spirit Awakening pill? Vice Hall Master Gao also interjected. The refinement of the Spirit Awakening pill is extremely complicated. There's very little stock of it in Lingering Fragrance Peak. If it's an ordinary pill, I can bring some with me. But this Spirit Awakening pill, I really didn't expect it to be useful. When Zhang Xiaohua heard everyone talking, he was already anxious. He cupped his hands and said, Hall Master Yang, Vice Hall Master Qian, Vice Hall Master Qin, it seems like there's nothing else for me to do here. Then, I'll take my leave first. When Elder Yu heard that Zhang Xiaohua was going to Huanxi Manor, he felt slightly relieved. Yang Ruping smiled and said, Since you don't have the Spirit Awakening pill, there's naturally nothing urgent. I'm sorry to trouble you to make a trip. Zhang Xiaohua quickly cupped his hands. I don't dare to. Hall Master Yang, it's a pity that I don't have such a precious pill on me. I can't help this uncle with his worries. I'll take my leave first. Yang Ruping waved her hand, gesturing for Zhang Xiaohua to leave. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Elder Yu before slowly walking out of the Misty Hall. When she reached a secluded place, she looked around and made a hand seal, heading straight for Huanxi Manor. When Zhang Xiaohua appeared in Yan's room, she immediately heard Yan's sorrowful sobs. Yan's expression was lifeless as she stared blankly at the empty space above her. It was as though she had lost her soul. This? Zhang Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air and asked, "Big Sister Qiutong, what happened to young miss?" When she heard the familiar and long-awaited voice, Qiutong could no longer suppress her sorrow. She sobbed and said, "Xiaohua, young miss, she was fine yesterday. But when she woke up this morning and finished her breakfast, she suddenly hugged her head and screamed. After that, she became like this." Chapter 807. This? Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss after hearing Qiutong's explanation. He had treated Yan's illness based on the judgment of the lingering fragrance peak's godly doctor. He only knew that the spirit awakening pill was effective. Since the spirit awakening pill refined by the lingering fragrance peak could slow down the loss of Yan's life force, then the spirit awakening pill refined by him would definitely have an even better effect. Zhang Xiaohua's judgment was also extremely accurate. Yan immediately woke up after consuming the spirit awakening pill, and her life force stopped flowing. But as for why the spirit awakening pill was effective, Zhang Xiaohua had no idea at all. Zhang Xiaohua patted Qiutong's shoulder when she saw her crying. "Big Sister Qiutong, don't worry. Let me take a look at Miss again." Okay. Qiutong had no other choice. She could only look at Zhang Xiaohua with pleading eyes. How could Zhang Xiaohua dare to look at Qiutong's pleading eyes? She could only avoid them and carefully observe Yan. Yan lay there in a daze. Her expression was frozen, and her eyes were motionless. She was no different from a dead person. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and realized that the life force that had stopped flowing after consuming the spirit awakening pill was now slowly flowing again. Could it be? Could it be that the immortal Tao's pills are not effective? Zhang Xiaohua was at her wits' end. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua reached out and circulated her true energy to seal the major acupuncture points in Yan's head. She stopped the flow of life force first. As the acupuncture points in Yan's head were sealed, Yan's eyes slowly closed, and she fell into a deep sleep again. Zhang Xiaohua heaved a sigh of relief when she saw this. If she could stop the flow of life force, then she could save Yan's life. Although she could only be a sleeping beauty, it was still better than dying. Qiutong was also slightly comforted when she saw that Zhang Xiaohua had put Yan to sleep again. However, Qiutong was a little hesitant. "Xiaohua, we can't just let Miss sleep like this forever. Is there another way?" Qiutong also knew that if Zhang Xiaohua had any other ideas, she would have used them a few days ago. Why would she wait until today? However, she really didn't want to give up any hope. What if Zhang Xiaohua forgot something and was reminded by her now? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and shook her head slightly. She took out a jade bottle from her bosom and handed it to Qiutong. "There are more than 10 fasting pills here. Sister Qiutong, take them first." Qiutong's face was filled with disappointment, but she still stretched out her hand and slowly caught the jade bottle. She carefully placed it in her bosom, as if it was the most precious thing in the world. Zhang Xiaohua turned around and faced Yan, who was lying on her back on the bed. She subconsciously rested her chin on her hand and frowned in thought. Yan took the soul-reviving pill. It can suppress her illness and stop the loss of her life force. This means that the soul-reviving pill has some effect. However, when her expression became sluggish and her life force continued to flow away, it can't be said that the soul-reviving pill has no effect. It can only be said that the medicine is not right for the illness. Therefore, even the magical pills of the immortal Tao cannot cure her. However, when I hit the acupoint on Yan's head with my true qi, it worked. It helped Yan get out of her daze and return to sleep. This means that the root of Yan's illness is still in her head. But there's nothing strange about her head? Then where is the root of the illness? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and released her divine sense again. She carefully scanned Yan's Muan Palace over and over again. However, she didn't find anything. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua slowly pondered in her heart. If it really doesn't work, then she can only be a sleeping beauty. After a period of time, I will unseal her acupoints and let her wake up for a while. She probably won't wake up in the future. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking hard, in the misty hall Zhang Xiaohu's face was full of shock. He looked at Martial Uncle Bai and asked in disbelief, Martial Uncle Bai, are you right? Martial. Ancestrally he agreed to accept the help of the incense cult in the misty hall? As he couldn't believe it, Zhang Xiaohu almost stuttered. Martial Uncle Bai looked inside the misty hall. Not only was Zhang Xiaohua surprised, even Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng, and Aunt Qin's eyes were wide open and their mouths fell to the ground. He smiled and said, Martial nephew Zhang, you are wrong. It's the help of the misty hall, not the other way around. Cough cough. Zhang Xiaohu coughed twice and said apologetically, this disciple is indeed wrong. I should be punished. This news is really unexpected. I almost can't believe my ears. Yes, not only Zhang Xiaohu but the three hall masters also couldn't believe it. Since the Misty School's Li Jian and Lu Qingyang came to the Shixin Peak, they were separated from the Misty School's young disciples according to the Lingering Fragrance Peak's wishes. They occupied a corner of the Shixin Peak and supported themselves. Not only did they achieve the goal of the Lingering Fragrance Peak, but they also became more isolated. They didn't even want to see anyone from the Lingering Fragrance Peak or the Misty Hall. They didn't accept anything. This of course made the leader of the Lingering Fragrance Peak feel gratified, but at the same time it also gave her a headache. The leader's intention was that at the beginning, she was afraid that the Misty School's disciples who had been abolished would hate the incense cult. If this kind of attitude was passed on to the young disciples of the Misty Hall, it would not be conducive to her plan to stabilize the unity and peacefully develop the young disciples of the Misty School. However, the actions of Li Jian and the others directly proved to her that they were the true spirit of the Misty School. As long as they didn't compromise, as long as they didn't listen to the Lingering Fragrance Peak's orders, then the annexation of the Misty School by the incense cult wouldn't be over. They seemed to be a thorn in the flesh of the incense cult, making people feel pain but not easy to remove. At this time, Li Jian actually sent people to accept the help of the Misty Hall. Although it was only help and there was still a long way to go to compromise, but after all, this was the most crucial step. There was a fundamental change. Next to him, Deputy Hall Master Gao, who was beaming with joy, could almost see Li Jian and the others sitting in the Misty Hall, chatting and laughing with him. Martial Uncle Bai nodded and said, Martial nephew Zhang, you didn't hear wrong. Since the day you came to our Misty Hall, you talked to Martial Uncle Li and Martial Uncle Lu for a long time. Needless to say, Martial Uncle Lu hid in a corner and drank a lot, but Martial Uncle Li pondered for a long time. Although I don't know what he was thinking, I occasionally heard something about even the direct disciples, and his face was very ugly. But after 2 days he looked refreshed again. It seems that they have understood each other. Early this morning, he called me over and told me to come and find you to discuss the matter of accepting the help of the Misty Hall. Martial Uncle Li specially said that the Misty Hall now only accepts direct disciples, and he doesn't want to see anyone else for the time being. OMG, when Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he finally understood what kind of medicine Li Jian was selling in his gourd. However, Zhang Xiaohu understood it, but Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng and Aunt Qin didn't understand it. Gao Kunheng looked at Zhang Xiaohu with a fiery heart. He couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration of the hierarch on the Lingering Fragrance Peak. The power of the direct disciples of the Misty School was really extraordinary. The hierarch had just drawn Zhang Xiaohu to the Lingering Fragrance Peak, and had just rewarded him with the Suhuan mantra and the Suhuan elixir, which immediately produced results. After several years of preaching, the iron-like Misty Hall began to yield. This was the credit that Zhongpei, who had been busy on the Shixin Peak for 4 or 5 years, failed to accomplish. He had only been on the Shixin Peak for a few days, but he had only raised the qualification of Zhang Xiaohu to participate in the affairs of the Misty Hall, and then pushed him to the position of the chief disciple of the Misty Hall according to Yang Ruping's wishes. That was all. This alone could bring him such great benefits. What if he followed the hierarch's wishes and supported Zhang Xiaohu well in the future? How much benefit would he get then? Thinking of the hierarch's promise before he came, Gao Kunheng could almost see the day his wish came true. Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin also looked at each other with joy in their hearts. They were clear about the predicament of the Misty Hall. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang were the direct disciples of Faction Master O. They didn't want to treat them badly and had long wanted to help them, but they didn't seem to appreciate it. Especially Yang Ruping, who didn't want to see them at all. Now that Li Jian could yield, it meant that his resentment towards Yang Ruping had eased a little. Thinking of Li Jian and Lu Qingyang, Yang Ruping couldn't help but think of her husband who had committed suicide like a hero on the misty peak. Her eyes became misty. Master Bai was very satisfied with the surprise of the people in the hall. He cupped his hands again and said, "Hall Master Yang, please send Marshal Nephew Zhang to discuss with Marshal Uncle Li as soon as possible. Don't let Marshal Uncle Li down again." Yang Ruping had already controlled her emotions at this time. She said with a smile, "Marshal Nephew Bai, don't worry. Go back and report to Senior Brother Li. We'll immediately grant Zhang Xiaohu the privilege to be fully responsible for the negotiation with Senior Brother Li. We'll try our best not to make any mistakes in the process." After that, she glanced at Deputy Hall Master Gao and Deputy Hall Master Qin and said, "Do you two have any objections?" Both of them nodded and said, "We'll listen to Hall Master Yang's decision." "Good." Yang Ruping clapped her hands and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, we'll now appoint you as the special envoy of the Misty Hall. You'll be fully responsible for communicating with the Misty Hall on behalf of the Misty Hall. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohu secretly criticized Li Jian in his heart, but on the surface he said respectfully, receiving Hall Master's order, "I'll do my best to build a good relationship with the Misty Hall and handle the assistants properly." Master Bai saw this and immediately stood up. He cupped his hands and said, "I'll go back right away and report the situation here to Marshal Uncle Li. Please come to our Misty Hall as soon as possible, Marshal Nephew Zhang." After that he took his leave. When Master Bai walked out of the Misty Hall, Yang Ruping frowned and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, didn't you go to the Misty Hall last time to talk to Senior Brother Li about the chief disciple? I remember you said that the situation was not good at that time, but you didn't mention it. You were going to find a chance to go there again. Why did Marshal Uncle Li suddenly change his mind? What did you say on that day?" Chapter 808. Zhang Xiaohu snickered. What kind of bewitching words could he say? All he had to do was to treat the stone cow's joints and repair Zhou Mufing's dantian. However, when Marshal Uncle Bai was spouting nonsense, Zhang Xiaohu had already understood Li Jian's intentions. Now that he heard Yang Ruping's question, he immediately said, "Hall Master Yang, this disciple only went to visit Marshal Ancestor Li and explained the recent situation in the hall. As for the matter of me becoming the chief disciple, I did not mention a single word. This disciple was also hiding his own selfish motives. Seeing that Marshal Ancestor Li was in a bad mood, I was afraid that I would make him unhappy. If I were to be rejected this time, it would be hard to say what would happen in the future." When Yang Ruping heard this, she looked at Zhang Xiaohu thoughtfully. When she first came to Shixin Peak, she tried to get in touch with Li Jian. Not to mention from the perspective of Lingering Fragrance Peak, but as Openg's widow, taking care of Li Jian and Lu Qingyang was also something she should do. Unfortunately, Li Jian did not even want to meet her, which made Yang Ruping extremely embarrassed. In the next few years, Yang Ruping extinguished the thought of taking care of them on behalf of her husband, but Zhong Pei never gave up on roping them in. Although he failed every time, he could still try again. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous Zhang Xiaohu only took one trip and actually got it done? Could it be that there was something she did not know? However, what could make Li Jian compromise? Well, taking a step back, what did Zhang Xiaohu have that could make Li Jian compromise? That's impossible. Compared to the past, Zhang Xiaohu had only participated in the Orchid Dusk refinement once. In the eyes of Lingering Fragrance Peak's disciples, it was just a little more exciting than the usual outing. Even though this year's Orchid Dusk refinement had a little accident and Zhang Xiaohu had a little chance and obtained a cinnabar fruit, but, in the eyes of Lingering Fragrance Peak, it was just a little bit of dog shit luck. It really did not count as anything. Then what was the possibility? Spiritual herbs? Zhang Xiaohu didn't have any of the 4 carriages worth of spiritual herbs. They were all taken care of by the disciples of the pharmacy hall. They were all stored in the warehouse. After pondering for a moment, Yang Ruping pinched the space between her eyebrows and said, "No matter what, Zhang Xiaohu, You've just become the chief disciple of the Misty Hall and you've already made such a contribution. This hall is really gratified. If I had known. Speaking until here, young Ruping's heart moved. She immediately changed the topic and said with a smile, since Senior Lee trusts you so much and our hall has appointed you as the special envoy with full authority, then you should carefully consider it. You should make a plan in your heart and go to the Misty Mountain Villa as soon as possible to contact them. And if it's convenient, you can go this afternoon. The earlier the better. It will also show our sincerity. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he complained in his heart. Nonsense, he couldn't provide the things that they wanted. He had to rely on Zhang Xiaohua. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua, an elder Yu who left in a hurry, Zhang Xiaohu knew that Yan's illness had relapsed. Perhaps her illness was even more critical. Although his matter was important, it wasn't worth mentioning compared to Yan's life. Zhang Xiaohua definitely wouldn't leave Yan behind to go to the Misty Mountain Villa with him. Since that was the case, what was the use of him going there recklessly? Was he going to seal her acupuncture points and sit there for a while before telling Li Jian that it was a mistake? But then again, Hall Master Yang had sent him. How could he refuse? Even more helpless, Zhang Xiaohu braced himself and forced a smile. I will obey Hall Master's orders. However, this disciple. Yang Ruping frowned and said, Zhang Xiaohu, do you have any other difficulties? It's fine. If you do, feel free to tell me. This hall has already helped you. Alright, Zhang Xiaohu still wanted to try his luck and stall for time. But when he saw Yang Ruping's frown, he cupped his hands and said, it's nothing. This disciple just wants to ask. If Martial Ancestor Li has something to discuss with this disciple, what should I do if the time is delayed and he can't return at night? This excuse was very reasonable. Yang Ruping looked at Gao Kunheng. Vice Hall Master Feng smiled and said, it's fine, Martial Nephew Zhang. Since Hall Master Feng has already given you full authority as a special envoy, you can definitely handle such a small matter. Go ahead and do it. Lingering Fragrance Peak had a strict order forbidding the young disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa from privately meeting with the disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. There had never been any cases of them staying overnight in the Taowu Mountain Villa. This matter really required Vice Hall Master Feng's approval. Zhang Xiaohu heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands and bid farewell. I will obey the orders of the 3 hall masters. This disciple will go and prepare. After Zhang Xiaohu left, Yang Ruping's expression was somewhat complicated. She looked at Aunt Qin and then at Gao Kunheng. It seemed as though she had something to say, but she also had some misgivings. When Gao Kunheng saw this, he smiled and said, Senior Sister Yang, this disciple has already been at Shixin Peak for many days. After seeing Senior Sister manage the Misty Mountain Villa so well, I really admire you. In the future, I will still need Senior Sister's guidance. Please don't be stingy. Gao Kunheng had vaguely pointed out on the first day he came to the Misty Mountain Villa that his purpose this time was not the same as Zhong Pei's. He only came to assist Yang Ruping, not to compete with her. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohu, the two of them had some conflicts that could not be considered as competition, which made Yang Ruping feel uncomfortable and somewhat guarded. At this time, when she heard Gao Kunheng call her senior sister instead of hall master, she knew that he had made some concessions. She smiled and said, Junior Brother Feng, you worry too much. The Misty Mountain Villa is our Misty Mountain Villa. It is our common wish to make it beautiful together. Cough cough. Vice Hall Master Gao almost coughed out tears. However, he still cleared his throat and said, Senior Sister Yang, just now did you feel that the change of Li Jian of the Misty Mountain Villa was a little strange? Yang Ruping hesitated for a moment. In fact, she wanted to discuss this with Aunt Qin privately behind Gao Kunheng's back. When she heard him say it directly, she had to nod and said, yes. Not to mention me, even Zhong Pei met with a nose full of dust. Zhang Xiaohu only went there once. How could it be so easy for him to settle it? Gao Kunheng smiled and said, Senior Sister Yang, as the ancient saying goes, those involved can't see the game clearly. You are in the game. Of course, you can't see it clearly as an outsider like me. Yang Ruping was even more surprised. Glancing at the silent Aunt Qin, she turned to Gao Kunheng and asked, Junior Brother Feng, please explain it to me. I don't dare. Gao Kunheng smiled and said, in fact, long before coming to the Shixin Peak, I have a general understanding of the situation of the Misty Mountain Villa. Although they have persisted for several years, their situation is getting worse and worse. Although Li Jian and others are supporting them, what can they do under our Shirxin Peak? This compromise is just a matter of time. Yang Ruping nodded slightly. Zhong Pei had said the same thing many years ago. But Li Jian insisted on being self-sufficient and used practice to refute Zhong Pei's fallacy. This reason was obviously not convincing enough. Then Gao Kunheng said again, of course, this reason is slightly insufficient. The more important reason should be, oh, senior sister Yang, have you heard of the story of the ancient people buying horse bones with 1,000 gold coins? Yang Ruping was stunned and immediately understood. She said with a look of understanding, Junior brother Feng, do you mean that the Misty Mountain Villa's compromise is related to our important use of Zhang Xiaohu, the direct disciple of the Misty Mountain Villa? Gao Kunheng looked as if he had a card up his sleeve and said with a smile, yes, this is also the reason why the hierarch wants to use Zhang Xiaohu. Yang Ruping, on the other hand, was somewhat regretful. It was not that she had not thought of putting Zhang Xiaohu in an important position, but this so-called direct disciple's martial arts were just passable. It was not enough to convince the masses. Since the Misty Hall was newly established, they had to find some people with strong martial arts to support the facade and give Yang Ruping courage. This Zhang Xiaohu's name only flashed in the list of candidates and was forgotten in the corner. She didn't expect that the direct disciple could be used in this way and had such a strong appeal. Thinking of this, Yang Ruping was quite depressed. Once again, she felt that she was really not suitable to be the head of the Misty Mountain Villa. In fact, Yang Ruping also thought wrongly. As the ancients said, times create heroes. Well, there was also a saying, times are different. When the Misty Mountain Villa was newly established, the role of the direct disciple of the Misty Mountain Villa like Zhang Xiaohu was limited. Even if he was used by Yang Ruping, it might not be as effective as today. But now the situation had changed, and it was the time for Zhang Xiaohu to rise. It was this kind of authentic direct disciple who was used at the right time that had such an unexpected effect. Of course, the timing and the situation were not what Yang Ruping and Gao Kunheng thought. The extreme asymmetry of the news determined that it was impossible for them to know the powerful driving force behind Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohua. Gao Kunheng saw Yang Ruping's frustrated face and comforted her. In fact, this is also the arrangement of the hierarch. How can we reach her wisdom? Senior sister Yang, you don't have to do this. Then he cleared his throat and said, Li Jian and the others are all loyal to the Misty Mountain Villa. Their righteousness is just that. The Misty Mountain Villa should be the Misty Mountain Villa. Senior sister Yang pushed Zhang Xiaohu to the front. Although they don't know that Zhang Xiaohu is already the first disciple, from this signal, they can see that senior sister Yang wants to borrow the strength of the original Misty Mountain Villa. So they are willing to go with the flow and get off the donkey. Yang Ruping nodded and smiled. Junior brother Kuang is indeed far-sighted. No matter what, it is a good thing for senior brother Li to make such a decision. Let's do this good thing until the end. I will follow Yang Tang's suggestion, Gao Kunheng said respectfully. Yang Ruping was very satisfied. Then she frowned and said to Aunt Qin, who had been absent-minded, Deputy Hallmaster Qin, don't you have any objections? Oh, Aunt Qin seemed to have just woken up. She forced a smile and said, no, I don't have any objections. I agree with what the two of you have said. And it was obvious that Aunt Qin was not listening at all just now. Chapter 809. That's right, how could Aunt Qin be in the mood to listen to their chatter? Ever since Elder Yu came to Shirxin Peak, he had been staying in the back mountain of Shirxin Peak and had never shown his face in the Misty Hall. Oyen, like Li Jian, had a deep fear of Yang Ruping and never showed her face. Thus, Elder Yu's rash visit to the Misty Hall in search of the awakening pill was truly out of Aunt Qin's expectations. Aunt Qin originally had a good relationship with Oyen, but now one was in the Misty Hall in the front mountain and the other was in the Huanxi Manor in the back mountain. Both were guarded by lingering Fragrance Peak's disciples, and it was extremely inconvenient for them to visit. Other than the first few difficult meetings, they rarely met. Aunt Qin didn't know what the awakening pill was, but seeing that Yang Ruping didn't seem to care too much about it, she knew that it was just an unorthodox treatment. Elder Yu also said that Oyen's illness wasn't serious. which made Aunt Chin even more puzzled. If there wasn't anything important, why would Elder Yu suddenly come? Aunt Chin couldn't help but think a lot about this. Just as Aunt Chin was worrying about Yan, Zhang Xiaohua was also sitting in front of Yan's sickbed, at a loss of what to do. That's right, everything in Yan's body was normal, and there wasn't any discomfort in her pulse. Zhang Xiaohua also used his true energy to check Yan's body countless times, but he didn't find anything. Although Zhang Xiaohua had already placed all his attention on Yan's head, he also used his divine sense to scan it several times and didn't find anything strange. He really didn't have any effective methods. Right at this time, Elder Yu hurried back and asked anxiously as soon as he entered, Zhang Xiaohua, young miss. How is young miss? Zhang Xiaohua looked up at the anxious Elder Yu and shook his head slightly, not saying anything. Qiu Tong was still standing at the side, wiping her tears helplessly. Elder Yu stood dejectedly and didn't take another step forward. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and gave up his seat. He walked out of the room alone and stroked his chin. He paced back and forth outside with a frown on his face, thinking about the key points of this matter. Time passed slowly. Unknowingly, it was already afternoon. Zhang Xiaohua still had no clue. Inside the room, Elder Yu had heard from Qiu Tong that Yan was in a similar situation. He walked over to Zhang Xiaohua and stared at him. Zhang Xiaohua, this old man has a question for you. Zhang Xiaohua stopped and nodded. Elder Yu, please speak. Miss, if it's like this, if your acupoints are sealed, is there any danger to your life? Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. If we only look at the current situation, then this little one can say with certainty that his life is in no danger. It's just that I can't guarantee that there will be any changes in the future. You've seen it yourself. The Spirit Awakening pill was effective at that time. Who knows if there will be any changes now? If there are no unforeseen circumstances, will you strike Mrs. Acupoints every day or every once in a while? Well, of course. There will always be a time when the acupoint sealing technique fails. But Elder Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. Zhang Xiaohua understood and said with disappointment, Elder Yu, don't worry. I am indebted to Miss, so it won't take much effort to seal her acupoints. This little one swears to the heavens that as long as this little one has the slightest bit of strength left, I will do my best to save Mrs. life. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua make such a vow, Elder Yu didn't have much to say. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was only 17 or 18 years old and didn't have any burdens. It was fine for him to frequently come to the back of Shixin Peak to seal Yan's acupoints to prolong her life. But who could guarantee that he wouldn't get tired of it in the future? Wouldn't he neglect her for other reasons? As the saying goes, there is no filial child in front of a sickbed for a long time. What's more, Zhang Xiaohua and Yan were people who didn't have much to do with each other. Elder Yu's worry was very reasonable. All the favors that Yan had done for Zhang Xiaohua in the early years had already been paid back by Zhang Xiaohua. On the other hand, Zhang Xiaohua had saved Yan's lifetime after time. The situation had long been reversed, so what more could he ask of her? Elder Yu sighed and turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, he still turned back, unwilling to give up. Could it be that the cause of Mrs. illness can't be found? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head apologetically. Elder Yu, this little one's medical skills are not good enough. I only know that the source of the illness is at the head, but I don't know the cause. Sigh, that's true. If it's the meridians or internal organs of the body, it can also be found through the pulse and internal energy. But the head is delicate and can't be seen with the eyes. Perhaps Miss really can only sleep for the rest of her life. Zhang Xiaohua was also dejected. Although she didn't reply, she sighed in her heart. Not only that, I've also checked Mrs. Head, and I can see clearly inside. Zhang Xiaohua thought to this point, but suddenly she seemed to have thought of something. She took a step forward and grabbed Elder Yu, shouting loudly, Elder Yu, what did you say just now? Please say it again. Elder Yu jumped in fright and said in confusion, I said that Miss can only sleep for the rest of her life? Is that not the case? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. No, Elder Yu, please repeat what you said just now in detail. Don't miss a single word. Elder Yu hurriedly said, this old man said that if it's the meridians or internal organs of the body, it can also be found through the pulse and internal energy. But Mrs. Head is delicate and can't be seen with the eyes. When the word eyes came out, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately lit up. That's right. Yan's eyes couldn't see anything in her Naiwen palace. Even her divine sense could only probe and not see. But he was different. Didn't he have the delirium breaker magic eye? Even though he didn't know the use of the delirium breaker magic eye, he had only used it to close the strange restriction and only used it to look at himself. He had never used it other than to let it absorb his true energy and divine sense. Since he had used the delirium breaker magic eye to look at himself and the golden ball in his Naiwen palace, he should be able to see the situation in Yan's Naiwen palace as well. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua's face lit up with joy. However, he was still cautious and smiled. Elder Yu is indeed an old ginger. This little one benefited greatly from it. After saying that, he quickly walked into the room. Elder Yu, who was behind him, was puzzled. He scratched his head and didn't know what was wrong with Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua walked into the room, Qiu Tong was still silently wiping her tears in front of the bed. She had no idea that Zhang Xiaohua was here. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and patted Qiu Tong's shoulder. Big sister Qiu Tong, you can go out for a moment. When Qiu Tong heard that, she stood up blankly. Then her face lit up with joy and she almost jumped up. She grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's hand and asked, Xiaohua, do you have a solution? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Big sister Qiu Tong, don't be anxious. I don't dare to make any guarantees. Let's wait and see. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua wasn't willing to reveal anything, Qiu Tong was happy. After all, this was a miracle. She might really be able to pull through. Hence, she jumped up and ran out. She didn't look like a woman in her 30s at all. When he saw Qiu Tong come out, Elder Yu stopped at the door. However, Zhang Xiaohua still walked to the door and said, Elder Yu, big sister Qiu Tong, this little one's method is a little strange. It's best if the two of you don't watch. If it's possible, I think the two of you should take a walk outside the room. Of course, Elder Yu and Qiu Tong wouldn't leave. Qiu Tong pulled down the curtains and pushed Zhang Xiaohua, saying, Hurry up and go. The young miss is still waiting for treatment. We'll stay here and not go anywhere. And don't worry, the two of us aren't curious people. We definitely won't watch you do anything. Qiu Tong was no longer the same as before. She remembered that when Zhang Xiaohua first appeared to treat Yan, Qiu Tong kept asking questions. She was worried. Now that she saw Zhang Xiaohua and Yan alone in the same room, she did not say anything. She only hoped that Zhang Xiaohua could pull Yan back from the brink of death, and pull her back from the fate of being in a coma for the rest of her life. Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment. He knew that it wasn't realistic to send the two of them away. He nodded slightly and threw out a few jade talismans, surrounding Yan's room with restrictions. He had many secrets about the Tao of Immortality, and the delirium breaker eye was even more unimaginable. How could he let others know about it? After Zhang Xiaohua finished his preparations, he walked to Yan's window. He didn't open the delirium breaker eye in a hurry. Instead, he released his divine sense and unwillingly checked again. Only then did he reach out his left hand with his palm facing down. He aimed it at Yan's Naiwen palace. He closed his eyes and used his divine sense to connect with the delirium breaker eye in his left hand. In an instant, a heavy feeling of exhaustion overwhelmed him. Zhang Xiaohua knew that he wouldn't be able to use the delusion breaker magic eye for long, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately opened it with great effort, but what he saw caused him to be extremely shocked. When Zhang Xiaohua looked at himself previously, he could see that his bones were as clear as jade and there were red veins. Even in his Naiwen palace, he could see a golden ball. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua thought that everyone was like that. However, when Zhang Xiaohua opened the delirium breaker eye to look at Yan, he saw nothing. How could he not be shocked? Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua turned his wrist and looked at himself. As expected, it was still the same skeleton and golden ball. He could even see the flow of true qi in the thin meridians in his body. He looked at Yan again. He still couldn't see. Zhang Xiaohua immediately realized that the delusion breaker magic eye was related to the qi of heaven and earth. Yan wasn't a cultivator of the way of immortality. She didn't even know martial arts, so of course she couldn't see it. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank. Perhaps the delusion breaker magic eye would not help Yan's condition. Just as she was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly saw a spot of light flash by where Yan was originally. Then she disappeared without a trace. Could it be that Yan's illness is related to the immortal Tao? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked again. She used the delusion breaker magic eye on her palm to look at the place where the light came from. Chapter 8:10. Sure enough, at the empty space above Yan's head, which was where her Naiwan palace was located, there were some tiny dots that emitted a dark red glow. They were gathered there and flickered faintly. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua was curious. However, he knew that he didn't have much time and didn't have the time to think carefully about how to expel these dark red dots from her Naiwan palace. Without hesitation, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and swept it towards those bright dots. Unexpectedly, those dark red dots were able to sense Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. Without waiting for his divine sense to come close, they immediately moved forward. They were actually very fast. Zhang Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan Yan's Naiwan palace. Those dark red dots were circling around the Naiwan palace in front of his divine sense. It's so powerful? No wonder my divine sense couldn't see it. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed in his heart and secretly regretted his carelessness. However, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't be blamed for this. Anyone would have this kind of thinking and wouldn't have thought that this thing could actually run in front of his divine sense. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat curious. He formed a net with his divine sense and enveloped the entire Naiwan palace. To Zhang Xiaohua's surprise, the dark red dots immediately dispersed and turned into an irregular sphere. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense spread out, he still couldn't see it. In that instant, Zhang Xiaohua understood that this irregular sphere should be the shape of Yan's Naiwan palace. These dark red dots should be tightly attached to the walls of the Naiwan palace. No wonder no matter how I scanned, I couldn't see anything strange. So this is the reason. If not for the delusion breaker eyes, how could I see it? Who is the one who did this? Actually, there's no need to say. This kind of immortal technique, other than the elders of the lingering fragrance peak, who else could it be? However, if they wanted to make a move, why did they have to be so secretive? Why did they have to wait for so long? Maybe it's to avoid the sect leader. Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. This was similar to his, Yan's and Qiutong's conjecture. Just as he was thinking, a wave of drowsiness rushed over him. Zhang Xiaohua instantly woke up and quickly closed his delusion breaker eyes. He sat cross-legged and used the spirit guidance technique to replenish the heaven and earth origin qi. Then he frowned and he started to think of a solution. However, Zhang Xiaohua had yet to fully comprehend the Naiwan palace. And he didn't dare to infuse his qi into Yan's, as he was afraid that it would damage Yan's brain. The talismans, simple talismans, the simple talisman. The rabbits, the three-legged crow talisman, the rooster talisman. Talisman, the talisman. Talismans. Talisman man. Talismans. Talismans, talismans was talismanses, it's talismans. Talismans, talismans. Tease it uses to use its to it. It. That's the truth. Alas, it's more satisfying to fight with real weapons. This feeling of being helpless is really annoying. Unconsciously, Zhang Xiaohua raised his left hand in front of his eyes and opened his palm. Looking at the tightly closed delusion breaker eyes, Zhang Xiaohua thought to himself, maybe I can only rely on this Dharma eye. But now I can only open my eyes. I don't know how to use it. What should I do? At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the day in the Yulon Grand Canyon. The Dharma eye seemed to be able to emit white light. Would the white light have any use? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She opened the delusion breaker eyes in her left hand. At this moment, the dark red dots in Yan's Naiwan palace gathered together and moved. Zhang Xiaohua aimed the Dharma eye at those dots and chanted in her heart, "Inhale, inhale, inhale." At this moment, the essence of Dan in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace suddenly jumped. A strong divine sense was sent into the Dharma eye. Instantly, the Dharma eye shot out a silver-white brilliance and covered the dark red dots. The dark red dots didn't seem to have any reaction to the silver-white brilliance of the Dharma eye. They didn't move at all. Then Zhang Xiaohua raised his left and right hand. The silver-white brilliance slowly shrunk and pulled the dark red dots out of Yan's Naiwan palace out of thin air. Then Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense. Just as he was about to scan the area, the dots seemed to have sensed it and wanted to move. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately retracted his divine sense. He didn't know how long the silver-white brilliance could trap the dots. If he used his divine sense and the dots tried to escape, he might not be able to catch them. What should he do? Zhang Xiaohua was a little depressed. Then he laughed involuntarily. Since the dots were already outside, all he had to do was to open his eyes. Why did he need to release his divine sense? When Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and looked carefully at the dark red dots in the silver-white brilliance, he couldn't help but be shocked. These dark red dots in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were small pitch-black insects. They were smaller than ordinary fleas. They had small antennae and 2 transparent wings on their backs. They didn't have any legs, only some irregular bumps around their small bodies. What kind of insects are these? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and frowned. How should I deal with them? How can I kill these insects? Then Zhang Xiaohua chanted in his heart, kill, kill, destroy, destroy. Unfortunately, it didn't work this time. The essence of cinnabar didn't move at all. The small insects in the silver-white brilliance flapped their small wings and floated in the silver-white brilliance. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua felt a slight movement in his arms. When Zhang Xiaohua looked down, something seemed to be moving in his arms. Did Little Black and Little Yellow wake up? Ever since Zhang Xiaohua gave Little Black and Little Yellow a primestone shell, he had kept the 2 creatures that were even smaller than little mice in his arms. He no longer paid any attention to them, as if he had long forgotten about them. Now that he saw some movement, he was quite happy. But when he took out the squirming Little Yellow, he found that Little Yellow's eyes were still closed. Only its small nose kept twitching, as if it had smelled something. That nose was rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua's left hand? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He placed Little Yellow's nose in front of the silver-white brilliance. As expected, Little Yellow's nose twitched even more violently. The pitch-black insects seemed to have sensed danger at this moment. They no longer floated in the air quietly. Instead, they flapped their wings and scattered in all directions. However, before they could fly up, the silver eye on Goldie's forehead suddenly opened. A thin ray of silver light shot out and enveloped the little bugs. Then, a suction force appeared and sucked the little bugs into the silver light of Goldie's eyes. When all the little bugs entered Goldie's silver light, Zhang Xiaohua immediately closed his eyes and focused on how Goldie would deal with them. Just as the insects were moving along the silver light and passed by Little Yellow's nose, a pale yellow brilliance suddenly shot out from Little Yellow's nose. The brilliance was like a waterfall that swept all the insects into Little Yellow's nose. Then Little Yellow revealed a satisfied look. It opened its pink mouth and yawned. Then it tilted its head and went back to sleep. Just as the yellow brilliance from Little Yellow's nose swept across the insects, in a secluded courtyard on Lingering Fragrance Peak, an old man in luxurious clothes was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. He spat out, How is this possible? Before he could finish his sentence, he immediately opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face immediately turned pale gold. Then he spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood before he slowly calmed down. The astonishment on his face did not disappear. He was almost in disbelief as he muttered to himself, How is this possible? The spiritual puppet that I have cultivated for more than 50 years was destroyed. How can there be such a disciple on Shirxin Peak? Even in the entire Lingering Fragrance Peak, there is no one who has such a remarkable ability. Then, the old man in luxurious clothes' expression changed again. Could it be? Lord Sect Leader personally took action? Perhaps only she has this kind of skill. As he said that, the old man forced himself to get up and walk to the side of a pavilion. He looked in the direction of Shirxin Peak and laughed softly. Since Lord Sect Leader has taken action, I naturally have to avoid arousing suspicion. Oyen, you are really lucky. It seems that we have to think of another way. Then, he coughed a few times and the dark red blood spurted out onto his chest. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what had happened at Lingering Fragrance Peak. She looked at Little Yellow who was sleeping soundly and thought to herself, This The little black insect was destroyed just like that? Isn't this too simple? However, ever since the black insect entered Little Yellow's stomach, there was no movement. Seeing that Little Yellow seemed to be full, the little black insect must have been eaten and destroyed by Little Yellow. Zhang Xiaohua was happy but also felt that it was ridiculous. What is this Little Yellow? It doesn't drink milk or eat grass. It actually eats something that can't even be stuffed into the gaps between its teeth. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not understand this question, she had destroyed the little black insect after all. Presumably she had saved Yan's life. After putting Little Yellow back into her bosom, Zhang Xiaohua reached out to unseal the acupoints on Yan's head. At the same time she released her divine sense. Sure enough, there was no loss of vitality this time. Yan's illness was indeed cured by Zhang Xiaohua. Before Yan woke up, Zhang Xiaohua quickly removed the restriction around the room and kept the jade talisman. After he was done, he heard Yan's moan. Before he could turn around to look, he heard a surprised and happy voice outside the door. "Miss, what's wrong?" Then Qiu Tong lifted the curtain and rushed in. Chapter 8:11. When Qiu Tong heard Yan's groans from outside, she immediately forgot about her promise with Zhang Xiaohua. She lifted the curtain and rushed in. She ran straight to Yan's bedside, not even sparing a glance at Zhang Xiaohua. "Sai, I knew it. Women don't keep their promises." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed his nose and cursed inwardly. However, when he saw Qiu Tong's concerned expression, how could he blame her? Elder Yu also poked his head out. He seemed to remember his promise with Zhang Xiaohua and didn't rush forward. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Come in, Elder Yu." When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's relaxed expression, the stone in Elder Yu's heart finally fell to the ground. He quickly walked in front of Zhang Xiaohua and looked him straight in the eye. He asked excitedly, "Zhang, nephew, how is the young miss?" When she heard Elder Yu change the way he usually addressed her from Zhang Xiaohua to nephew Zhang, she couldn't help but smile. "Elder Yu is too polite. You should just call me Zhang Xiaohua. When you call me nephew Zhang, I have goosebumps all over my body." When Elder Yu heard this, he became even more tense. He chuckled and said, "You've done a great job saving the young miss. This old man won't dare to call you Zhang Xiaohua in the future. Forget it. This is all the young misfortune. It has nothing to do with me." Zhang Xiaohua pushed everything to the heavens. When he saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to take the credit, Elder Yu felt gratified. He nodded and said, "All right then. Zhang Xiaohua, can you tell me how the young miss is doing?" "She's fine. The young miss should be fine. This illness can be considered completely cured," Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation. At this moment Qiu Tong shouted from behind, "Zhang Xiaohua, why does the young miss look so tired? Look at her. She just opened her eyes to look at me and then closed them again. Why is she different from before?" Zhang Xiaohua looked back carefully. Sure enough, Yan's expression was not good. She was a little dispirited and her eyes were not open. Except for the moan just now, there was no sound from her mouth. It was different from the 2 times when she took the spirit awakening pill or hit the acupoints on her head. Zhang Xiaohua said confidently, "Big sister Qiu Tong, this is what a person who has just recovered from a serious illness looks like. The medicine I used the last 2 times wasn't right. It's not appropriate to forcefully use the medicine to refresh my mind." "I see." Qiu Tong nodded, slightly relieved. Thinking about it, it made sense. Yan had been sick for a long time and hadn't been eating or drinking. How could she be so energetic? The sickly look on his face right now was the real situation. The illness was gone like silk, but it was not bad. In the future, as long as he carefully recuperated, it would not be difficult for him to recover his previous appearance. However, Elder Yu asked again, "Then will young miss get this illness again in the future?" Zhang Xiaohua said apologetically, "Elder Yu, I can't answer this question. However, Elder Yu, please don't worry. This little one already knows the treatment method. Even if young miss gets this illness again in the future, it won't be so complicated. It shouldn't be too much to ask for help." Then she thought for a moment and said in a low voice, "Moreover, since young miss has been cured, I think, even if someone has evil intentions, They won't be so shameless as to attack again. Elder Yu nodded and thanked her again. Fortunately, I met you. Otherwise, he looked as if he couldn't bear to think about it. Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and said, It's nothing. It's all young Mrs. Kindness to this little one. I'm just returning the favor. There's nothing much to say. Since young Miss is fine, this little one will leave first. When Qiu Tong heard this, she immediately said, Zhang Xiaohua, young miss. Doesn't she need any herbs here? There's no need. Young miss is just weak. She just needs to recuperate. After speaking, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the room. When she stepped out of the door, she turned around and said, Elder Yu? Elder Yu was stunned and asked, Is there anything else? That? Zhang Xiaohua said mysteriously, Your performance in the ethereal hall this morning was very good. Ha ha ha. After speaking, she dashed out of the door and went straight to the alchemy room at the top of Shirxin Peak. The two alchemy rooms didn't have a clear distinction between the genders and the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. It was very normal. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Marshal Uncle Bai from the ethereal mountain villa came to look for Zhang Xiaohu in the morning to ask about the recovery of the thousands of disciples from the Misty School. She really had to hurry up and refine the pills. Sigh, if I knew that so many people from the Misty School would need pills, I would have refined more pills at Tianmu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Even if she came out of the alchemy room, it would still take some time. With Zhang Xiaohua's experience in refining pills, there shouldn't be any problems. Furthermore, the pills weren't life-saving and didn't need to be guarded at all times. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard, the door was locked. Only He Tianshu was still lying in the backyard. However, at this time He Tianshu had recovered. He could already sit up slightly. At this moment, he was reclining on the recliner and moving his hands and feet slightly. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua coming in, he smiled and said, Your second brother has already gone to the ethereal mountain villa behind the mountain. He asked me to inform you when I see you. If it's convenient, you should hurry over. He urgently needs your help. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Don't worry about him. He's just giving me face. Even if I don't go, he'll still do well. Oh right, Captain He. I've been a little busy recently and haven't come to see you for a long time. How are you feeling? He Tianshu moved his hands and feet and said with a smile, Your second brother's methods are really unimaginable. I can actually move my hands and feet now, and... He then said in a low voice, In my dantian, the warm feeling is gradually decreasing. I have also tried to gather qi. In the beginning I couldn't do it at all. As long as I gathered qi, it would disperse. But now I can hold on for a long time. I think after a while I should be able to recover the first strand of qi. Good. Zhang Xiaohua was also happy. She cupped her hands and said, Congratulations, Captain He. Congratulations, Captain He. The most important thing is that you can regain your vigor and roar to the sky. Damn. He Tianshu said angrily. Your congratulatory words are not suitable at all. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said with a knowing look, It's nothing special, nothing special. He Tianshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then he said, Also, your second brother left in a hurry just now. I have something to say to him. When you see him, tell him. What is it? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. I've been in his backyard for a long time. It's time to go back. First, I'm afraid that the people at Lingering Fragrance Peak will know and expose him. Second, he's now the chief disciple. There are many disciples who come to his courtyard. It's very inconvenient for me to stay here. And I understand. Captain He, I listened to my second brother's intention. I wanted to wait for you to recover before letting you go back. But I didn't expect him to be so lucky and get the position of the chief disciple. It seems that I really have to send you back secretly. That's right. When He Tianshu came, he only told the disciple who served him that he was coming back. No one saw or paid attention to him. But now, who knew how many eyes were looking at the chief disciple's courtyard? When He Tianshu went out, he really had to quietly. However, was this a problem for Zhang Xiaohua? Then Zhang Xiaohua walked in front of He Tianshu and pretended to be concerned. She checked his hands and feet. That strand of true qi was transferred into He Tianshu's meridians. As He Tianshu expected, the damage to his meridians were all intact. Compared to before, his meridians were much bigger. The hole in his dantian was also much smaller. It was estimated that, as he Tianshu said, it wouldn't be long before he could gather true qi again. The joints that were crushed by Zhang Xiaohua didn't recover as fast as the meridians, but the effect was still very impressive. It seemed that the effect of this bone-condensing pill was really extraordinary. Even though Zhang Xiaohua said that she didn't care about Zhang Xiaohu, her heart was still worried about him. After exchanging a few more words with He Tianshu, she fled to the ethereal mountain manor. When Zhang Xiaohua jumped out from the straw hut beside the ethereal mountain manor, she almost laughed out loud when she saw the scene in front of her. The two men were lying on the hay in the house. Beside them was Zhang Xiaohu, who was sitting cross-legged. One of his hands was propped up on his knees, while the other hand was holding a small grass stick. His brows were furrowed as he scribbled something on a wooden board. Even though she didn't know what Zhang Xiaohu was writing, she could clearly hear him mumbling, "Spirit of the heavens, spirit of the earth, Zhang Xiaohua, quickly show yourself. Pay." Zhang Xiaohua understood what he was saying. She immediately spat behind Zhang Xiaohu and said, "Second brother, how can you attract spirits like this?" Ah! Zhang Xiaohu was shocked. When he turned around and saw that it was his long-awaited younger brother, he immediately jumped up and hugged him. He said happily, "I knew it. Xiaohua, you will definitely arrive in time." Zhang Xiaohua felt close to her second brother's bear hug. She grumbled, "Second brother, be gentler. I am not second sister-in-law. If you hug me so tightly, I won't be able to take it." Pay. Zhang Xiaohu followed suit. He spat and extended his arm. He only held onto his shoulder and said, "Hurry up and do it, my brother. I have already delayed for a long time. Martial Ancestor Li is almost suspicious." Soon after, he sighed, "Moreover, this time, Martial Ancestor Li wants me to treat Martial Ancestor Lu's illness. How could I dare to do it without you around? I only found 2 other replacements." Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area and smiled. "I have an idea." As she spoke, she walked to the man whose joints were crushed and asked, "You should know about this Martial Uncle's injuries, right?" "Yes, Martial Uncle Su mentioned it before." "That's good. Second brother, you have some inner strength now. You should be able to crush this joint. Try it." Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly for a moment before nodding his head. That's right, how long would it take for Zhang Xiaohua to heal over 1,000 people by herself? No matter what, he had to lend a hand. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and used his hand to pinch Martial Uncle Su's injured joints. Then he gritted his teeth and used his energy to pinch them. Chapter 8:12. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu apply his internal energy, Zhang Xiaohua reminded him with a smile, "Second brother, Martial Uncle Su's joints have been crushed before. You should stretch out your hand and exert force in the direction where his joints have healed. Only then will they return to their original state." "Okay," Zhang Xiaohu replied. His fingers were also at the joints. After a long time he exerted force and crushed the joints again. Martial Uncle Su's acupoints were sealed, but he still frowned. "Is it like this?" Zhang Xiaohu asked in a low voice without raising his head. "Yes, you did well. Second brother, continue to crush the rest of the joints like this." Zhang Xiaohua encouraged him with a smile. "Do I need you to tell me that?" Zhang Xiaohu said with disdain. "When you were young, I often said these words." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohu went from top to bottom and crushed all the joints that Junior Uncle Su had previously pinched. When he straightened up, his forehead was already covered in sweat. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and asked, "How is it?" "Second brother, this is not easy to do, right?" "Yes, it is." Zhang Xiaohu wiped his sweat and said, "I'm afraid that I'll break a good bone. Moreover, it's my own martial uncle. I feel a little uncomfortable." "It's okay, second brother. You're treating Martial Uncle Su. Moreover, even if you crush a good bone, can't we still treat it?" As she spoke, she took out a jade bottle and handed it over, saying, "There are 9 bone solidifying pills here. Take them first and give one to Martial Uncle Su." "Okay." Zhang Xiaohu took it and poured out a bone solidifying pill, placing it in Martial Uncle Su's mouth. Then he looked at Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua standing there motionless like a withered tree, he couldn't help but ask, "Xiaohua, aren't you going to do anything?" "What do I have to do?" Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said, "If you do it, what can I do?" "But," Zhang Xiaohu said anxiously, "in the past when I took the medicinal pills, didn't you always have to take action?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "Neither too fast nor too slow, second brother, in the past, I didn't know the effects of the bone-solidifying pill and the meridian-soothing pill, nor did I know how to use them. Of course I had to explore it. You know, second brother, there are thousands of people in our ethereal heights who want to recover their martial arts. Of course I had to explore a new method." Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. He turned his head and pointed at the other one. "Then what about this martial Uncle Yi? His dantian was destroyed by the righteous Tao Alliance." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohu's voice to fall, Zhang Xiaohua took out a jade bottle and handed it over. "There are 3 meridian-soothing pills here. Give one to martial Uncle Yi. I only have this much. I'm refining the rest. When I'm done, I'll send it to you." Zhang Xiaohu took the meridian-soothing pill and gave one to martial Uncle Yi first. Then he put the jade bottle into his pocket and asked, "You don't have to do anything with the meridian-soothing pill?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "No need. It's easier than the bone-solidifying pill. You don't have to do anything." This will work?" Zhang Xiaohu was very doubtful. Waving his hand, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "You'll know in a while." Zhang Xiaohua and his brother were discussing with each other in the thatched hut. Outside the thatched hut, Li Jian was somewhat impatient. This time, Li Jian put down his face and used the excuse of accepting Misty Hall's help to pull Zhang Xiaohu to Misty Mountain Villa. However, he didn't talk to Zhang Xiaohu in detail. He only said that his method was effective and he wanted to treat a few more people. Of course, Lu Qingyang was one of them. Since the day he saw the stone cow being treated by Zhang Xiaohu, Lu Qingyang ran to the stone cow every day. He didn't even drink wine. Although it was only a few days and it was impossible to see any changes, from the stone cow's mouth, Lu Qingyang knew that his joints were rapidly healing. How could the acute Lu Qingyang bear it? He immediately asked someone to push him to Li Jian. In fact, not to mention Lu Qingyang looking for Li Jian's mood at that time was also itching. One must know that thousands of people in Misty Mountain Villa were people who had their martial arts crippled by the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. However, there were a few disciples who still had their martial arts. It was normal, but their cultivation was low. Zhang Xiaohu just left. Li Jian found such a reliable disciple and let him use his internal force to explore Zhou Mufing's dantian. Then he waited for a few days. Well, yesterday when Lu Qingyang came to Li Jian just let the disciple look at Zhou Mufing's dantian again. Although it was only a few days, the hole in Zhou Mufing's dantian really shrunk a little. Zhang Xiaohu's words were not false. This was Li Jian's first thought. Misty School is saved. This was Li Jian's second thought. Therefore, when Lu Qingyang came to discuss with Li Jian also agreed to let Zhang Xiaohu come quickly for the next step of treatment. However, how to come, how to treat, and how to keep it secret were the main points of the two people's discussion yesterday. If they didn't want to attract the attention of Yang Ruping and lingering fragrance peak and let Zhang Xiaohu enter and leave Misty Mountain Villa smoothly, Li Jian racked his brains. There was really no way to get the best of both worlds. In the end, it was the straightforward Lu Qingyang who proposed, "Since we want to benefit, then we must pay some price. Why not give lingering fragrance peak some benefits and receive some assistance?" If this was said in the past, Li Jian would definitely reprimand, saying that people were poor but ambitious. Now he couldn't help but be moved when he heard it. The so-called ambition was just a kind of struggle of the people in Misty School, who couldn't see the future. It was sad to say it. Now that there was a goal and they could see the dawn, it was worth it to give up a little backbone. Therefore, Li Jian agreed with a clap of his hand. Of course, this operation must be done by the direct disciples of Misty School. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohu came in the afternoon, but Zhang Xiaohu's attitude was somewhat uncooperative. It seemed that he was unwilling to treat the disciples, especially Lu Qingyang. There was no other reason except that he was still exploring and there was no successful precedent. He was afraid of worsening the Grandmaster's condition. In the end, under Li Jian and Lu Qingyang's concession, only 2 ordinary disciples were found and let them receive Zhang Xiaohu's treatment. However, the treatment this time obviously took longer than the last time. Zhang Xiaohu didn't come out for a long time. "Old 5, you say, is there a problem?" Li Jian frowned. How would I know? This grand disciple isn't very obedient today. Is there something wrong? Lu Qingyang sat on the recliner and looked at the closed wooden door. He was also a little worried. Inside the thatched hut, Zhang Xiaohua saw that it was almost time. She stretched out her hand and transferred her true qi. After checking carefully, she smiled and said, "Okay, second brother, it seems that this medicinal pill is really magical. Although I didn't deliberately control it, there is medicinal power around the dantian and joints. They have already begun to recover. Well, of course, the effect is not as good as when I treated them before." Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed when he heard this. That's good. In this case, I can treat them myself in the future. You don't have to do it every time. That's right. There are thousands of people here. If you want to treat them like before, who knows how long it will take. However, thinking about Grandmaster Lu, Grandmaster Li, and the others, if you don't feel at ease, it's better to let me do it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled. All right, it's settled then. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and then hesitated. By the way, did Elder Yu look for you in the morning for something important? How's eldest Miss O's illness? Zhang Xiaohua smiled. It's fine. I finally found the source and cured eldest Miss O's illness in one fell swoop. Well, that's good. However, you've been busy all morning. Can you treat the two grandmasters now? I see that they are also a little anxious. It's just that they can't say it out loud. No problem. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate at all and said directly, "Then let's do it now. The situation of the two grandmasters is just like this. Let them go back and rest." Okay. Zhang Xiaohu rubbed his hands and turned to walk out. When Li Jian and Lu Qingyang saw Zhang Xiaohu come out, they went up to him and asked in a low voice, "Little Hu, how are the two disciples?" "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. Both of them are fine." Zhang Xiaohu also replied in a low voice, "What about me?" Lu Qingyang asked impatiently. Li Jian glared at him and said, "Little Hu just finished treating the two of them. You should at least let them rest for a while." Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands and said, "Grandmaster Lu, please wait for a moment. After this disciple has awakened the two grandmasters and sent them out, I'll invite the two grandmasters in." The two of them? Li Jian frowned and said in a low voice, "Little Hu, this isn't appropriate. We're all under the eyes of the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak. If they find out, it won't be a small matter. Then I'll ask the two grandmasters to make a decision." Zhang Xiaohu immediately pushed the problem to them. He turned around and returned to the thatched hut. He awakened the two disciples and sent them out. Needless to say, Lu Qingyang had long wanted Zhang Xiaohu to heal his joints. Without waiting for Li Jian to make up his mind, he urged Li Jian to push him into the thatched hut. Li Jian also hesitated for a while, but he really could not resist the temptation of restoring his power, so he also stayed. When Zhang Xiaohu sealed the two grandmasters' acupoints, Zhang Xiaohua's figure came out from the ground. She was still worried and added 2 more fingers before beginning the treatment. Li Jian and Lu Qingyang's martial arts were injured by the masters of Lingering Fragrance Sect and Dalan Temple during the battle at Misty Peak. Their injuries were much more serious than He Tianshu, Shernyo, and Wen Hai. Zhang Xiaohua used 2 bone solidifying pills, 1 meridian nourishing pill, and half of her qi to complete the treatment. This was also because Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation had improved recently, and her qi control had become more smooth. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's forehead covered in a thin layer of sweat and her face somewhat pale, Zhang Xiaohu asked with concern, "Xiaohua, are you all right?" "And I'm all right. It's finally done. Grandmaster Li and Grandmaster Lu are indeed Grandmaster-level figures. Their meridians and dantian are not something that others can compare to. As for Grandmaster Lu, it seems like he's the same as Shernyo and has also taken bone-tempering medicine." Zhang Xiaohu nodded. "Of course. My Misty School is also a big school. How can we not have anything? However, second brother, you don't have to belittle yourself," Zhang Xiaohua said. Chapter 8:13. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother and smiled. "Second brother, don't belittle yourself. In fact, when I helped martial ancestor Li refine the medicine and refine his meridians, I found that his meridians and dantian also had traces of previous refinement. However, to be honest, his refinement was of a lower level. And it's like he only took the meridian soothing pill, and let the medicinal power of the meridian soothing pill refine his meridians instead of using my internal energy to help refine them. Or maybe, the medicine martial ancestor Li took wasn't used to refine his meridians, so the effect was limited. Zhang Xiaohu added, second brother is right. It's probably just some pills that can increase one's power. Zhang Xiaohua exclaimed at this point. What's wrong? Xiaohua, what's the problem? Zhang Xiaohu quickly asked. I got it. Zhang Xiaohua said excitedly. I know why your Misty School was destroyed by the Fragrance Cult, the Dalan Temple, and the Righteous Alliance. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohu asked curiously. I don't know the specific reason. How did you know? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Zhang Xiaohu with the same surprise. Aren't you a direct disciple of the Misty School? How could you not know anything about it? Zhang Xiaohu looked embarrassed after coming to Shirxin Peak. I asked Master a few times, but Master only smiled and didn't say a word. Looking at his appearance, he seemed to know a little, but Master didn't say anything. I guess he was afraid that if I knew too much I would be harmed instead. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu defend one high, Zhang Xiaohua said in a low voice, actually, when I checked martial ancestor Li's meridians and injured Dantian, I felt that the traces of his Dantian expansion and meridians refinement were around the same time. In other words, not long after martial ancestor Li gained benefits, his cultivation was broken by others. Isn't that obvious? It must be because the news of your Misty School obtaining a pill that can increase one's power was leaked. That's why you were targeted. Zhang Xiaohua had the map and brocade box that Yan had entrusted to him, so he could connect the dots. However, he had promised not to tell anyone about this, not even his second brother. Thus he said, let's think about it carefully. The Misty School seemed to have obtained these pills a year or two before the gang was destroyed. Perhaps it was when you were in the Misty School. AI second brother, as a direct disciple, you didn't even get these pills. Zhang Xiaohu looked at Li Jian and Lu Qingyang, whose acupoints were sealed, and said in a low voice, what are you talking about, Xiaohua? Even my master didn't succeed, let alone me. This medicinal pill must be very rare. Only sect leader O and a few others can get it. I wonder what kind of pill it is. Is it the Crimson Flame pill? Or the Meridian Nourishing pill? Maybe it's the Qi Generating pill. Zhang Xiaohua made random guesses, and he couldn't help but think, the Misty School sheepskin scroll was torn into 4 pieces. Who are those 3 sects? They also obtained the pills? The Misty School was destroyed, so those 3 sects probably didn't exist in the Jianghu anymore. Where is the place that the sheepskin scroll points to? There are actually already refined pills. This thing can really be called a treasure. Zhang Xiaohua's imagination roamed, and he was very curious. If I have the opportunity to go take a look, how great would that be? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua in a daze, practically drooling at the corner of his mouth, Zhang Xiaohu called out, Xiaohua, what are you thinking about? Oh, nothing. Zhang Xiaohua was suddenly awakened, and he covered it up. I was just comparing second brother's meridians with martial ancestor Li's meridians. Keep pretending. I've only been practicing internal energy for a few days. How can I compare with martial ancestor Li? Zhang Xiaohu snorted disdainfully. Didn't I just tell you not to belittle yourself? Look at you, you're really unworthy of my cultivation. Zhang Xiaohua snorted even more disdainfully, and said with equal harshness, your meridians and the size of your meridians are obviously far inferior to martial ancestor Li's. But I discovered that second brother's meridians in Dantian are very tough. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a long time, and only then did a word pop out. Moreover, it's very vigorous. Vigorous? Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. He had never heard anyone use this word to describe meridians in Dantian. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua said with certainty, your meridians in Dantian seem to be very different from martial ancestor Li's. The reason martial ancestor Li tempered his meridians in Dantian was to increase their toughness and expand their width. However, this was only a kind of superficial improvement. The meridians in Dantian themselves didn't have any essential changes. As for second brother's meridians in Dantian, although they're relatively narrow, but because they're full of vitality, they can easily grow. In other words, they can easily expand. It seems to be a bit similar to the meridians in my body. Zhang Xiaohu laughed out loud and said, Xiaohua, then what are your meridians like? Don't tell me they're even more advanced than martial ancestor Li's? Zhang Xiaohua knew that Zhang Xiaohu still hadn't come into contact with the immortal Tao. If she told him now, he would only think that she was joking with him. Thus she shook her head and said, you can't say it like that. After all, the paths we walk are different. Different paths. Zhang Xiaohu immediately thought of Zhang Xiaohua's inconceivable divine ability. He whispered, Xiaohua, which sect taught you this mystical martial art? Is it the Rejuvenation Valley? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu was somewhat curious, Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped this topic. This is complicated to explain. You'll naturally know in the future. Right now, I'm only saying that as long as you cultivate properly, it won't be long before you can catch up to martial ancestor Li. Second brother, don't forget about the black and white ball of qi in your dantian. I reckon that even martial ancestor Li might not be able to understand it. When the black and white ball of qi was mentioned, Zhang Xiaohu said with a mournful expression, I still haven't told martial ancestor Li about the matter of me cultivating the Plain Domain Sutra. I don't know what kind of reaction he'll have if he hears about it. What kind of reaction can he have? He'll probably be overjoyed. You're the best of two sections. Others can't even beg for it. You should also tell him about the matter of being the chief disciple. He should also know that if it wasn't for the Plain Domain Sutra, how could the Lingering Fragrance Peak give you this position? But martial ancestor Li's hatred for the Lingering Fragrance Peak isn't something new. If he blames us? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Li Jian and sneered. Based on what? Based on the fact that you restored his martial arts? Based on the fact that you restored the martial arts of thousands of Misty School's disciples? If he dares to say anything unpleasant, you can just leave. Let's see what he'll do then. Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohu scolded. You can only say these words to me. Don't let anyone else know. Martial ancestor Li is our martial ancestor after all. We can only let him know about my difficulties. How can you threaten him by taking credit? Bullshit, Zhang Xiaohua said disdainfully. Second brother, don't get it wrong. You're from the Misty School, but I'm not. I'm from the famous Beidou School. Beidou School? Zhang Xiaohu stared blankly. You're from the Beidou School? How come I've never heard you mention it? Oh, is there such a sect in the Jianghu? It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of it. Although I'm the only one from the Beidou School right now, there will be a day when its name will resound throughout the Jianghu. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu finally realized that the Beidou School was just Zhang Xiaohua's nonsense. He only laughed and said, keep bragging, keep bragging. It won't be too late for you to brag to me after you've gotten 2 disciples from the Beidou School. You still don't believe me? Who knows how many people would want to worship me as their master if I were to raise my voice. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaohu's face full of contempt, she stomped her foot and shouted, I have nothing to say to you. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? Then she fled. After Zhang Xiaohua left, Zhang Xiaohu was dumbfounded. He lowered his voice and said, Xiaohua, it's fine if you want to leave, but you should have unsealed the 2 martial ancestors' acupoints first. After calling out like this a few times, Zhang Xiaohua jumped out from the side and muttered, how many times do I have to say it? They're your martial ancestors, not mine. Then, a few kicks landed on their bodies and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. This child really? She's already 18 years old. Zhang Xiaohu secretly shook his head. However, what she said is also somewhat reasonable. Perhaps it's time to explain things today. With this thought, Zhang Xiaohu unsealed Li Jian's acupoints. Li Jian woke up, but he wasn't in a hurry to stand up. Instead, he sat cross-legged and silently used his heart technique to check. Unfortunately, his internal energy was still the same as before, unable to condense. However, the warm feeling coming from his dantian was very similar to what Zhou Mufeng said. Li Jian stood up and looked at Lu Qingyang. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly explained, martial ancestor Lu's injuries are more serious than martial uncle Shi's. Her joints were recrushed and the pain will be unbearable. It's better to seal her acupoints first and wait a few days. Martial ancestor Lu's acupoints were sealed by this disciple using the Misty School's acupoint sealing technique. Our Misty School's disciples should be able to unseal them. Then with some hesitation he said, in addition, this disciple, This disciple still has some things to report to martial ancestor Li. Li Jian nodded and smiled. Xiao Hu, let's go. Follow me to the assembly hall to talk. After saying that, he went out first and ordered his disciples to properly settle Lu Qingyang down. Then, he brought Zhang Xiaohu to the assembly hall. After the two of them sat down, Zhang Xiaohu told him about his practice of the Suhuan heart technique and the matter of being the head disciple. Sure enough, as Zhang Xiaohu expected, Li Jian's face was somewhat gloomy. After a long while, Li Jian coldly said, Xiaohu, as a direct disciple of the Misty School, the internal energy heart technique you practice must be the Misty School's divine technique. No matter how good the internal energy heart technique of other schools is, you can't casually practice it. What's more, you want to be the head disciple of the Misty School. So you should set an example and become the role model for all the disciples of the Misty School. If your martial arts are not the martial arts of the Misty School, how can you still have the face to be the head disciple of our Misty School? Zhang Xiaohu bitterly smiled. He knew that this would be the result. He stood up and cupped his hands. Many thanks for martial ancestor Li's guidance. This disciple understands. This disciple will not dare to mention the matter of being the head disciple again. Chapter 8:14. Yes, there's no need to mention it. Li Jian said with a straight face, you're already one, why mention it? Yes, Grandmaster Li. Zhang Xiaohu suddenly realized and said in surprise, Grandmaster Li, you agree? Li Jian looked at him unhappily and said with a smile, can I not agree? Your Hall Master Yang and Lingering Fragrance Peak both agreed. What's the difference if I don't agree? Zhang Xiaohua still stood and shook his head. They're only talking about being the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. If you don't agree, I'll never be the chief disciple of the Misty School. What I want is the latter. I don't even want to look at the former. Good, good, good. Li Jian said good 3 times in a row and also stood up. He clapped his hands and said, I didn't expect you to have such a backbone. Just because of your iron bones, I'll fulfill your wish. Sit down and talk. Li Jian pointed to a chair and ordered. Once Zhang Xiaohu was seated, Li Jian strolled to the front of the hall. As he walked, he said, actually, Xiaohu, don't think that Grandmaster is bigoted. He only knows how to hate the incense cult and doesn't know how to sympathize with your suffering. Alas, I also know that if you didn't practice the Suhuan mantra, the Lingering Fragrance Peak wouldn't have given you this position. Since you risked your life to practice the 2 mantras, Grandmaster can naturally see that you're loyal to the Misty School. You're a direct disciple of the 3rd brother. Only when Wen Hai, Xueqing, and Lu Yueming are left in the 2nd generation. Even if their martial arts have recovered, they can't let the Lingering Fragrance Peak know and can only hide it. If you don't become the chief disciple, who else can? Besides, other than your branch, the other 5 branches can't be said to be direct disciples. It's not right for them to take over as the chief disciple. Furthermore, Li Jian also smiled mysteriously. You didn't mention the matter of the chief disciple the moment you arrived. Instead, you talked about how you were able to save the injured disciples and even cured me and your ancestor Lu. Tell me, how can I not support you? Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly stood up and cupped his hands. This disciple feels guilty. If I didn't contribute to the faction, I wouldn't have dared to mention this matter. Haha, sit down. I'm not blaming you. Li Jian said with a pleasant expression. Your contribution is too great. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's see how you're doing as the chief disciple. In the future, please give me more pointers, Grandmaster Li. Zhang Xiaohu said modestly. Yes, those are small matters. Li Jian nodded and said. But what about the token of the chief disciple of our Misty School? It was with Chengyu that day. Did he give it to you now? Zhang Xiaohu shook his head. According to Hall Master Yang, the Lingering Fragrance Peak hasn't found the whereabouts of the token either. They've only asked the refining hall to make one, which will be delivered in a few days. Ridiculous. Li Jian scolded. The token they made is only theirs. You can only be the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. If you want to be the chief disciple of the Misty School, you have to find the token first. Alas, Zhang Xiaohu sighed. The Lingering Fragrance cult was surprisingly big. He didn't know if the token had fallen into the hands of the Lingering Fragrance cult, or the Dalan Temple or the Righteous Alliance. How could he find it? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the front mountain of the Shirxin Peak, he didn't go to the pill room at the peak. Instead, he went directly to the small courtyard of the pill room. Zhang Xiaohu said that Dufeng was in seclusion to refine the efficacy of the soothing pulse pill. As the chief disciple, he was in charge of the transaction between the Shirxin Peak and Baiyu Peak. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He estimated that the transaction would be in 2 days. Since he came to the Shirxin Peak, he had never stayed in this small courtyard for a night. However, before he could take a good look at the entire courtyard, he heard another knock on the door. Could it be that junior sister Yi again? Zhang Xiaohua secretly said. But when he went to the courtyard, he scanned with his divine sense. It was actually Du Feng standing in front of the door. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and opened the door. He pretended to be surprised and cupped his hands. So it's senior brother Du, I heard that you were in seclusion to cultivate your internal strength. Did you make any progress? Du Feng smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that I had an epiphany and cultivated for a few days. It's not that I made any progress. Seeing that Du Feng was so humble, Zhang Xiaohua was quite happy. He himself was not a high-profile person. He didn't like to be arrogant. In his heart, he was happy that his soothing pulse pill didn't have a bright pearl. So Zhang Xiaohua asked, I just don't know why senior brother Du is looking for me at this time. What's the matter? Du Feng said curiously, Junior brother Run, your words are strange. Of course, I'm looking for you about the transaction between the pill expanding hall and the Misty Hall. What other business can it be? Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. A few days ago, senior brother Zhang just told me that he would take over the transaction of medicinal herbs and elixirs. Why? Du Feng's face showed an unfathomable expression. Then he smiled bitterly. Senior brother Zhang is right. A few days ago I was in seclusion. That's why I asked him to do this. But now he has something more important to do. So Vice Hall Master Qin dragged me out again. Ha ha ha. Hearing the word dragged, Zhang Xiaohua laughed. So senior brother Du hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Your epiphany is really unusual. You haven't digested it after so many days. Du Feng touched his nose and said, Junior brother Ren is joking. It's just a little epiphany. I've already understood it. I just wanted to be lazy. That's why. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, You don't have to say it. It's not easy for you Misty Hall disciples to be free for half a day. Junior brother Ren is the most considerate. Oh, this is the details of the transaction. Please check it out, Junior brother Ren. As he spoke, Du Feng took out 2 thick booklets from his bosom and handed them over. Zhang Xiaohua took them in confusion and flipped through them. One booklet contained the names of the elixirs, and the other the names and quantities of the medicinal herbs. Needless to say, the booklet of elixirs was provided by the Pill Expanding Hall to the Misty Hall, and the medicinal herbs were provided by the Misty Hall to the Pill Expanding Hall. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand the details of the transaction. Seeing the blank look on Zhang Xiaohua's face, Du Feng went forward and pointed at the 2 booklets and explained the relationship between the 2 items. Zhang Xiaohua immediately sucked in a breath of cold air and blurted out, Why is it so shady? After saying that, he felt a little regretful. He was now a disciple on duty in the Pill Expanding Hall and his words were a little overboard. Sure enough, Du Feng looked at Zhang Xiaohua strangely and said, These are the details of the transaction given by your Pill Expanding Hall. In the past, the conditions were even harsher than these. After my hall master repeatedly resisted, the conditions were lowered and junior brother Ren saw it today. Sigh, the Misty Hall is really pitiful. I had already mentally prepared myself and knew that they would be slaughtered, but I didn't expect them to be slaughtered so ruthlessly. The Pill Expanding Hall actually asked for 10 sets of medicinal herbs for 1 elixir. What is this for? Although the disciples of the Misty Hall are outsiders, they will be a family in the future. There is no need to be so anxious. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought, Du Feng whispered again, Junior brother Ren, don't worry. These details are only on the surface and are for the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak to see. Many of our actual operations are not recorded in these booklets. Oh, Zhang Xiaohua frowned again and lowered her voice. She rubbed her thumb and index finger together and smiled. That is to say, these are not recorded in this booklet? Aha, of course. Du Feng took out a booklet from his chest and handed it over. This is the secret booklet that we actually use for our operations. What? Zhang Xiaohua almost fainted. Who was he trying to fool by making it so complicated? Zhang Xiaohua didn't accept the secret booklet and only pointed at it with a smile. Why is our account so thin? Junior brother Ren, you still don't understand? Of course, what should be recorded in our own accounts should be recorded, and what should not be recorded should not be recorded. We just need to record it secretly. Of course, it can save a lot of paper. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It seemed that there were rules and countermeasures everywhere. Although the Misty Hall had just joined the Lingering Fragrance sect, they were not exempt from the rules. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill in her heart. How could she be in the mood to do such shady business? She didn't even look at the booklet in her hand and handed it over to Du Feng. Senior brother Du, this kind of thing. The Pill Expanding Hall senior brother must have done it before. You also know how they do it. I don't have the patience to do this, so I will have to trouble senior brother Du. Please do it for me. This? Du Feng was a little embarrassed and said, it is not impossible to do it, but this is junior brother Ren's privacy. It is not appropriate for me to overstep. It doesn't matter. Senior brother Du is not an outsider. I trust you to do it. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care at all. She didn't intend to give the elixir to the Pill Expanding Hall. She gave it to Zhang Xiaohu. Her bad reputation in the Shirxin Peak was not only for taking liberties with her junior sister, but also for being greedy. It was not a big deal. Okay. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua trusted him, Du Feng had to nod. Oh, and senior brother Du, if you don't have enough people, you can ask Xiao Binghe, Mu Tangchun, and the others to help. Since I promised them before, let them see if I'm being unfair to the Misty Hall. Du Feng was even more speechless about Zhang Xiaohua's additional request. She had already explained that there were two kinds of accounts. Where was the fairness? After thinking for a moment, he could only say, since junior brother Ren said so, this one will ask them to come and help tomorrow. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. He had a strange feeling in his heart. He didn't know that there were so many tricks involved in the simple transaction between the Pill Repository Hall and the Misty School. He had agreed to let Xiao Binghe and the others supervise from the side. But now it seemed that even if he wanted to treat it fairly, it was impossible. Moreover, to be clear, even if Xiao Binghe was standing on the side and watching this transaction with his own eyes, how would he know the inside story of the other transactions under the table? Fairness and truth were often the patent of those with power and influence. Chapter 8:15. At the top of Shirxin Peak, in the hidden alchemy room, the greenish-yellow earthfire was licking the huge 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. In front of the alchemy furnace, there was an abnormally tall and skinny youth sitting on a dark green praying mat. His eyes were closed and his hands were placed in front of his chest. He was in a strange position and did not move at all. At this moment, a rich medicinal fragrance suddenly floated out from within the alchemy furnace. The youth frowned and did not open his eyes. The fingers on his right hand moved slightly and made a few movements with incomparable dexterity. Immediately after, he hit the alchemy furnace and the rich medicinal fragrance immediately dissipated a little. Following which, the youth's right hand continuously moved as if he was playing a pipa. He continuously hit the alchemy furnace with his hand until the medicinal fragrance could no longer be smelled. Only then did he stop. Then, the youth returned to his previous appearance. After a long while, the youth's body suddenly became blurry as if he was going to hide in the air. However, the youth's forehead was already covered in sweat. Finally, the youth's body suddenly trembled and his clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. Then, he let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. He said to himself dejectedly, "Sigh, why is this flying technique so hard to practice? Just one of the body concealing techniques is already so difficult to understand. Flying in the air is really difficult." Looking at the youth's small eyes, small nose and small forehead, wasn't it Zhang Xiaohua who boasted of her good character? Zhang Xiaohua stood up and released her divine sense. Looking at the elixir liquid in the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace, The corners of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. This is already the last batch of meridian nourishing pills. Now it is the time for the pills to form. In a few days the pills will be formed. I wonder if I can pull out 45 pills from this batch? Or 54? Sigh, no matter how many pills it is, after refining pills for second brother for several months without sleep and rest, it should be more than 1,000 pills. It can be considered as not letting down the Misty School. Presumably, Zhang Xiaohua shrugged her shoulders and made a gesture. She escaped into another alchemy room, and did the same for the bone solidifying pill. Then with a relaxed face, she went straight out of the alchemy room and went to the top of Shirxin Peak. She sat cross-legged on a huge rock and looked at the turbulent clouds in the sea of clouds thoughtfully. At this time it had been more than 3 months since Zhang Xiaohua became the chief disciple of the Misty Hall. It had also been 3 months since Zhang Xiaohua became the disciple on duty of the pill opening hall, and presided over the transaction between the pill opening hall and the Misty Hall. Thinking of the first time she represented the pill opening hall to trade with the Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. Speaking of the transaction between the two halls, it was not as simple as Zhang Xiaohua thought, but it was also not more complicated. Before the transaction, the Misty Hall had already registered the pills they needed, and sent a disciple to send it to the pill opening hall. The pill opening hall also wrote down the herbs they should collect one by one according to the Misty Hall's booklet, and the agreement they had previously drawn up. They also recorded the years and other things and sent it back to the Misty Hall. These 2 booklets were what Zhang Xiaohua saw Dufeng send over on the eve of the transaction. What Zhang Xiaohua needed to do was to count the herbs sent over by the pill opening hall according to the booklet returned by the pill opening hall, and see if the contents were consistent with the booklet. Then, she would send the pills sent by the pill opening hall to the Misty Hall according to the booklet of the Misty Hall, and let Dufeng count them one by one. The 2 of them would then sign on the 2 booklets. Zhang Xiaohua's previous senior brothers were all embarrassed when counting the herbs of the Misty Hall, and wanted to gain more benefits for themselves. In order to fulfill her promise, Zhang Xiaohua let Xiao Binghe and Mu Tangchun take her place to count the herbs of the Misty Hall. Of course, there was no possibility of blackmailing the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohua's action immediately beautified his image of flirting with his junior sister, and the disciples of the Misty Hall looked at him with more kindness. Of course, this was all on the surface. Secretly, Dufeng handed over 30% of the pills traded between the 2 halls to Zhang Xiaohua, as a benefit for Zhang Xiaohua to be stationed at the first Faith Peak. If it was the previous senior brother, he would have been grinning from ear to ear and would have been thinking about how to return to the White Mountain Peak and who to give the pills to in order to seek his future. But Zhang Xiaohua accepted it calmly, and gave it to Zhang Xiaohu without any change in her expression. These pills were many times worse than the ones refined by Zhang Xiaohua. If it was the herbs, he could still swallow his saliva to express his feelings. But these pills were just pleasing to the eye but useless. They were even worse than copper coins. He couldn't even feel good about it. But these pills that could not be seen in Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were put to great use in the hands of Zhang Xiaohu. At first Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu discussed, and decided to return to the Misty Hall. But now Zhang Xiaohu happened to be the special envoy of the Misty Hall, and was dealing with the poor Li Jian and Lu Qingyang. Although the Misty Hall had gradually begun to accept the aid of the Misty Hall, the lingering fragrance peak still had some scruples and did not agree to all requests. These pills and other things were also scarce in the Misty Hall, so of course, they would not freely provide them to the Misty Hall. So Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua discussed and decided that it was better to curry favor with their martial ancestor. So Zhang Xiaohu sent the pills to the Misty Hall in batches. Li Jian was naturally ecstatic when he saw this. When he heard that these pills were Zhang Xiaohu's private pills and not the aid of the Misty Hall, he was even more delighted. The consciousness of a direct disciple is really not ordinary. Even in a dye vat like the lingering fragrance cult, you are still untainted. Zhang Xiaohu's face flushed red. Speaking of the Misty Hall, ever since Zhang Xiaohua had personally treated Li Jian and Lu Qingyang, Zhang Xiaohua had hardly done anything. She had only focused on refining the Meridian's nourishing pill and bone solidifying pill. She had also given the refined pills, along with the Crimson Flame pill and small bone solidifying pill to Zhang Xiaohu so that he could treat the disciples of the Misty Hall who had lost their martial arts. 3 months was not a short period of time, But Zhang Xiaohua needed time to refine the pills. Secondly, Zhang Xiaohu did not dare to show off too much. Using the excuse that his energy was limited, he only treated a few people every day. Moreover, it was intermittent and did not last long. Even so, the first few who were treated were Li Jian, Zhou Mufeng and a few other disciples whose dantians were broken. They had already repaired their dantians and had begun to quietly cultivate their internal strength again. Shernyo, Lu Qingyang and other disciples who practiced the outer sex cultivation method. Although the effect was not as obvious as theirs, they could already walk slowly. As long as they had enough time, they could walk freely. Practicing the outer sex cultivation method again was no longer a dream. Because of this relationship, Li Jian, Lu Qingyang, and all the disciples of the ethereal sect in the ethereal mountain villa had high regard for Zhang Xiaohu. Even if they didn't say it out loud due to seniority and confidentiality reasons, their respect for Zhang Xiaohu could be seen from the respect they showed when they met him. Looking at this scene, Zhang Xiaohua was very satisfied. Wasn't this the reason why he refined so many immortal pills? Needless to say, when Wenhai, Xueqing, Lu Yueming, and He Tianshu, their dantians were not broken by a peerless expert like the consecrator of the lingering fragrance peak. Moreover, it was Zhang Xiaohua who did his best to repair them. They had long recovered their martial arts. Moreover, their meridians and dantians had become tougher and wider under the refinement of Zhang Xiaohua's zhenqi. Their prospects for cultivation were really bright. Moreover, these experts had gone through the process of breaking and then re-establishing themselves. In addition, under the tempering of the Heart Sutra for several years, although it was only 1 to 2 months, their internal strength realm had risen again and again under the silent cultivation. It was actually comparable to a year of hard work in the past. This made these people feel extremely grateful towards Zhang Xiaohu. They secretly thought that they were lucky to have accepted this overage disciple at the Misty Hall that day. They were also grateful to O Yan, who had recommended Zhang Xiaohu to enter the Misty Hall. Speaking of O Yan, her situation had also taken a turn for the better. Since Zhang Xiaohua had extracted the dark little bug from her Naiwen Gong, she had never suffered from the same illness again. Zhang Xiaohua was first afraid that the experts from the lingering fragrance peak would come over to make a move, so she carefully monitored her for a while. However, she did not see any abnormalities. Presumably, the experts had failed the first time, so they would not bother to make a move a second time. It was just that Zhang Xiaohua could not guess why the expert of lingering fragrance peak wanted to make a move on O Yan, who had no strength to truss up a chicken. Using this strange little bug instead of killing it with a single palm strike was not something that Zhang Xiaohua could guess. In short, the Misty Hall on the Shishing Peak had changed since Zhang Xiaohua came. Although this change was not obvious on the surface, it was earth-shaking in secret. Oh, speaking of the surface, the 2 meridian nourishing pills that Zhang Xiaohua had secretly given out also created the 2 disciples of the Misty Hall, who were currently in the limelight, Du Feng and Ding Chao. These 2 Misty Hall disciples, after going through closed-door cultivation, their internal strength had increased tremendously. They had long surpassed the dead Zhao Jian, and their strength was catching up with Wenhai and the others in the past. Of the 3 talents of the Misty Hall, the 2 talents were of course Du Feng and Ding Chao. However, there was still one more talent that was not suitable. Many disciples also thought highly of Zhang Xiaohu. However, Zhang Xiaohu's identity was different from theirs. He had been the chief disciple for 3 months and the plenipotentiary of the Misty Hall. He had already been pushed to the position below the 3 hall masters. With such an identity, it was somewhat inappropriate to compete with the other disciples for the title of 3 talents. In addition, the 3 talents of the Misty Hall focused on martial arts. Although Zhang Xiaohu's identity was high, his martial arts were still ordinary. Apart from Zhang Xiaohua, who knew about her second brother's background, who else would know? Therefore, the other talent could not be associated with Zhang Xiaohu. When it came to martial arts, one had to mention Chang'e and Chan Chan. Chang'e was originally an outstanding disciple of the Mingsui Hall, who was second only to Xia Zai. After taking the meridian nourishing pill and without the setback of Zhang Xiaohu, she had slowly refined the pill's efficacy in these few months. The growth of her internal strength was so great that even Du Feng and Ding Chao could not compare to it. Her martial arts had long surpassed Xia Zai's in the past, and was catching up with the current Aunt Qin. As for Chan Chan, her foundation was worse than Chang'e's and her progress was also not as good as Chang'e's. Although her martial arts had surpassed Xia Zai's, she was still inferior to Du Feng and Ding Chao. However, the martial arts of the two of them were the best among all the female disciples. Chapter 8:16. In the span of 3 months, all the people related to Zhang Xiaohua on the Shixin Peak had obtained unprecedented opportunities. They were all undergoing or would definitely undergo shocking changes in the future. What about Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the top of the Shixin Peak and greedily looking at the sea of clouds? Speaking of which, Zhang Xiaohua had to admit that this guy was really tired. In these 3 months, he only concentrated on refining elixirs for the disciples of the Misty Mountain Villa. After refining dozens of cauldrons of meridian-soothing pills and bone-solidifying pills, he had become extremely proficient in the technique of refining elixirs and the control of true qi. His level of refining elixirs had also steadily increased. From the previous batch of 27 elixirs, it gradually increased to 36, 45, and even occasionally 54. This was not just a little bit better than the previous batch of 9 elixirs he could only refine previously. Just from the reduced cost alone, Zhang Xiaohua was full of joy. When Zhang Xiaohua was not refining elixirs, he would sit in front of the cauldron and comprehend the talismans. The rabbit talisman that he had comprehended at the beginning was finally comprehended by him to the last 9. It was not a small improvement. As for the flying technique that he obtained from the ethereal mountain, because Zhang Xiaohua had already practiced the imperial wind technique in the orchid evening refining, he could not help but begin to cultivate the flying technique that he had longed for a long time. However, this flying technique was not comparable to the imperial wind technique and the levitation technique. It was an authentic flying technique of the immortal Tao. How could it be cultivated by a kid who had just reached the middle stage of qi refining? After more than 10 times of comprehension, he actually could not comprehend even a little bit. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua saw a concealment technique used in flying in the appendix of the flying technique. Zhang Xiaohua could understand this concealment technique, which slightly comforted Zhang Xiaohua's battered heart. Cultivators of the immortal Tao flew in the air. Some were like meteors streaking across the sky, some were like floating leaves, some were like leisurely strolling in the courtyard, and some did not want others to see their whereabouts. It was as if they were hiding in the air and flying quickly. This concealment technique was precisely the method to cultivate this kind of flight. However, even if it was an auxiliary Dharma spell for the flying spell, Zhang Xiaohua still did not succeed after practicing it for a long time. Thus, in her frustration, she went to the top of the mountain and looked at the tumbling sea of clouds. However, in her heart she was thinking about her own way of karma. The way of karma was the ultimate truth of heaven and earth under the way of heaven. As early as Zhang Xiaohua came back from the Valley Orchid Evening Refinement, he had comprehended it on Tianmu Peak. 3 months ago, he had comprehended the vague outline of it on Shixin Peak. During these 3 months, whenever Zhang Xiaohua had free time, he would comprehend the way of karma, which actually allowed him to touch the details. While Zhang Xiaohua was comprehending the way of karma, she suddenly felt something. She immediately made an incantation and went straight to the small courtyard of the Pill Expansion Hall. When she returned to the small courtyard and released her divine sense, she saw Du Feng standing in front of the door and knocking again. This was the result of Zhang Xiaohua's comprehension of the way of karma. Although Zhang Xiaohua could vaguely feel that there would be something there, she did not know the specific location and what it would be. Of course, the only place in Shixin Peak that could find him was the small courtyard of the Pill Expansion Hall. How could there be any other place? This was also the reason why she came directly. This kind of person who could clearly sense the location of the way of karma was someone that Zhang Xiaohua had to look up to. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the door with a smile and asked, "Senior brother Du, what wind blew you here again? Is it time for our two families to trade again?" Du Feng smiled and shook his head. "Junior brother Ren is joking. How can it be so fast? My Shixin Peak's medicinal herbs are not ripe yet. What can I use to trade with you?" Then he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ren, you seem to be quite free recently. Are you tired of Shixin Peak?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Senior brother Du, what do you mean?" Du Feng touched his nose and said, "I remember when junior brother Ren first came to Shixin Peak, I knocked on the door 10 times. It was not easy for junior brother Ren to be there once. Now I knocked on the door 10 times and junior brother Ren was there all 10 times. He just stayed in the small courtyard and did not go anywhere. If he was not tired of Shishine Peak, what else could it be? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Senior brother Du has a keen eye. You're right. I don't have anywhere to go. Well, that's right. I have an interesting matter here, and I want to invite junior brother Ren to participate. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Du Feng was being mysterious and asked curiously, Senior brother Du, don't scare me. What interesting matter can there be in Shishine Peak? Hearing this, Du Feng took out an invitation card and handed it over. When my Misty School was in Misty Peak, there was a martial arts exhibition every year. Now that we are at Shishine Peak, this tradition has not been forgotten. There is a martial arts exhibition every year, and it will be held in a few days this year. This is the invitation card. Martial arts exhibition? Hearing these words, Zhang Xiaohua's face became very interesting. Speaking of other things in Misty School Zhang Xiaohua might not know or have forgotten, but there were two things that he would never forget. One was the library of Misty School. It was in the library that he accidentally took a book of Carefree Heart Sutra. That was why he had the opportunity to walk on the way of immortality and embark on a cultivation path that was completely different from Zhang Xiaohu's. If there was no library, Zhang Xiaohua estimated that, at this time, he would still be in Huanxi Mountain Villa under the control of the Righteous Alliance and be humiliated by Brother Ma. The other thing was the martial arts exhibition. It was the martial arts exhibition that allowed Zhang Xiaohua to show his talent and officially start his journey in Jianghu. The martial arts exhibition of Misty School was also the first time that Zhang Xiaohua seriously compared notes with others. He relied on his own martial arts and stumbled his way into the final battle of the Second Order of the Cloth Clothes. He even won against the genius disciple of the Dalan Temple, who came from afar to challenge him in the arena. Therefore, when he heard Du Feng talk about the martial arts exhibition, how could he not be moved? He even thought of Mu Tangchun, who ran around in the elixir trade. He was Zhang Xiaohua's strong opponent in the martial arts exhibition that day. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was in a daze, Du Feng whispered, Junior brother Ren, Junior brother Ren? Why, have you heard of the martial arts exhibition of Misty Hall? Oh, Zhang Xiaohua came back to his senses and said, that's right. When we were in the Yulong Grand Canyon, we were surrounded by terrifying dangers. In order to make us feel at ease, Senior Brother Zhang told us a lot of interesting stories about his time in the ethereal sect. Among them were the scenes of the martial arts exhibition when you were in the ethereal peak. Alas, Du Feng sighed and said, times have changed. The martial arts exhibition of today is different from the past. Really? Zhang Xiaohua was also surprised. He looked around and asked, what's different about it? If it's convenient for Senior Brother Du, you can tell me about it. I'm very curious. What's inconvenient about it? Du Feng sneered, it's just the truth. You'll know in a few days when you participate. Then he licked his lips and said, during this time, I see that Junior Brother Ren is also a sentimental person. He doesn't discriminate against the disciples of Misty Hall because we are outsiders. There's no harm in talking to you. Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, Senior Brother Du's way of thinking is very useful to me. You really think too highly of me. Du Feng didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's modesty and said, since the disciples of Misty School came to the incense cult, all the martial uncles who had their cultivation broken were placed in the Misty Mountain Villa in the front mountain. They are all brocade disciples. Oh, Junior Brother Ren, did Senior Brother Zhang mention the difference between brocade disciples and common disciples before? Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, I know a little about it, haha. The martial uncles are not in the Misty Hall, and the original disciples of the Young Eagle Hall have all grown up in the past few years. There are no young disciples to fill in. Therefore, there are no disciples participating in the brocade gown competition, and the first to third level of the commoner gown competition. Moreover, the female disciples of the Mingsue Hall did not compete with us in the past. But when they arrived at the Shishine Peak, they also competed with us male disciples. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head and said in his heart, you have less disciples. Of course the rules have to be changed. What's there to be angry about? The most unaccustomed thing is that under the interference of Deputy Hall Chief Zhong, the previous individual competition was cancelled. All the disciples actually competed together, and the top 6 were decided in the end. He also said that the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak competed like this. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said puzzledly, "Senior brother Du, I don't think it's a big deal." Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish asking, Du Feng said bitterly, "Junior brother Ren didn't participate, you don't know, because the senior sisters of Mingsui Hall are very skilled in martial arts. Even if we male disciples practice hard, the top 6 in every competition are mostly female disciples. Only Zhao Jian can find a place among them. I'm ashamed to say that it was only last year that senior brother Ding, and I got the last place among the 6. Ha ha ha." Zhang Xiaohua heard this and finally understood Du Feng's meaning. She had been laughing so hard in her heart that her stomach hurt. She held back her laughter and said, "The famous 3 beauties of Misty Hall should have been called last year, right?" Du Feng also laughed. "It has been called for a long time, but it was only last year that it started to live up to its name." Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and asked, "Then in this year's martial arts exhibition, senior brother Du, are you confident?" Hee. Du Feng had a mysterious look on his face as he shook his head slightly. "This has to be kept a secret. However, I can let junior brother Ren know that the top 6 positions shouldn't be too big of a problem. Of course, Zhao Jian is dead, Xia Zai is disabled, and you also got the Meridian Nourishing Pill. I think you must be aiming for the first place." Seeing that Du Feng was tight-lipped, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but complain slightly. However, Chang'e and Chan Chan should be strong opponents, and Ding Chao may not be worse than Du Feng. Alas, it's a pity that the internal force in second brother's Dantian is still too short and has not become a big deal. Otherwise, Du Feng's chin would be broken. Later, when Zhang Xiaohua was about to tease Du Feng, she suddenly heard a loud and clear sound from Shixin Peak, and then a big signal rushed into the air. Chapter 8:17. The signal of an inner disciple? Du Feng heard the sound and immediately turned his head, asking curiously, "Why? Are the inner disciples also interested in the martial arts exhibition of the Misty Hall?" Zhang Xiaohua joked. "Who knows?" Du Feng handed the invitation to Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "I'm going to welcome the guests. Junior brother Ren, please come and watch the martial arts exhibition." Of course. Zhang Xiaohua took it with a smile and cupped her hands in thanks. "I've long wanted to see the Misty Hall's disciples. It's a good opportunity. How can I not go?" Ha ha ha. Du Feng thought of the disciples that Zhang Xiaohua had taught a lesson when she first came to Shixin Peak and laughed. "I'm afraid there will be a few disciples asking for advice from you." Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said fearlessly, "It's best if there are a few female disciples. Let me have a taste of bullying a woman." Du Feng curled his lips and looked at the signal in the air. He cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Ren, you'd better stay here and think about how to deal with the female disciples. I'll take my leave." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and waited for Du Feng to go far before returning to the courtyard. If it was a normal day, Zhang Xiaohua would continue to return to the elixir room after making an incantation. But today she didn't know why she was a little worried. She felt that there seemed to be some unfinished business in this small courtyard, so Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry to go back. First, she walked around the small courtyard to see if there was something she had forgotten. But everything was as usual after she walked around. Only Huan Huan ran to Zhang Xiaohua with hidden bitterness and licked her palm, expressing its feelings that Zhang Xiaohua was often not around. What's going on?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. "Could it be that I've comprehended the way of karma so much that I've become crazy?" Fortunately, the elixirs in the elixir room had just started to form, so there was no need to rush back. Zhang Xiaohua patted Huan Huan's protruding horn and took out the futon. She sat on the ground and started to comprehend the talismans again. The last 9 talismans of the rabbit talisman were very magical. Zhang Xiaohua had comprehended the dozens of talismans in one go like a hot knife through butter. But she stopped here, which aroused Zhang Xiaohua's competitive spirit. She wanted to concentrate on comprehending them thoroughly. The last 9 small talismans of the rabbit talisman were not gathered together, but scattered from the beginning to the end. Zhang Xiaohua had only randomly picked up a talisman to comprehend at first. At this moment, looking at the rabbit talisman that was slowly rotating in her mud pill palace, her heart skipped a beat. Since this talisman was in the shape of a rabbit and not the shapeless array that she had encountered before, the 365 talismans must be different from each other. Yes, that is to say, among the 365 talismans that made up the rabbit talisman, 356 of them could be comprehended at any time. Oh, that's not right. It seemed that when she first started to comprehend, Zhang Xiaohua could not comprehend some of the talismans. Later on, she found other talismans and began to comprehend them. Then, one by one, she gradually comprehended 356 talismans. But, which talisman was the first one that she comprehended? Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. She did not think that there were steps to comprehend these talismans, so she did not deliberately memorize them. Now that she thought about it again, how could she have the slightest clue? Sigh, without anyone to guide me, the path of immortal Tao is really difficult. Zhang Xiaohua once again began to sigh with regret about the difficulty of cultivating alone. Perhaps the steps to comprehend this rabbit talisman are the same as the steps that an ordinary person takes to kill a rabbit. It's also unknown. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the rabbit talisman's throat maliciously. Luckily, she had just started to comprehend the rooster talisman, and the three-legged golden crow talisman had not even started yet. Zhang Xiaohua still had enough time to test her own gains. If I can find the steps to comprehend, then I won't have to blindly fumble about, and the speed of comprehension will probably be faster. Sigh, just the rabbit talisman alone took so much time, and I have just started on the rooster talisman, and the three-legged golden crow talisman is even more unclear. If I want to completely comprehend the 365 talismans on the essence of elixir, then, how long will it take? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel a little vexed. Sigh, really everyone, I don't even know how to scold this guy. The golden restriction on the essence of elixir is an innate divine restriction. Normally, ordinary cultivators of the immortal Tao would not even be able to see a single talisman. This guy is lucky enough to have a glimpse of this divine ability. If he can properly comprehend it, perhaps he can even walk out of the great Tao of talisman puppet immortal cultivation. This guy, instead of properly comprehending it, is actually blaming the heavens and blaming others, and is thinking about when he can fully comprehend it. He really doesn't know the severity of things. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua had been resentful for a long time, but she also knew that diligent comprehension was the most fundamental principle. Just as she was about to immerse her divine sense into the talisman, she heard the wooden door of the small courtyard shake like a mountain. Who is so daring? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Pill Expansion Hall? Zhang Xiaohua heard and was actually enraged, shouting loudly, "Junior brother Ren, it's me, quickly open the door." Eh? Why is it that guy Dufeng again? Isn't he the inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak? Why did he run over here to pass the time? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes rolled and she said without any malice, could it be that he was chased back by someone? Seeing that Dufeng was calling her urgently, Zhang Xiaohua slipped away and jogged to the door, smiling as she looked at the door and said, "Senior brother Du, is the mountain path to receive the inner disciples already full? You can't find an empty spot?" Who knew that when the door opened, Dufeng stretched out his hand and pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve and said, "Junior brother Ren, quickly, come with me?" Zhang Xiaohua very naturally pulled back and said, "What?" Dufeng stomped his foot and said, "The inner disciple of the lingering fragrance peak wants to see you? Me?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She had never thought that this inner disciple was looking for her. Moreover, didn't she have the sudden inspiration? This time, why didn't she come? Why is she looking for me? Zhang Xiaohua spat out again. How would I know? Dufeng said angrily, but it seems to be a good thing. I don't see any law enforcement disciples following you. Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and looked at Dufeng very disinterestedly. Brother, although we are familiar with each other, you can't slander my reputation at will. In these months, Dufeng had spent a lot of time with Zhang Xiaohua, and knew that she was very close to the disciples of the Ethereal Hall. Even the transactions between the Pill Expanding Hall and the Ethereal Hall were biased towards the Ethereal Hall. Even if he didn't know the reason, it was enough for him to treat Zhang Xiaohua as a friend. Dufeng patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder. You see, I hurriedly came to congratulate you, but I was beaten by you. Hee, you said you came to congratulate me, then tell me where the congratulation came from? Du Feng scratched his head. If you didn't go personally, who would know about the order of the lingering fragrance peak? Oh, I only know that senior brother Ding, who came out with me, has gone to the ethereal villa to call senior brother Zhang. Senior brother Zhang? Zhang Xiaohu? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Yes, it's senior brother Zhang Xiaohu. He has been staying in the ethereal villa during this period. The messenger of the lingering fragrance peak wants to find him, so of course, he has to go there to call him back. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought about it. Her first reaction was, could it be that the news was leaked and let the disciples of the lingering fragrance peak know that Zhang Xiaohu and I are blood-related brothers? But then she denied it. Those who know about our relationship are Chang'e and Chan, Oyen and Qiutong, and Elder Yu and He Tianshu, but they are far away from the lingering fragrance peak. How could it be leaked? Or the disciples of the ethereal villa, whom second brother rescued, leaked the news? Send someone to catch second brother? But, if this is the case, there are either some law enforcement disciples or why do they call me over? Du Feng next to her was a little anxious. He was a disciple of the ethereal hall. Although he seemed to be very respectful to the disciples of the lingering fragrance peak, there was a sense of dissatisfaction in his heart. It was uncertain whether he would obey in public but oppose in private. However, in his eyes, Zhang Xiaohua was a disciple of the Tuoden Hall. If he was disrespectful to the disciples of the lingering fragrance peak, there would be enough suffering waiting for him. Du Feng could not help but pull Zhang Xiaohua's sleeves again and said, Junior brother Ren, even if you are in a daze, it's not too late to be in a daze in the ethereal hall. It's not a good thing for you to make the messenger of the lingering fragrance peak wait anxiously. Seeing Du Feng's enthusiasm, Zhang Xiaohua could only follow him. As she walked, she muttered, let's act according to the circumstances. If there's anything wrong, we will immediately escape. And let's stay closer to second brother. At most, we will escape to the pill room at the top of the mountain. Let's see who can find us then. Not to mention that Zhang Xiaohua was being overly suspicious here. Even ethereal village Zhang Xiaohu saw that Ding Chao had called him. His heart skipped a beat and he looked at Li Jian nervously. Li Jian's dantian was still intact. The internal energy of the broken dantian was even purer. In order to not give himself away, Li Jian deliberately slowed down the improvement of his internal energy and cultivated it to be more vigorous and solid. At this moment, seeing Zhang Xiaohu's somewhat inquiring gaze, Li Jian frowned. After thinking for a while he said, Xiaohu, you should go. Our ethereal villa is made up of loyal disciples of the original Misty School. We will never forget your kindness. If there is something strange with lingering fragrance peak, even if we have to risk our lives, we will. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly waved his hand. Not caring that it was inappropriate to interrupt Li Jian's words, he said, Martial ancestor Li is too polite. This disciple has only fulfilled the obligations of a direct disciple. You don't have to worry about it. I already understand your meaning. Perhaps the messenger of lingering fragrance peak has other matters. This disciple will know when he returns to take a look. Ding Chao did not come to ethereal villa often. A few years ago, he came occasionally and received a cold face from Li Jian. Now that he saw that Zhang Xiaohu had such a position in Li Jian's mouth, his heart was somewhat cold but also somewhat proud. Needless to say, Ding Chao knew that even if his martial arts were superior and steadily surpassed Zhang Xiaohu, it was impossible for him to surpass Zhang Xiaohu's position in Ethereal Hall. As for his pride, of course it was because even if Zhang Xiaohu had a better future than him, but so what? In Jianghu, strength was everything. If your martial arts were inferior to mine, then you would definitely be suppressed by me. Zhang Xiaohu did not know that Ding Chao, who was beside him, had so many thoughts in an instant. He only gave Li Jian a few words of advice before following Ding Chao back to Ethereal Hall. He wanted to see what the purpose of lingering fragrance peak was. Chapter 8:18. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the Misty Hall, there were already many people waiting inside. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw Yang Ruping, Gao Kunheng, and Aunt Qin sitting on the chairs on the left and right respectively. There were also several disciples standing behind them. Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with Chang'e and Chan standing behind Aunt Qin. Looking up, There was a masked female disciple sitting where Yang Ruping usually sat. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't tell if she was one of the people she had seen before. However, just by looking at her figure, Zhang Xiaohua knew that she was definitely not Chun Chun of the Lingxiang Peak. Before Zhang Xiaohua could look behind the messenger, she felt a pair of eyes staring at her. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She raised her eyes and met that gaze. When that gaze met Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it seemed to be shy and immediately shrank back. When Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly, she felt a big stone falling to the ground. She immediately knew why the messenger of the Lingxiang Peak had called her here. Behind the messenger, there was a woman in white clothes. Her snow-white face was already flushed. Wasn't she the inner alchemy disciple Zhang Xiaohua had saved 3 times in the Yulong Grand Canyon, Zhang Pinger? Needless to say, it was Zhang Pinger who had come to find her. She just didn't know why she had invited the inner disciple of the Lingxiang Peak to be her messenger. Zhang Xiaohua had always remembered the kindness she had shown others very clearly. She had always casually forgotten the help she had given to others. This was also the case for saving Zhang Pinger 3 times. When she had just left the Yulon Grand Canyon and met senior brother Liu, her heart had been moved. However, when she saw that senior brother Liu and the others didn't say anything, her thoughts faded. She had been in the Shixin Peak for several months and had long forgotten about it. If Zhang Pinger hadn't appeared here, he probably wouldn't have remembered her. This Zhang Pinger is quite interesting. It's been several months and she only remembered to thank me. Oh, I understand. She is injured and has been recuperating. Just as he was thinking, he heard Aunt Qin say, Envoy Mu, this is Ren Xiaoyao, the disciple on duty at the Pill Repository Hall. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Disciple of the Pill Expansion Hall, Ren Xiaoyao greets Envoy Mu. Alright, I got it. Stand aside. Envoy Mu's voice was very cold and indifferent, as if he didn't like to see people. He was definitely not one of the inner disciples that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua also responded and stood obediently in the hall. Since he knew that the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak had called him here to commend him and to express Zhang Pinger's gratitude, then his second brother would definitely not be in any danger. The worst-case scenario that he had previously prepared for was also unnecessary. Heh, this reality was simply better than his best-case scenario. After standing for a short while, Zhang Xiaohu also hurried over. When he entered and saw Zhang Xiaohua standing in the hall, his heart thumped. Instantly, his mood was as complicated as Zhang Xiaohua's earlier and his footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua naturally knew his second brother's thoughts. She immediately cupped her hands and smiled. Greetings, senior brother Zhang. Long time no see. Due to the presence of the inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua's actions seemed rather reckless and inappropriate. However, he was standing in the hall and was on the path that Zhang Xiaohu had walked past. Casually giving a polite greeting was acceptable. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he also smiled and said, Greetings, junior brother Run. Then without saying anything more, he walked straight to the front of the hall. When Yang Ruping saw this, she smiled and said to Envoy Mu, This is my Misty Hall's chief disciple, Zhang Xiaohu. He was just at the foot of the mountain settling down the original Misty School's disciples who had their martial arts crippled. Please forgive him for being late. Zhang Xiaohu also immediately greeted. Envoy Mu waved his hand and said, No need. In the future, we will be considered as fellow disciples. You don't have to be so polite. These words were very strange. Not only was Yang Ruping stunned, even Zhang Xiaohu, who was greeting secretly, frowned. The inner disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak are all proud and aloof. They treat the ordinary disciples of Lingering Fragrance cult as grass. Even the hall masters of the various halls do not pay any attention to them. When did the chief disciple of Misty Hall become her fellow disciple? But how could Yang Ruping ask in detail? She just smiled and said, Thank you, Envoy Mu. Before she finished speaking, Envoy Mu immediately waved his hand and stood up, saying, Since Zhang Xiaohu and Ren Xiaoyao are already here, then I will pass on the order of His Excellency. Chun Chun, who was gossipy, could not compare with him. While speaking, Envoy Mu took out a token from his arms and raised it over his head, saying, Pass on the order of His Excellency. The disciple of Misty Hall, Zhang Xiaohu, has excellent talent and is a promising talent. In view of the fact that his original master's martial arts had been crippled and could not teach him martial arts, Jingxian of Lingering Fragrance Peak hereby accepts him as a registered disciple. In the future, if Zhang Xiaohu has any doubts about his martial arts, he can go to Lingering Fragrance Peak and ask the disciples on duty to solve his doubts. As soon as Envoy Mu's voice fell, everyone in the hall was shocked by the order of His Excellency. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. This His Excellency is really interesting. He bestowed the Yuhuan Heart Sutra and the Yuhuan Pill, but he was still not at ease and wanted to rope in second brother further. He actually found an inner disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak to be second brother's master. It's fine to be a master, but it's still a registered disciple. Is it so difficult to be an inner disciple? It's fine if it's just a registered disciple. Why does it have to be the disciple on duty to solve his doubts instead of the inner disciple called Jingxian? Is this the difference between an inner disciple and a registered disciple? When has His Excellency been so stingy? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was snickering, he suddenly moved again. Jingxian? Could it be the Shirtai who saved me by the river? That dream. Is it also at Lingering Fragrance Peak? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly became excited. His heart that had been tempered by the way of immortality could not help but tremble. There were even some goosebumps appearing on his arms. Dream. You are actually spreading the incense cult. I can finally see you. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was so excited that his whole body turned cold, he heard Yang Ruping say in shock, Envoy Mu. Could it be that you remembered wrongly? This martial Aunt Jingxian. Didn't she already pass away a few years ago? How could she accept Zhang Xiaohu as a registered disciple? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think about Zhang Xiaohu's matter. Once he heard this, his heart turned cold by more than half. Jingxian has already passed away? Then isn't this Jingxian by Jingxian? Yes, Shirtai's martial arts is so high, how could she suddenly pass away? There are many people with the same name in this world. Not to mention others, just this Misty School's Chan Chan and by Jingxian Peak's Chan Chan are two completely different people. Siming, where are you? Will I still be able to see you? Envoy Mu's tone was still cold. Master Yang, pay attention to your tone. Before I came, I was also quite surprised, but I firmly believe that the sect leader's decree can't be wrong. Master Yang, you can carefully read the sect leader's decree. Maybe you can know something. Yang Ruping was tongue-tied and did not know what to say. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohu took a step forward and said loudly, reporting to Envoy Mu, this disciple is the direct disciple of the Misty sect. Although the master who taught me martial arts has been crippled, he has no difficulty in teaching this disciple martial arts. This disciple does not wish to seek help from another master. This is the order of the sect leader still. Speaking of this, Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, Envoy Mu, please go back and report to the sect leader, and ask the sect leader to withdraw his decree. These words were even more shocking than what Envoy Mu had just said. Shua. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohu. Envoy Mu's tone did not change. He said coldly, Zhang Xiaohu, are you questioning the sect leader's decree? Zhang Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, please reconsider. Do you know the second rule of Chuanxiang cult? Tell me. Zhang Xiaohu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He whispered, the second rule of Chuanxiang cult is that only fools can question and not follow the sect leader's decree. But those who can question and not follow the sect leader's decree are not fools. Zhang Xiaohua, who was still thinking about the dream, heard the second rule of Chuanxiang cult. She felt that it was absurd. Of course, when Chanchen of Lingxiang Peak came to the Misty Hall to pass down the decree of the leader and punish Zhao Jian, Zhang Xiaohua had already seen the third rule of the fragrant cult. Disciples who kill each other shall be killed without mercy. This rule was considered normal, but Zhang Xiaohua felt that this rule should be placed first. When he heard the first rule of the fragrant cult, Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This was an extremely common act of betrayal. But in Chuanxiang cult it was the first rule of Chuanxiang cult. It was really incomprehensible. At that time Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to know what the second rule was. But at that time, she had to treat her second brother's injury and had forgotten about it. But today, she could actually hear the second rule of Chuanxiang cult. She was really lucky. And the contents of it. Alas, how should she say it? As long as one was not a fool, one would know that only fools can question and not follow the sect leader's decree, and those who can question and not follow the sect leader's decree are not fools. These two sentences were contradictory. It was impossible for them to exist at the same time. In other words, as long as it was the decree of the sect leader, all the disciples of Chuanxiang cult must follow and follow it. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohu did not speak, Messenger Mu said, Zhang Xiaohu, the so-called Misty School, the so-called Misty Hall, is just a thought of by the sect leader. Your so-called Misty School, the chief disciple of the Misty Hall, what does it have to do with being a registered disciple of martial ant Jing Xian? Your martial arts is now the plain world heart technique. Can your original master guide you? Only by obtaining the guidance of the Lost Fragrance's peak guardian disciple can you cultivate the primal expanse heart technique to great success. Then he said coldly, I don't want you to do anything irrational on account of the fact that you're about to become a registered inner disciple. That's why I'm reminding you. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Chapter 8:19. Sai Zhang Xiaohu's heart was incomparably vexed. If I had known that accepting the Su Huan mantra would bring me such trouble, why would I accept it? Greed for small gains will lead to big losses. The words of the ancients are indeed true. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohu accepted the Su Huan mantra and the Su Huan pill, he thought that his dantian was already broken and that he was already a cripple. Whether he accepted the Su Huan mantra and the Su Huan pill or not, it was the same. He was greedy for small gains and wanted to give it to Chang'e if he couldn't cultivate it. But later he found that he could cultivate it and took advantage of the situation to follow Lingxiang Peak and cultivate both the Su Huan mantra and the Misty Divine Art. But he never thought that for this Su Huan mantra, he would lose his identity as a direct disciple of the Misty School. Although Envoy Mu made it sound easy and said that he was only a registered disciple of Jingxian and didn't need to be personally taught by others in the underworld and could only be taught by the disciples on duty, but in this way, he was after all the disciple of one of the elders of the Lingxiang Peak and would be estranged from his identity as a Misty School disciple. In the future, if something happened that was out of his control, it would be something he didn't want to see. But in this cult of fragrance, the second rule clearly stated that only a fool could not follow the orders of the cult leader. Was he a fool? Definitely not. Needless to say, he had to follow the cult leader's orders. Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth but couldn't say anything. Envoy Mu saw this and took out a token from his bosom and handed it to Yang Ruping. This is the token of a registered disciple of the inner sect. I ask Hall Master Yang to keep it for me. The cult leader said that this matter can be considered by Zhang Xiaohu, at most 10 days. If Zhang Xiaohu doesn't accept the cult leader's orders, I ask Hall Master Yang to return this token to the Lingxiang Peak. Zhang Xiaohua secretly marveled. This cult leader doesn't seem to be a difficult person to talk to. If what she said was true, that she could not guide second brother in his martial arts for the sake of Hero One, then second brother would become a so-called disciple in name only to make it easier for the inner sanctum disciples to guide him in his martial arts. It was not a big deal. Besides, now that the Misty School was located at Shixin Peak, it was already a Misty School. Second brother's identity as a direct disciple of the Misty School was really meaningless. Even if Li Jian and the others from the Misty Mountain Villa recovered their martial arts, would they still be able to set off a wave in the aroma cult? Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader. I will definitely give you a clear answer before the time limit." Yes, junior martial brother Zhang, please reconsider. Don't let down the sect leader's good intentions. Although Emissary Mu expressed his concern, how could there be any trace of concern in his words? Take a seat. Emissary Mu waved his hand and said, Pill Expanding Hall's Grass Division's disciple, Ren Xiaoyao, please come forward. Zhang Xiaohua laughed in his heart. It's this Xiaoxia's turn. I wonder what kind of gift Zhang Pinger gave me as a thank you gift. Don't tell me it's an entire bottle of Yuandan pill. Or maybe it's an outer disciple slot. However, I have already met second brother. He is very comfortable here at Shixin Peak. Why should I go to Wuming Hall? However, I don't think it's an outer disciple slot. That day, Lu Lihong obtained a few hundred-years-old ginseng and saved the life of an inner sanctum elder. That was why he was given an outer disciple slot. I only saved Zhang Pinger and gave her a stalk of origin-returning grass. It can be considered as saving the life of an inner sanctum alchemist. Oh, could it be some kind of cultivation method? If it's just that, why don't you give it to second brother? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua walked forward and cupped his hands. Pill Expanding Hall's disciple, Ren Xiaoyao, greets emissary Mu. As he spoke, he raised his eyes and looked at Zhang Pinger, who didn't dare to look at him. Zhang Pinger's face was still red, and she would occasionally look over to avoid Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. Emissary Mu raised his token again and said, Sect leader has issued a decree. Pill Expanding Hall's disciple Zhang Xiaohua is chivalrous and courageous. Although his martial arts are weak, he is willing to sacrifice himself for others. He is the role model of the incense cult's disciples. For this reason, Zhang Xiaohua is allowed to become an inner sanctum alchemist. He can enter the inner sanctum to learn the art of alchemy and practice inner sanctum martial arts. What? Everyone in the hall was once again shocked by the sect leader's decree. An inner sanctum alchemist. Although he couldn't be compared to the inner sect disciples, but he was still an inner sect disciple, and couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the Pill Expansion Hall or the Heaven and Earth Hall. This insignificant little medicine boy from the grass division had actually hit the jackpot and gained the favor of the hierarch. He had even specially issued a decree for an inner sect disciple to pass on his orders. How many people in the incense-spreading cult had such an honor? The Misty Hall's disciples only knew that Zhang Xiaohua was just a little medicine boy who was saved by Zhang Xiaohu. Furthermore, he had a bad reputation for teasing his junior sister in the First Faith Peak. When they heard the decree, they couldn't help but feel envious. To be able to tease her in such a high manner, it is really rare. Zhang Xiaohua was even more shocked by the decree. He was living a comfortable life in the First Faith Peak. How could he be willing to go anywhere else? Moreover, the Lingxiang Peak was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If his identity as an immortal cultivator was discovered, then it would be too late for him to cry. Unknowingly, Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not speak, Envoy Mu's expression could not be seen. First, Zhang Ping-er's face was a little pale. She had painstakingly persuaded her master to get this from the hierarch. She had hoped to see a surprised smile on Zhang Xiaohua's face, but looking at his expression, it seemed like he was very dissatisfied. Could it be that he is complaining that I only got him an inner sanctum alchemist apprentice? Yes, of course. With his martial arts, perhaps he should go to the Wooming Hall, but doesn't he know my thoughts? After all, the Wooming Hall is an outer sanctum. Although this inner sanctum alchemist apprentice, it is an inner sanctum after all, and often. For a moment, Zhang Pinger was full of sorrow. What? Ren Xiaoyao, do you also want to question the sect leader's decree? Or are you not satisfied with the sect leader's bestowment? Obviously, Envoy Mu's attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu was different. His tone was almost freezing. She didn't understand why Envoy Mu was so generous to Zhang Xiaohu, and even asked him to consider for 10 days. However, she knew that if Zhang Xiaohua didn't agree now, Envoy Mu would never give her time to consider. Although Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts were good, he might not be able to gain an advantage in front of an inner sanctum alchemist. Moreover, he had violated the sect leader's decree, so everyone could kill him. Unknowingly, she had already thrown away her shyness and kept giving Zhang Xiaohua meaningful glances. After Zhang Xiaohua heard Envoy Mu's words, she couldn't help but stare blankly for a moment before her heart turned around. The inner sanctum alchemist seems to be staying at the Lingering Fragrance Peak. Of course, that damn Deputy Hall Master Zhong was actually brought back to the Lingering Fragrance Peak safely after dealing with Second Brother. Also, those enforcement disciples actually caused Second Brother's injuries to be so serious. I thought that I would have to find a chance to sneak up to the Lingering Fragrance Peak in the future, but now I have actually been given such a good opportunity. Second Brother seems to be fine here. As long as the Misty Mountain Villa's disciples have the Meridian Nourishing Pill and the Bone Congealing Pill, they should be able to recover as long as they have enough time. Second Brother's Yuhuan Mental Cultivation Method and Misty Divine Art are also steadily improving. That qi-generating pill can't be given to him rashly for the time being. Yan's condition has already recovered, and I haven't discovered any abnormalities. I can also leave with peace of mind. It's just that if I leave, the pill-expanding hall will send a new disciple on duty. This Aunt Qin will suffer again. I estimate that I will have to give her at least 40% of the benefits from the transaction. Zhang Xiaohua thought about a lot of things. However, after thinking about it, she could leave the Shixin Peak. Originally, the Shixin Peak was the Misty Mountain Villa Shixin Peak. Zhang Xiaohua's arrival was nothing more than an anomaly. Since Zhang Xiaohu had already obtained the support of the lingering fragrance peak, Zhang Xiaohua staying here really didn't affect anything. Could it be that she could hide at the peak of the Shixin Peak and refine pills for the Misty School? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help glancing sideways at Zhang Xiaohu beside her. She saw that Zhang Xiaohu was also looking at Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, he winked slightly and nodded inconspicuously. Zhang Xiaohua understood and immediately put on a big smile. She cupped her hands and said, "Lord Messenger, please don't be angry. I'm so happy that I'm silly. Some time ago, there was a senior brother called Lu Lihong in the pill-expanding hall. He obtained some opportunities and offered 100-year-old ginseng to the lingering fragrance peak. He was bestowed with a martial arts mental cultivation method by the inner door, and also obtained a place as an outer door disciple. I thought that the most exaggerated one would be similar to senior brother Lu, but who would have thought that he could become an inner door disciple of alchemy? This is really beyond my expectation." Messenger Mu sneered and said, "You are an inner door alchemy disciple, and not an inner door alchemy disciple. You have to understand this. How can a medicine boy from the pill-expanding hall become an inner door alchemy disciple? Although you are an inner door alchemy disciple, it is not something that an outer door disciple can compare to. If you become an inner door alchemy disciple, not to mention the martial arts mental cultivation method that senior brother Lu obtained, you can even learn 10 more sets of it. If it wasn't for someone sparing no effort for you, how could you obtain such an opportunity? Now you know that this opportunity is not easy. Then thank the person who gave you this opportunity." As he spoke, he took out another token and handed it over. "This is your token. You need to arrive at the lingering fragrance peak within 10 days. If you don't arrive by then, there is no need for me to say it. I'm sure you know the consequences." How would Zhang Xiaohua know? She pondered for a moment before reaching out to receive it. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Envoy." After Envoy Mu handed over the token, he immediately withdrew his hand as if he was afraid of dirtying his hands. He waved his hand and stood up. "Hall Master Yang, this envoy has finished delivering the decree. I dare not stay any longer. I still have to return to the peak to report. Farewell." Without waiting for Yang Ruping to be courteous, she lifted her head and walked out. The female disciples behind her followed closely behind. Only Zhang Ping had a joyful expression on her face. Her eyes were filled with concern as she looked at Zhang Xiaohua. When she walked past Zhang Xiaohua, she extended her jade-like hand and carefully made a 10 sign. Clearly, she was reminding Zhang Xiaohua of the 10-day deadline. And read more chapters, please. Chapter 820. Envoy Mu of the lingering fragrance peak led his entourage out of the Misty Hall. Yang Ruping and the other disciples of the Misty Hall saw them off. Zhang Xiaohua, as the newly appointed disciple of the pill-expanding hall, also accompanied them. After Envoy Mu left the mountain with his head held high, Yang Ruping turned to look at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled. "Junior nephew Ren is indeed blessed. First you were saved by my hall Zhang Xiaohu. Then you were sent to the Shixin Peak. Not long after you arrived, you were appointed as an apprentice alchemist disciple. Let me congratulate you first. If there is a chance in the future, please take care of the Misty Hall." Zhang Xiaohua quickly bowed and said that he did not dare to do so. Yang Ruping nodded at him and then led the crowd back to the Misty Hall. After the crowd left, Du Feng stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Congratulations, junior brother Ren. In less than 2 hours you are already an inner disciple. In the future, you will have to look up to me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Senior brother Du, don't make fun of me. I am confused and have no idea what is going on. Oh yes, an apprentice alchemist disciple. What does this mean? Du Feng shook his head and said, Junior brother Ren, you are a disciple of the Pill Expanding Hall. Even you don't know the meaning of an apprentice alchemist disciple. How would I know? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Of course, the disciples of the Misty Hall only joined the fragrant religion in the recent 4 to 5 years. Their freedom was restricted by the disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak. How would they know about the inner disciples of the Lingering Fragrance Peak? But he himself had just joined the fragrant religion and came later than Du Feng. These things were naturally unknown to Du Feng. Therefore Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, there are many things in the Lingering Fragrance Peak that ordinary disciples like us don't know. Since he is an inner disciple, his future should be good. I hope senior brother Du will continue to work hard and join the Lingering Fragrance Peak when the opportunity arises. How is that possible? Du Feng shook his head like a rattledrum. It is hard to say in the future. At least for our generation of disciples, there is absolutely no such possibility. Haha. Isn't your eldest senior brother Zhang already an inner disciple? Du Feng had a strange look on his face, but he didn't dare to speak his mind to Zhang Xiaohua. He only said perfunctorily, senior brother Zhang's inner disciple identity seems to be quite different from junior brother Ren's. Of course, the identities of these two people were naturally very different. And Zhang Xiaohu was actually assigned to Shirtai as a registered disciple, which was even more puzzling to everyone. In the Misty Hall, several hall masters and Zhang Xiaohu were carefully reading the decree of the hierarch. Vice Hall Master Gao's face was beaming with happiness as he said with a smile, Zhang Xiaohu, I know you should be called Junior Martial Brother Zhang. This hall knows that cult leader His Excellency thinks highly of Junior Martial Brother Zhang, but I absolutely didn't expect it to be to this extent. TSK. He even let Martial Uncle Jing Xian accept you as a registered disciple. This is a preferential treatment among the ordinary disciples in the past years. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu was very embarrassed. Looking at Yang Ruping who was sitting in the hall, he didn't know how to answer Gao Kunheng's words. Previously, he was 2 generations below Yang Ruping. Even though he usually addressed her as hall master or disciple, according to the ethereal sex seniority, he still had to address Yang Ruping as grandmaster or something like that. But now, all of a sudden, he was on par with her in terms of seniority. This was something that he had never dreamt of. Seeing Zhang Xiaohu's embarrassment, Yang Ruping's face was still gloomy. She snorted and asked, Vice Hall Master Feng, Vice Hall Master Qin, tell me, what does cult leader mean? Vice Hall Master Feng still smiled and said, Hall Master Yang, didn't I just say it? Cult leader His Excellency supports Zhang Xiaohu and finds an excuse to let him become an inner disciple. But Junior Martial Brother Zhang is too old and his martial arts is poor. So he thought of letting Martial Uncle Jing Xian accept him as a registered disciple first. Didn't Hall Master Yang say it just now? Martial Uncle Jing Xian has already passed away. So of course she can't guide Junior Martial Brother Zhang in his martial arts. Junior Martial Brother Zhang's Su Huan Sutra does indeed need someone to guide him. Yang Ruping nodded slightly and turned to look at Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin frowned and thought for a long time before saying apologetically, Hall Master Yang, this one's opinion is similar to Vice Hall Master Feng's. Since cult leader His Excellency wants to support Zhang Xiaohu, she must have many ways. Perhaps this method is more direct. This one doesn't know the situation of you inner disciples, but giving Zhang Xiaohu such a good opportunity to cultivate martial arts, I think Zhang Xiaohu will be in a difficult position. As she spoke, she looked at Zhang Xiaohu. What could Zhang Xiaohu say? He could only shrug and look at Yang Ruping. Sigh. Yang Ruping sighed again. She looked at the puzzled Zhang Xiaohu and said, Xiaohu, from the point of view of the disciples of spreading incense religion, this is definitely a great opportunity. Without going through any tests, you can become a disciple of an inner sect elder. Even if you're just a registered disciple, you'll still get the same opportunity to cultivate as an inner sect disciple. Run Ruping has been in spreading incense religion for so many years, and so many disciples have contributed greatly to spreading incense religion, so they have to be rewarded like this. But from the perspective of a direct disciple of the Misty School, this seems to be a betrayal of the master. Vice Hall Master Feng immediately expressed his disdain. Hall Master Yang's words are somewhat wrong. There is no such thing as a Misty School now. They are all disciples of the cult of fragrances Misty Hall. The status of a direct disciple, it's just. Then she looked at Zhang Xiaohu and didn't continue. Aunt Qin also nodded. Vice Hall Master Feng's words may not be pleasant to hear, but they make sense. Perhaps the cult leader wants to give Zhang Xiaohu the status of an inner disciple, and also the status of a direct disciple of the Misty School. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked Elder Jing Xian, who has already passed away, to be his master. Yang Ruping nodded slightly. This hall master has the same thoughts, but then she asked again, Xiaohu, what do you think? At this time Zhang Xiaohu already had a plan. He smiled and said, Hall Master, after listening to the analysis of the 3 Hall Masters, this disciple feels that this disciple is first and foremost a direct disciple of the Misty School. Only then can this disciple be an in-name disciple of Elder Jing Xian. If this is not possible, then this disciple will still go to the Lingxiang Peak to ask the cult leader for instructions and ask her to withdraw her order. Yang Ruping smiled and said, It's best that you have such thoughts. However, the cult leader appointed you as Martial Aunt Jing Xian's in-name disciple to protect your status as a direct disciple of the Misty School. If it were any other elder who was still alive, I'm afraid that you would really have to change your sect. Then, she looked at the 2 Hall Masters and said, This matter should be decided by Xiaohu himself. Xiaohu, go ask your master and Martial Aunt first and see what their opinions are. If possible, also go ask your martial ancestor Li. After all, the relationship with the Misty School is getting better day by day. There is no harm in consulting more. Yes, Hall Master, this disciple will go and ask now. Zhang Xiaohu said respectfully and then left the Misty Hall. When Zhang Xiaohu walked out of the Misty Hall, Yang Ruping and Aunt Qin exchanged glances and said, This matter is a good thing for Zhang Xiaohu and the Misty Hall, but I don't know why the cult leader values Zhang Xiaohu so much. This is really unreasonable. Gao Kunheng smiled and said, The cult leader's wisdom is like the sea. How can us juniors guess what she has done? Anyway, there is another inner disciple in the Misty Hall. Hall Master Yang also has face. Yang Ruping smiled bitterly and said, Deputy Hall Master Xiao, you know it in your heart. Only the inner disciples on the Lingering Fragrance Peak have limitless prestige. If you leave the Lingering Fragrance Peak, even if you become a Hall Master, you won't be able to win the cult leader's favor. Deputy Hall Master Xiao said indifferently, In the Lingering Fragrance Peak, I am just an ordinary person. I can't be compared to Senior Sister Yang who was pampered in the past. Haha, in fact this is the rule of the Lingering Fragrance cult. It is normal for the inner disciples to be respected. Not to mention that the 3 Hall Masters of the Misty Hall were guessing the cult leader's thoughts in the Misty Hall. Zhang Xiaohu didn't dare to stay for a while after leaving the Misty Hall. He went straight to Wen Wenhai's small courtyard. Wen Wenhai was still as calm as before. He was watering the small medicine field in the courtyard little by little. It was as if he was unmoved in the face of a landslide. Although Zhang Xiaohu's footsteps were light, Wen Wenhai had already recovered his internal strength. Although his cultivation was not profound, it was a blessing in disguise. This time his cultivation was more profound than before. Before Zhang Xiaohu opened the door, he heard Wen Wenhai laugh and say, Xiaohu? Why are you in such a hurry? Your breath is a little chaotic. This is not good for your cultivation. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he immediately realized that he was thinking about discussing with his master. He ran all the way and lacked the necessary bearing. Therefore, he took a deep breath and said, This disciple was wrong. Master once said that there is nothing in this world that cannot be solved. The answer to all problems is the world. This disciple only listened but didn't remember it in his heart. Now that I think about it, it is quite reasonable. You little brat, your master is lecturing you, but you flatter your master. What does this sentence have to do with you being in a hurry now? Zhang Xiaohu touched his head and said, I have encountered a thorny problem and need to discuss it with my master. Oh, is it the problem of your Misty Hall or the Misty Heights? Wen Wenhai was also surprised. He put down the things in his hand and walked out of the medicine field step by step. His demeanor was exactly the same as before when he did not have martial arts. When Zhang Xiaohu told him about the decree of the hierarch of lingering fragrance peak, even when Wenhai scratched his head. Yes, no one knew better than him about Zhang Xiaohu's aptitude. It was indeed good. But it was not to the point that he was snatched as a disciple by the cult of fragrance. Moreover, if they snatched him, they snatched him. Why would they give him a registered disciple? He did not understand. What do you think? When Wenhai asked this, Zhang Xiaohu was a little hesitant. Chapter 821. When Wenhai seemed to know what Zhang Xiaohu was thinking, he smiled and said, Xiaohu, do you also think that since you're just a registered disciple of the inner sect, and not a real inheritor of the incense cult, you should just accept it? Yes. Zhang Xiaohu nodded honestly. He blushed a little and said, it's like this. At first I didn't know the meaning of this decree, and was very conflicted. However, after listening to Hall leader Yang and the others' analysis, it seems that the leader doesn't want to cover up my identity as a direct disciple. Moreover, from what happened at Shirxin Peak during this period, the leader doesn't want to do anything to our Misty School, so I'm here to ask for your opinion. Alas, how can there be much freedom under someone else's roof? Besides, as a direct disciple of the Misty School, since the leader has already given face to the Misty School, you must have a plan in mind. Zhang Xiaohu listened and nodded slightly. Yes, but what's your opinion, master? Haha, you're now the chief disciple of the Misty School. Even I have to listen to you. Do you still need to discuss this with me? Besides, you're now fully fledged. I'm only giving you a reference. You still have to make all the decisions yourself. I know, master. I've already decided on other things, but this involves the direct disciple of the Misty School. I still want to hear your opinion. Needless to say, no opinion means you've expressed your opinion. You know. Zhang Xiaohu was speechless. He didn't give up and said, Master, don't you want to discuss it with Martial Uncle and the others? When Wenhai smiled and shook his head slightly. Alas, all right. Master, I still want to ask Martial Uncle Li and the others for their opinion. You see, when Wenhai nodded again. Then go. In fact, Martial Uncle Li and the others may have more right to speak. Zhang Xiaohu excused himself and left. When Wenhai watched him leave, but his eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaohu's back for a long time. Only when Zhang Xiaohu was long gone did Wenhai let out a sigh. No one knew what he was thinking, but he slowly walked out of the courtyard towards Lu Yueming. His steps were even more unsteady than before he recovered his martial arts. Ethereal Heights, inside the conference hall. What? Lingxiang Peak wants to accept you as a registered disciple of the inner sect? And to let an old woman who has been dead for a long time be your master. Is there a mistake? This Lingxiang Peak's thief old woman is up to something? When Zhang Xiaohu finished talking about the sect leader's decree, Lu Qingyang, who was lying on the chair and pretending that his joints had not recovered, jumped up. He opened his eyes wide and said puzzledly, Xiaohu, I advise you not to go. The ancients say, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. You are also a direct disciple of our Misty School and the chief disciple. Don't you get to eat and drink whatever you want? If you're in a bad mood, you can casually find 2 female disciples to flirt with. Isn't that better than anything else? Moreover, I know that the status of female disciples in Lingxiang Peak is very high. If you go, you'll only be carrying water to wash their feet. What are you going to do? Old 5. Li Jian saw that Lu Qingyang's words were getting more and more unreliable. He snorted and said, don't be impolite. Xiaohu really has a problem. Second brother, I'm just thinking for Xiaohu. We're a good direct disciple, but he was suddenly roped in by others and even changed his master. Aren't you worried? Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, Martial ancestor Lu, it's not like that. Soon after, he told Lu Qingyang about Yang Ruping's analysis. Lu Qingyang was even more puzzled. The old woman in Lingxiang Peak is crazy. There's nothing to say. I don't know what she's thinking. Even if she wants to train you, she could just find someone to teach you martial arts. Why waste so much effort? It's obvious that she has bad intentions. Li Jian chuckled and said, then why don't you tell me where she has bad intentions? This is for sure. Zhang Xiaohu is not that old woman's relative. They haven't even met before. She actually gave such a big gift to Xiaohu. Where in the world would a pie fall from the sky? It's definitely a weasel paying a visit to a chicken. She has bad intentions. Seeing that Lu Qingyang was unable to say anything, Li Jian turned to Zhang Xiaohu and asked, "What did your master say?" "Master said to listen to me." Li Jian was naturally interested. "Then what do you think?" Zhang Xiaohu glanced at Lu Qingyang and whispered, "I think that since it doesn't conflict with our identity as a direct disciple of the Misty School, it's not bad to be a registered disciple of the inner sect. Since we'll be living in the Lingxiang cult in the future, it may be more convenient to have this identity." "You..." Lu Qingyang stamped her foot. "Zhang Xiaohu, are you blind? You believe the words of that old woman from Lingxiang Peak? Who knows what she's selling in her gourd?" Zhang Xiaohu blushed a little, but his eyes still looked at Li Jian. He seemed to be somewhat determined. Li Jian looked at Zhang Xiaohu and frowned. His thoughts were far more complicated than Lu Qingyang's. Yes, Misty Mountain Villa had been fighting with Lingxiang Peak for 5 years, and had always been very unyielding. Thousands of disciples had put their lives at the back of their minds and didn't care about Lingxiang Peak. They also didn't interact with Misty Hall, and didn't accept Misty Hall's help. They only relied on themselves and had enough food and clothing. But all of this was based on the fact that thousands of people in Misty Mountain Villa had their martial arts crippled. These people were undoubtedly the backbone of the Misty School and were all unyielding. They were willing to fight with Lingxiang Peak to the end. But from another point of view, they couldn't see the future and couldn't see hope. They were the most passive in their struggle. Even Li Jian himself had such thoughts. Since my martial arts have been crippled and I'd rather die, why should I lose my reputation and bow to Lingxiang Peak? It's better to fight with you to the end and leave a good reputation in Jianghu. But now? Zhang Xiaohua's appearance had restored the martial arts of thousands of Misty School's disciples who had long lost confidence. It had reawakened their desire to live. At the same time, they had other plans in their hearts. In fact, even Li Jian had considered the future when he had condensed the first strand of internal energy. Misty School was now under the wings of Lingxiang cult. They couldn't fight for a long time. Only compromise was the way to survive. Sometimes, compromising wasn't showing weakness, nor did it mean surrendering. It was brewing strength and waiting for the East Mountain to rise again. But what did the East Mountain need to rise again? In addition to strength, it could also be an opportunity. This direct disciple named Zhang Xiaohu in front of him didn't leave a deep impression in Li Jian's eyes. But he could be an opportunity for the Misty School's revival. Of course, the revival of the Misty School was too far away. Li Jian didn't dare to have extravagant hopes. But when he thought of the leader of Lingxiang Peak supporting Zhang Xiaohu, first bestowing the intersex martial arts mantra and elixirs, and this time accepting him as an intersex registered disciple, it was needless to say that he had chosen the same path as Yang Ruping, Zhong Pei and Gao Kunheng, to cultivate him as the Misty Hall's hall master. And Zhang Xiaohu himself was a great benefactor to the thousands of people in Misty Mountain Villa. More important than his life, he was simply a collection of thousands of people's favor. If he were to become the Misty Hall's hall master, the disciples of Misty Mountain Villa wouldn't have any objections. Thinking of this, Li Jian suddenly had a very absurd idea. Is this Zhang Xiaohu sent by Lingxiang Peak? Is his martial arts recovery technique from Lingxiang Peak? Is it the intention of that old woman from Lingxiang Peak to let us recover our martial arts? But then he laughed secretly. How is this possible? The thousands of people in the Misty School are certainly a considerable force, but in the Lingxiang cult, it's really not worth mentioning. The Lingxiang cult would never restore the martial arts of thousands of people for any purpose. That's really meaningless. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu again, although his face was a little red, his eyes didn't shrink. Presumably, he already had some ideas in his mind. Even this old man couldn't break free from his utilitarian heart in the past, let alone such a big fat meat in front of his eyes. He doesn't need to pay a price to obtain it. No wonder he would be tempted. Thus, Li Jian's face became cold and he said, Zhang Xiaohu, you are the direct disciple of my Misty School, and also the chief disciple. If you want to change your school and find another master, I, as your Misty School's Grand Master, certainly can't agree. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's eyes flashed with a trace of joy. He cupped his hands and said, "Rest assured, Grandmaster Li. If it was this kind of thing, this disciple wouldn't have come to discuss it with Grand Masters." Li Jian's tone was still indifferent. "If you want the arrangement of the Lingering Fragrance Peak schoolmaster to simply give you pointers on martial arts, then we have nothing to say. After all, your Dantian already has the inner strength of the Su Huan cultivation method. If you want to reach the large success stage, then you really have to borrow the strength of the Lingering Fragrance Peak's inner sect disciples." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohu's face carried a smile and he said, "Many thanks, Grandmaster Li, for your help." Li Jian shook his head. "Actually, even if you don't come, even if we don't agree, what can we do? Why would we block your shortcut to increasing your strength?" Since when Wen Hai, Li Jian, and the others all agreed, Zhang Xiaohu's heart could be considered to have put down a stone. He cupped his hands and bid farewell to Li Jian and the others. Looking at Zhang Xiaohu's departing figure, Lu Qingyang shouted, "What is that demonic old woman doing? I really don't understand. There's definitely something fishy going on here." Li Jian also looked on indifferently and said, "Who knows? In any case, no matter what fishy things are, they will eventually appear. You and I will just have to wait and see." "Wait and see, wait and see." Lu Qingyang curled his lips and said, "Wait until all of our Misty School's disciples have been poached by Lingering Fragrance Peak. Let's see how you can wait and see." "So what? Is there still a Misty School in Jianghu today? If they didn't pass the test, how could they become the chief disciple of my Misty School? Do you think it was easy for Zhang Changyue to be the Misty School's disciple? Not to mention that the two of them were the same as Wen Hai. They didn't really understand the Lingering Fragrance Peak's headmaster's intentions and were only making wild guesses." However, when Zhang Xiaohu returned to the small courtyard and didn't see Zhang Xiaohua in the room, he felt strange in his heart. This child, she couldn't have run away just like that. Chapter 822. How could Zhang Xiaohua leave without saying goodbye? At this time she was saying goodbye to Oyen, Qiutong and the others in the Huanxi mountain villa behind Shixin Peak. Oyen was cured by Zhang Xiaohua last time, and there were no more accidents. Within a few months she had recovered a lot. Her face was slightly chubbier, and her smiling eyes were more charming. "You are lucky to be able to save the inner sect alchemy disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak. This disciple is also very considerate. Not only did she give you a martial arts cultivation method perfunctorily, but she also sent you to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Well, although she is only an alchemy disciple and not a real inner sect disciple, after all, she has reached the sky in a single bound," Oyen said with a smile. Before Oyen finished speaking, Qiutong next to her mocked, "How is this reaching the sky in a single bound? It is simply 3 levels in a row." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and then she understood. First, she was the little medicine boy of Misty Hall, then the disciple on duty at Shixin Peak of Pill-Spreading Hall, and now she was an inner sect alchemy disciple. Wasn't she rising 3 levels in a row? "Sister Qiutong, don't make fun of me. Actually, I don't want to go. How good would it be to stay here with you?" "Ha ha." Qiutong was very happy to hear this and said, "Xiaohua, forget it. Don't say these things that we like to hear. If you don't want to go, why did you come here to tell us?" Hehe. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled. "I want to accompany you, but after thinking about it, there is nothing for me to do here. Mrs. Illness has already been cured, and there is no danger. My second brother also has his own things to do. Rather than this," when he spoke up to hear, Zhang Xiaohua's expression turned slightly cold, and he said, "Instead of that, I might as well make a trip to Lingering Fragrance Peak and give them a chance to repay kindness and resentment." Seeing Zhang Xiaohua like this, Oyen understood that the former deputy hall chief Zhong was ruthless to Zhang Xiaohu. Although Zhao Jian had been executed, Zhao Jian could also be said to be a scapegoat. The one who really ordered to torture Zhang Xiaohu was deputy hall chief Zhong. And that day the messenger of Lingering Fragrance Peak, Chan Chan, directly brought Zhong Pei back to Lingering Fragrance Peak, without giving Zhang Xiaohua any chance to kill him. Zhang was very upset that Zhong had always lived a carefree life. But where was Lingering Fragrance Peak? That was the head of the Lingering Fragrance sect. Any ordinary disciple would not have the chance to get close to it. Even if Zhang Xiaohua had the inheritance of the immortal path and had some success in cultivation, if she really attacked Lingering Fragrance Peak alone, there might not be any good results. And this time Zhang Xiaohua gave Zhang Xiaohua a very good opportunity. Although Zhang Xiaohua might not be able to find Zhongpei easily, it was a mountain peak after all. If Zhang Xiaohua was diligent in searching, there would definitely be a harvest. Didn't the ancients say, "Don't be afraid of thieves stealing, but be afraid of thieves remembering"? Therefore, the corners of Oyan's mouth rose and said, "Of course it is revenge, but you also have to do things that are within your ability to do. Don't let others find out that you didn't do your own things well. That wouldn't be good." Although I have not been to Lingering Fragrance Peak, I heard that all the inner disciples are there. Who can guarantee that it is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Although your martial arts are good and you have an unpredictable qigong, but, compared to the 10,000 years of inheritance of the Lingering Fragrance sect, you are really insignificant. Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, "Young miss, big sister Chotong is attacking me, but you are not encouraging me. If you continue to say this, I really don't dare to go." Without waiting for Oyan to speak, Elder Yu laughed. "Inner sect alchemy disciple? Probably refining pills. Zhang Xiaohua, if you succeed in Lingering Fragrance Peak, don't forget about us. The next time you see young miss, you have to arrange some pills." When Zhang Xiaohua heard Elder Yu's words, he also turned his head and said, "Elder Yu, now that you mention it, I really do remember. Let's not talk about the pills first. Where's the sword manual I gave you last time? Isn't it time to return it to me?" Hearing Zhang Xiaohua mention this matter, Elder Yu's face turned red and he said, "Xiaohua, it's not that I don't want to return it to you, but there is a part of it that I haven't fully comprehended. I can't use it smoothly, so for the time being, I can't return it to you." After he finished speaking, Elder Yu felt that it was inappropriate and he added, If you insist on taking it, I will return it to you." As he spoke, he reached out to take it. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and pressed Elder Yu's hand. She smiled and said, "I have no use for this sword manual anyway. How about this, after you finish comprehending it, you can return the sword manual to my second brother and impart this set of sword techniques to him. How about that?" That's great. Although I don't know how talented your second brother is, this old man will reluctantly do it. Elder Yu was delighted when he heard this and immediately agreed. Chotong thought for a moment and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, young miss is fine during this period of time, but it doesn't mean that the culprit won't appear in the future. If you go to Lingering Fragrance Peak and something happens to young miss, Chotong." Oyan reprimanded. "Xiaohua has her own matters to attend to. If something happens to me, don't I still have the Lingering Fragrance Peak's inner court physician?" But Chotong felt wronged and said, "Zhang Xiaohua is one of us after all. It's convenient to use her. Furthermore, didn't Xiaohua cure the illness that even the Lingering Fragrance Peak's divine physician couldn't?" That's right. Young miss, big sister Chotong is right. In the future, if there's anything you need me for, please tell me immediately. Even if I'm at Lingering Fragrance Peak, I'll still rush back to show myself to you," Zhang Xiaohua said very sincerely. "You've already gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak. How are we going to find you?" Chotong asked. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Elder Yu and said, "Elder Yu's acting last time was not bad. Next time let him do it again. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. He will definitely have a way." "Hey!" Elder Yu spat and said, "The two of you are always thinking about young Mrs. Shortcomings. I can't wait to not see Zhang Xiaohua again." After chatting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the sky and cupped her hands to bid farewell. From the beginning to the end, she didn't mention that Zhang Xiaohu was appointed as the disciple of Elder Jing Xian of Lingering Fragrance Peak. Perhaps it was because Oyan never wanted to hear about Misty Hall's matters. Or perhaps it was because Zhang Xiaohua also wanted to go to Lingering Fragrance Peak to see if this Elder Jing Xian was the Shirtai that she knew. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's courtyard, Zhang Xiaohu was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Although he looked like he was cultivating, his eyes were staring blankly at the window sill, as if he was thinking about something. "Second brother?" Zhang Xiaohua called out softly. Zhang Xiaohu was stunned for a moment before he recovered and asked, "I thought you would come directly. Where did you go?" Zhang Xiaohua didn't answer him and asked, It doesn't matter where I went. What are you thinking about? What are you thinking about? Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly. Isn't it just the decree of lingering fragrance peaks hierarch? I thought about it for a long time but couldn't think of anything. This is really a pie that fell from the sky. What did Hero 1 and Martial Ancestor Li say? Zhang Xiaohua asked with concern. What can they say? Everyone doesn't understand why the hierarch would pass such a decree. But since it doesn't conflict with being a disciple of the Misty School, there is nothing unacceptable. Zhang Xiaohu still had a bitter smile on his face. Tell me, Little Blossom Lord Sectmaster, why would we send such a decree? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged and said with a smile, how would I know? However, I know that no matter what second brother chooses, I will support him. Yes, you are now an inner disciple of alchemy. You can be considered to have made a name for yourself in spreading fragrance cult. Zhang Xiaohua curled his lips and said with a smile, do you think I care about the identity of an inner disciple of alchemy? Forget it, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. Emissary Mu said it well. If you go to Lingering Fragrance Peak, don't forget the person who gave you this opportunity. I saw the female disciple who winked at you. She is quite fair. Damn, Zhang Xiaohua said angrily. Zhang Pinger and I are purely senior brother and junior sister. Senior brother, junior sister. Zhang Xiaohu sniffed and said, the inner disciples of spreading fragrance cult all call each other senior sister. You are good, you directly call each other junior sister. Who would believe that you are purely related? Xiaohua. Don't forget the first rule of spreading fragrance cult. When the time comes, don't set a trap for yourself. Zhang Xiaohua was not a fool. Of course, he saw Zhang Pinger's expression in Misty Hall, and also the meaning behind Emissary Mu's words. However, this kind of matter, if it was not clear, how could he answer? He believed that if he played the fool in front of Emissary Mu, he would be immediately arrested and punished according to the first rule of spreading fragrance cult. Oh right, second brother. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and asked, how much do you know about this elder Jing Xian? What does she look like? 6 years ago, was she in spreading fragrance cult? From your tone you have seen elder Jing Xian? Zhang Xiaohu also said curiously, I have never heard of this elder's name. Moreover, I only heard from Hall leader Yang today that she had passed away. How could you know about her movements 6 years ago? I can't say that I know her. I have also seen a nun called Jing Xian. However, that person's martial arts should be quite high. How could she have died so quickly? Moreover, this spreading fragrance cult only opens once every 2 years. How could Jing Xian appear outside of spreading fragrance cult? However, Zhang Xiaohua herself was somewhat unconvinced about the last reason. Counting with her fingers, the year Zhang Xiaohua met Shirtai was the year when the prohibition of spreading fragrance cult was loosened. Moreover, with Shirtai's lightness skill, it would not be very difficult for her to reach that small town. Perhaps there are too many people with the same name in this world. Zhang Xiaohu thought about his own matters and also paid attention to Zhang Xiaohua's words. He said, even Chan, doesn't he also have 2? Then, second brother, you don't plan to go to Lingxiang Peak, right? I thought I could go with you. The leader's decree only said that if you don't want to be, then you can return the token. Since I have become a registered disciple, of course, I don't need to go to Lingxiang Peak anymore. Chapter 823. In fact, there was another thing that Zhang Xiaohua wanted to do in Lingxiang Peak. He did not tell Zhang Xiaohu. Firstly, the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Secondly, if he told Zhang Xiaohu, he would definitely be stopped by him. Maybe he would even worry about him. As for whether Zhang Xiaohu would be a registered disciple of Lingxiang Peak or a direct disciple of Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua did not care. His second brother's choice was his choice. The only thing he could do was to support him. Oh, that's right. Little flower, the medicinal pills you gave me aren't enough. Don't let the Misty Mountain Villa's disciples be unable to recover their martial arts. This isn't good. You have to finish what you started. Seeing that his second brother was so concerned about the disciples of Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, it won't be less. It's just for a few days. Then she thought for a moment and said, second brother, after I leave, There will be other disciples to take over the task of pill-expanding hall. Chun has the token of Lingxiang Peak in her hand. Maybe she can use it to intimidate others. Your ethereal hall can't always compromise like this. Yi Xiaohua, you've hit the nail on the head. To tell you the truth, I didn't know the trick before. Now that I know, and I can also make some contributions to the ethereal hall, why not? Even if you didn't say it, I was going to do it. Zhang Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and said, Yes, who is Chun? Isn't she just your junior sister? It's okay to use her, but also to accumulate popularity for your second brother. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and didn't say anything. But he didn't know if this thing that could be understood but not expressed in words referred to Chan, or to accumulate popularity for Zhang Xiaohu. Also, if your Misty Hall really needs any elixirs, you don't have to exchange them with the pill-expanding hall. Second brother, if it's convenient for you, just take those herbs and leave them to me. Anyway, I'm also a disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak, so I still have some means. Isn't it more practical than the pill-expanding hall? I owe my younger brother, well said. Then we won't trade with the Pill Tower Hall anymore. And we'll trade directly with you. How about it? Of course. Zhang Xiaohua grinned and said, If you want to tire your younger brother to death, and let the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak investigate your Misty Hall, fine. Zhang Xiaohu waved his hand. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Then he put on the face of an elder brother and asked warmly, Xiaohua, you've grown up. What's your future? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua almost fainted. It seemed that her second brother had begun to use her as a target to practice his eloquence before he got a position in the Misty Hall. 3 days later, on the top of Shirxin Peak, Zhang Xiaohua refined the last batch of bone-solidifying pills and meridian-smoothing pills very easily. She pulled out a total of 54 elixirs, and the corresponding small bone-solidifying pill and crimson flame pill were pitifully few. Well, finally it's a success. Zhang Xiaohua put the elixirs into the jade bottle with satisfaction, clapped her hands and smiled. For the disciples of Misty School, I Xiaoxia have lost a lot of money. I don't know when I can make up for this deficit. Tell me, if I ask my second brother to give me the 4 carriages of licorice roots, will he agree? Zhang Xiaohua said to herself. She didn't know who the Yu was. Zhang Xiaohua put away the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace from the 2 alchemy rooms together, and put away all the other miscellaneous items. He looked at the alchemy room where he usually lived and shook his head slightly. He thought to himself, could it be that I have to live in all the alchemy rooms of the 19 peaks? When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard, He Tianshu, Chang'e and Chan were all sitting in the room. They had been informed by Zhang Xiaohu that Zhang Xiaohua would leave Shirxin Peak today, so they all came to see her off. Seeing the room full of people, Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and smiled. The sun is shining in the sky and the flowers are smiling at me. Everyone is really in a good mood, waiting to see me off. No one was surprised that Zhang Xiaohua came in so quietly. Only Chun was a little unhappy. Zhang Xiaohua, we are all sad that you are leaving. Look at you, you seem to be very happy. Zhang Xiaohua looked at everyone and said, It's not like we won't meet again. Everyone is in the Chuanxiang cult, so there will be opportunities to meet. And, if I don't go to Yixiang Peak, how can I find a chance to sneak out when the prohibition of Dianqi Lake is open the year after next? After all, there are many things in Jianghu. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua say things in Jianghu, Zhang Xiaohu's expression was a little gloomy. Although he was living well here, even better than when he was in the Misty School, his parents didn't know. With his martial arts, it was almost impossible to hide from the eyes and ears of the Chuanxiang cult and return to Jianghu. He could only rely on his younger brother. He was used to living a comfortable life, so he didn't think of this. It was really... Although He Tianshu and the others didn't quite understand the meaning, they just smiled and didn't ask. Chang'e said, Yixiang Peak is not like Tuodan Hall and Shirxin Peak. That is the territory of the inner disciples. It can be said that there are hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Xiaohua, you have to be careful. Don't force yourself to stand out. As the saying goes, endure a moment of anger, avoid 100 days of worry. You are now at the age where you are hot-blooded and impulsive. When you do anything, you have to think of your second brother who is far away here, and there are many people who miss you. If you are impulsive, You are killed by the inner disciples of Yixiang Peak. Then that's right, Zhang Xiaohua. You must remember senior sister's words. Last time, I heard from Lingering Fragrance Peak's Chan Chan that the inner sect disciples are very powerful. They can kill you like killing an ant. You must be careful, Chan Chan said with concern. At this time, Chan Chan had already forgotten the scene when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's incredible supernatural power. She only wanted to say a few more words in exchange for Zhang Xiaohua's safety in the future. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when he heard this, but there was also a trace of disdain. He was very clear about the martial arts of Peacock and Chan Chan of Lingxiang Peak. If all the inner disciples were at this level, then he could easily go to Lingxiang Peak. The only thing he was worried about was the sect leader, elders and masters. Besides, what was he going to do there? Refine elixirs. Well, he was going to help his second brother vent his anger and kill Zhong Pei cruelly. Besides this, there was nothing worth risking his life for. As for leaving Yixiang Peak, that would have to wait until the year after next. Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, picked his ears and said with a smile, "Why do these words sound so familiar?" Chun Chun asked curiously, "What is familiar?" Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and pretended to think. After a while he said, "It seems that when I left home, sister-in-law kept talking in my ear." Changgu and Changchen both blushed. Zhang Xiaohu stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense. Where are the things you want to leave behind?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. "It has been prepared long ago." "Well, you come with me." Zhang Xiaohu spoke with the dignity of a chief disciple. The two walked into the inner room. Zhang Xiaohua took out several jade bottles and said, "These are the remaining 54 bone solidifying pills and 54 meridian nourishing pills. It is enough for the disciples of Ethereal Villa. There are also some small bone solidifying pills and crimson flame pills. Well, I gave a lot to second brother before." "I know. I have kept them." "That's good. Second brother, you must know that these pills can repair the dantian, moisten the meridians, and also improve the internal force. Sister Chang'e, Chan Chan, Du Feng, and Ding Chao are examples. So you should be careful when you use them. After treating the disciples of Ethereal Villa, you must have a lot of pills left. These pills can bring benefits to you, but they can also bring harm to you. You must use them well and carefully." "Well, now is not the time to use them. I have to improve my martial arts to a certain level first, then I can use them slowly." Zhang Xiaohu had already come up with a solution and said unhurriedly. "Also, second brother, in fact I wanted to help you improve your internal force after Shirxin Peak, but I didn't expect that your dantian would be broken by that bastard Zhao Jian which caused such twists and turns. For the time being I can't help you with this skill. Let's wait for a chance in the future. Hehe, although that bastard Zhao Jian is sinister and wants to make me lose my internal force, I didn't expect that he would help me. If it wasn't for him, how could you cultivate the ethereal divine art for 20 to 30 years? How could I cultivate two types of internal force with two completely different attributes?" "That's right. Second brother is blessed with good fortune. How can ordinary people hurt you? Although I can't see second brother's dantian and can't know the specific progress of your cultivation, I can see your progress in this period of time from your movements. You really do have the demeanor of a great master. Xiaohua, you are flattering a little. My master's demeanor is the real demeanor." "Hehe, second brother, isn't a chief disciple like you used to be a trophy?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Hero One originally had the demeanor of a great master. Now he is even more dignified. If we are talking about demeanor, it is still martial ancestrally. To be honest, if I didn't know that his internal force had recovered, I wouldn't be able to see any clues from the surface. Oh right, second brother, you must be careful. Don't let the disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak discover this secret. Otherwise, I will really destroy this Lingering Fragrance Peak." "TSK." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and patted his shoulder again. "You just need to take good care of yourself. We are all adults, you don't need to worry. Your second sister-in-law is right. You are still young and have little experience. There are many things that you need to think about carefully. Don't just casually fight and kill. Lingering Fragrance Peak is a deep pool. If you are not careful, you will be eaten until not even your bones are left." "Gosh, second brother, what you said is so scary. Look at Lingering Fragrance Peak's Chan Chan. He is also a reasonable person. Oh right, second brother, that sword manual of yours, elder you hasn't fully understood it. When he has finished reading it, he will return it to you. I knew that this would happen. No hurry, I haven't accepted a disciple anyway. The two of them talked for a while and came out. Tianshu also held Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Although he still didn't know that his injuries were healed by Zhang Xiaohua, he was reluctant to part with him when he saw that he was about to leave. Chapter 824. When Zhang Xiaohua went down the mountain, there was only Huan Huan, who was carrying the Great Wisdom Sword on her back, and there were only a few people from the Misty Hall who saw her off, only Du Feng, Xiao Binghe and Mu Tangchun. Needless to say, Du Feng was in charge of the elixir trade in the Misty Hall. He was also quite close to Zhang Xiaohua, so it was reasonable for him to give him a gift. As for Xiao Binghe and Mu Tangchun, it could be said that they got to know each other after a fight. Although Zhang Xiaohua had a bit of a bad reputation in the Shishine Peak, which young man would not show mercy? Zhang Xiaohua was just talking and didn't do anything, right? Xiao Binghe and Mu Tangchun admired Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts, and they were also convinced by his means of flirting with female disciples, so they went to find Zhang Xiaohua several times to ask for advice. Unfortunately, our Xiaoxia had been busy treating the disciples of the Misty School, and had devoted himself to the grand plan of refining elixirs, so how could he be willing to stay in this secluded courtyard of the pill-expanding hall? Their goal of humbly asking for advice had failed several times. Looking at the three people who sent her off, Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips. In this Shishine Peak there were men and women, well, especially the female disciples who had received her favor. However, this halo was worn by Zhang Xiaohu, so it was not convenient for Zhang Xiaohu and the others to send her directly, so there was no need to mention the legendary all-people's umbrella. Walking on the mountain road, Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and smiled. Seeing you off for 1,000 miles, we have to part in the end. The three of you, thank you for remembering my departure today. Du Feng curled his lips and secretly said, you didn't come to tell me yesterday, how could I remember? But he smiled and said, Junior brother Ren has been promoted from a disciple of the pill-expanding hall to an inner disciple. We have witnessed such a glorious moment, so how can we not be happy for junior brother Ren? How can we not be proud to know junior brother Ren? As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his bosom and handed it over, saying, this is a 200-year-old ice grass. Deputy Hall Master Qin asked me to bring it to you. She has something to do today and can't come. She asked me to bring her sincere greetings and heartfelt thanks. Thank you for your support and help in the past few months at Shishine Peak. She also hopes that in the future, when you are an intersect alchemist disciple at Lingering Fragrance Peak, if you have the opportunity, you can help our Misty Hall more. Zhang Xiaohua grabbed the jade box and thought, it's not easy for me. I've done so much for the Misty Hall, but my second brother isn't even willing to give me a single herb. Vice Hall Master Qin is so considerate. She stuffed the jade box into her bosom and said with a smile, well said, well said. Lu Qiaogang and Mu Tangchun were also envious. This was a legendary spirit grass that they had never seen before. Seeing the two little guys like this, Zhang Xiaohua patted his head and took out 3 jade bottles from his bosom. He handed them to the three and said with a smile, the three of you, I don't have anything on me that can be used as a souvenir. Fortunately, I am a member of the Pill Tower Hall. I don't have anything else, but these pills can be considered as a gift. Alright, these 3 bottles of blood-replenishing pills can be considered as a souvenir. She stuffed the bottles into the hands of the 3 of them. Du Feng and the others were already happy when they saw Zhang Xiaohua taking out the pills from her bosom. But when they heard that these were just ordinary blood-replenishing pills, they complained in their hearts. Du Feng was even more so. He knew how much benefit Zhang Xiaohua had gained from the transaction. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua stuffing the bottles into his hands, he could only say with a sad face, thank you, junior brother Ren, for your generous gift. He emphasized the word, generous. Xiao Binghe and Mu Tangchun also looked at each other and said in a low voice, thank you, senior brother Ren, for your blood-replenishing pills. The 3 words, blood-replenishing pills, were also emphasized. Zhang Xiaohua laughed heartily. These were blood-replenishing pills that he had personally refined using immortal techniques. How could they be ordinary? He didn't explain and only raised his hand and said, "Don't mention it, senior brothers. The green mountains will not change, and the green water will flow forever. We will meet again someday." As he spoke, he floated over. Huan Huan let out a low hiss, raised her hooves, and dashed towards the center of the mountain path. Only Du Feng and the other two were left wiping their sweat by the mountain path. The three of them thought at the same time. The following sentence is really similar to the words of the mountain bandits. However, before they could wipe the sweat off their heads, they saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure returning. The three of them looked at each other. Du Feng stepped forward and said, "Junior brother Ren, did you leave something behind?" Zhang Xiaohua said awkwardly, "That, I didn't. I just have something to ask." Du Feng smiled and said, "What is it? As long as it doesn't involve the secrets of my Misty Hall, I will tell you everything I know." This? Zhang Xiaohua was still hesitant. After a while she said embarrassedly, "I don't know the route to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Senior brother Du, please tell me." Bang! 3 consecutive sounds were heard. The 3 people who were sending her off all fell to the ground. The morning sun had just risen. The red clouds were like faint flames, spraying on the many white clouds. In the middle of a seemingly flat valley on the open ground, there was a sudden ripple in the air. The air around 10 feet around the ripple also trembled. It was as if a layer of bright cover had been lifted. From within, a thin and tall youth and a David's deer with a long sword on its back appeared. The youth's figure flashed. Without any delay, he clenched his fists and practiced a set of fist techniques. The fist technique was practiced over and over again until the sun rose for a while. Only then did he stop. The youth could be heard muttering to himself, "The comprehension of the heavenly Tao is indeed amazing. This Karma Tao is only at the beginning, but it can actually promote the advancement of the Big Dipper magical fist technique. These 12 paths of circulation have tempered the bones twice." And then the young man rubbed his chin with a puzzled look on his face. Tempering the bones. It seems that other than a huge increase in strength, there aren't any other effects. What is this Big Dipper mystical fist for? Wasn't this youth Zhang Xiaohua, who went to Lingering Fragrance Peak to become an inner disciple of alchemy? The origin of Zhang Xiaohua's Big Dipper magical fist technique was very strange. He found it from various fist techniques. As for what it was used for, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. Back then, when Openg asked Zhang Xiaohua to copy the fist technique, he didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua what the fist technique was used for. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua practiced it every day. Other than having great strength and a lighter body, he couldn't think of any other effects. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since Leader O thinks it's good, what is there for me to worry about? The delusion breaker magic, I can only see things related to the chi of heaven and earth. Can even see my bones. This kind of tempering is of course useful. I'll just cultivate. The result will be known sooner or later." Zhang Xiaohua leaned on the David's deer and patted Huan Huan's bald horn. They left the valley and went straight to the mountain path not far away. That day, Zhang Xiaohua asked Du Feng about the location of Lingering Fragrance Peak. But how could the 3 people from Misty Hall know? Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to go down Shixin Peak and ask the disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak who was guarding at the foot of the mountain. Coincidentally, that disciple was the one who came with Zhang Xiaohua to Shixin Peak. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua riding down alone on the David's deer, he scolded him and said that he didn't listen to Zhang Xiaohua's words that day. Zhang Xiaohua looked at this unfamiliar disciple and had an indescribable feeling in her heart. She didn't know him and was just a little medicine boy of Pill Expanding Hall. He didn't have to say so much to her. However, not only did he remind her when she went up the mountain, he also scolded her when she went down the mountain. He didn't treat her as an outsider. Although his scolding was unpleasant to hear, it was for her own good. Moreover, from that disciple's scolding, he must have scolded many disciples in the past. When Zhang Xiaohua asked about the route to Lingering Fragrance Peak, that disciple pointed out the route that Zhang Xiaohua took from Pill Expanding Hall. When Zhang Xiaohua asked about Lingering Fragrance Peak again, that disciple was even more vigilant. Seeing that he was glaring at her like a tiger watching its prey, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to take out her token. Knowing that Zhang Xiaohua was now an inner alchemy disciple of Lingering Fragrance Peak, that disciple's face relaxed and he narrated the route to Lingering Fragrance Peak in detail. Zhang Xiaohua also took the opportunity to ask about it. Sure enough, that disciple actually had the same thought as Zhang Xiaohua. As long as it was a disciple who went up the mountain, whether it was Pill Expanding Hall, Qiankuan Hall or Shuyu Hall, he would warn and scold them. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. When she asked why, that disciple just scratched his head and said, "We are all disciples of Lingering Fragrance cult. This kind of internal strife will only cause trouble. The disciples of Misty Hall are new and have slowly become brothers. If we start a feud now, it won't be easy to resolve it in the future." These simple words caused Zhang Xiaohua to raise his eyebrows. He would never have thought that an ordinary inner sect disciple would have such a high level of awareness. He could not help but be a little wary of the lingering fragrance peak that he was about to go to. Following the path that the disciple had pointed out, Zhang Xiaohua had walked at a moderate pace for 2 days. When she woke up today, she walked out of the depression and walked along the mountain path for another half a day. She saw that this mountain peak was different from all the other peaks that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. Although this mountain peak was also lush with trees and springs, the qi of heaven and earth was weaker by 30%. The soil and rocks were mostly brown. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that there weren't many herbs that were commonly seen growing on this mountain peak. Is this floating mound peak? Is this where Qingkuan Hall is located? Zhang Xiaohua sat on Huanhuan's back and raised her head to look at the towering mountain peak. She couldn't help but smile. This smile was a common expression that Zhang Xiaohua would have whenever she saw an opportunity to take advantage of something. That's right, Zhang Xiaohua still had the token that Elder Sage had given her. Yang Yao had said that with this token, she could obtain a divine weapon from the Hall of Heaven and Earth. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't covet this divine weapon, a fly was still meat. There was no reason for her to reject it. Furthermore, she didn't know when this token would expire. If she remembered it in the future and couldn't redeem it, then Zhang Xiaohua would be heartbroken. Therefore, when she heard from the disciple that she could pass by Floating Mound Peak, even though it would take 2 more days, she still took the long way around and rushed over to take advantage of this opportunity. Chapter 825. It had already been several months since the secluded Orchid Dusk refinement, and the Heavenly Hall was not the Misty Hall, so there was naturally no one guarding the path up the mountain. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived halfway up the mountain and saw a large number of houses and courtyards similar to the ones on Tianmu Peak, a disciple walked over, raised his hand and shouted, "Junior brother, which peak are you from? What business do you have with my Floating Mound Peak?" Upon seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua also got off the carriage, cupped his hands and said, "I am Ren Xiaoyao, a disciple of the Grass Division of the Pill Expanding Hall. Here is a token given by the Hall Master, saying that it can be exchanged for a weapon in our Heavenly Hall." Look, that disciple was stunned and looked at Zhang Xiaohua from head to toe, stretched out his hand and asked, "Where is the token?" Zhang Xiaohua took out the token from his chest and handed it over. That disciple took the token and looked it up and down, slightly frowning. He raised his eyes to look at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "Where is your waist token?" Waist token? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. To be honest, he really did not have the waist token of the Pill Expanding Hall. He did have the waist token of an inner court disciple, but the token in his hand was given by the Pill Expanding Hall. If he took out this identity token, people would think that he had taken a detour to get a weapon on the way to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Speaking of which, it would be a little embarrassing. Wouldn't it be shameful for his pride as an inner court disciple? After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Pill Expanding Hall token given by Old Man Zishan and said with a smile, "I am only a disciple of the Grass Division of the Pill Expanding Hall. Where did I get this waist token from?" "This is the token given by the Hall Master. Take a look and see if it is useful." That disciple was even more surprised. It wasn't as if there weren't any people who came to ask for something with a token, but Zhang Xiaohua was one of the rare few who came with a token and no token. It wasn't too complicated. Most people with some status in Chuanxiang cult, such as Chun Fengxiao from Tianmu Peak, Wu Zhousu and even Yang Yao from Baiyu Peak had their own tokens. They would show it to others to let others know where they came from. After all, they couldn't just say who they were. As for the tokens of the Heavenly Hall, Not to mention that the tokens themselves were divided into different grades and grades, even the lowest grade was precious. Normally, which hall master would not reward those who had made some meritorious contributions to the hall? How could these people be ordinary disciples like Zhang Xiaohua without a waste token? Even if these ordinary disciples had made contributions, it would be due to the contributions of the leaders of the higher-ups. Naturally, it was impossible for them to receive such a token from the Universal Hall. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had taken out the Pill Repository Hall's token, the disciple actually believed him. He couldn't help but grumble in his heart. What a lucky bastard. How many years has it been since I last met someone like him? Then he smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, please tie your mount here and follow me in. Zhang Xiaohua did as she was told and followed the disciple into the Universal Hall. The layout of the Universal Hall was similar to the Pill Expanding Hall in Bayou Peak. There were many disciples here, but their attire was different. Every disciple had their own matters to attend to, so when they saw a disciple bringing a stranger in, they didn't pay much attention and just hurried past. Zhang Xiaohua followed behind and asked carefully, Senior brother, may I know your name? That disciple chuckled and said, You can just call me Senior brother Zheng. Oh, Senior brother Zheng, it seems like your hall has more disciples than my Pill Expanding Hall. Moreover, all the senior brothers seem to be in a hurry and are very busy. Senior brother Zheng's words seemed to have struck a chord in his heart. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with interest and said with a smile, Isn't that so? Which hall can compare to your Pill Expanding Hall? Planting medicinal herbs, refining pills, and living a carefree life? Furthermore, pills are the hard currency of our fragrant sect. Who doesn't want to curry favor with your Pill Expanding Hall? As he spoke, he tossed the token in his hand a few times and said, Otherwise, why would Junior Brother Ron bring this token to my Universal Hall? Then he sighed and said, Sai, you don't know that our Universal Hall is filled with miscellaneous tasks. We don't have the slightest sense of accomplishment. These tasks are troublesome and complicated, and it's extremely easy to make mistakes. My hall master is a cautious person and won't let go of any small mistakes. Look, as he spoke, he pointed to the people beside him and said, All the senior and junior brothers are very cautious, lest they make any mistakes. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua frowned inwardly. Could it be that senior brother Zheng has lost his mind? I was just asking him about the situation of the Heaven and Earth Hall out of politeness, but he actually told me so much and even spoke ill of their hall master. Is this the legendary old friend at first sight and heartfelt son? At this time she heard senior brother Zheng say, I really envy the disciples of your Pill Expanding Hall. You can casually plant herbs and refine pills and you can get so many pills. Sai, why did I choose Universal Hall back then? If I could go back in time, I would definitely go to Pill Expanding Hall and be Junior Brother Ren's senior brother. Haha, Senior Brother Zheng is joking. Each hall has its own benefits. Our Pill Expanding Hall's disciples envy you for going out once every 2 years. Forget it, don't mention it. You don't know how many disciples there are in our Universal Hall. When did we not turn the world upside down for these places? Sai, back then just to go out I gave a lot of pills to the steward. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Xiaohua very kindly. Sai, it turns out to be so difficult. Zhang Xiaohua said sympathetically. Isn't it? It is difficult. Senior brother Zheng continued to chatter. In fact, going out is also complicated and tiring. However, it is good to go out and have a look. It is quite enjoyable. What is there to see outside? It is much worse than the scenery of our fragrant hall. Eh? Junior brother Ren went out before? Senior brother Zheng was very surprised. No, I am just a medicine boy who came in from outside. Of course, I know the situation outside. Is that so? Senior brother Zheng's gaze was a little strange. He continued, although the scenery of our fragrant hall is good, after all, we have seen it for a long time. How can we not be tired of it? Going out to see the different customs and scenery is also a kind of enjoyment. While they were talking, the two of them arrived in front of a rather large and spacious hall. Senior brother Zheng pointed to a place at the side and said, Junior brother Ren, please wait here. I will go in and talk to the manager and see how he will deal with you. After all, Junior brother Ren's keepsake. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked curiously, What's wrong with my keepsake? Is it not real? Of course it is real. Forget it, I will go in and see what the steward has to say. Senior brother Zheng then entered the hall, leaving Zhang Xiaohua outside. She thought to herself, this keepsake was given to me by Yang Yao. He said that it was a gift from Hall Master Purple Ginseng. Yang Yao shouldn't be greedy and he wouldn't dare to. But why is there a problem with this keepsake? Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua recalled the look of surprise on senior brother Zheng's face when he saw the keepsake. After a while, senior brother Zheng walked out with a smile. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he smiled and said, Junior brother Ren, it seems like you have to thank me. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Let's go. The steward has already approved it. Follow me, we will talk as we walk. With that, senior brother Zheng led Zhang Xiaohua inside. As he walked, he asked, was this token given to you by your hall master Purple Ginseng? That's right. You must have made a great contribution to the pill expansion hall? It's just so. I was just lucky. Senior brother Zheng held the keepsake in his hand and said with a smile, Junior brother Ran, you don't know the difference between the different grades of keepsake in our universal hall, right? Different grades? Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and hurriedly said, Senior brother Zheng, how would I know? Is my keepsake the lowest grade? Senior brother Zheng smiled and shook his head. It can't be. Hall Master Purple Ginseng's image in Zhang Xiaohua's heart instantly grew. Zhang Xiaohua definitely did not expect Hall Master Purple Ginseng to give him the highest grade keepsake. Her voice trembled a little as she said, Senior brother Zheng, it can't be the highest grade, right? Junior brother Ren, you really know how to imagine. The highest grade allows you to take away any item in our universal hall. Do you think your hall master will give it to you? Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. It was really impossible. Junior brother Ren, the tokens of my Qingquan hall are divided into different grades and the items that can be taken away are also different. As I said just now, the highest grade token can take away any item in the 3 pavilions of my Qingquan hall's treasure pavilion. As for the other tokens, they can enter different pavilions according to their grades. Moreover, even if it is the same treasure pavilion, the areas that can be entered are different. Zhang Xiaohua understood a little. She smiled and asked, then what grade is my keepsake? Which grade? Senior brother Zheng smiled mysteriously and said, it's not of any grade. Then it's fake? Of course this keepsake is real. Senior brother Zheng shook his head and said, it's just that this keepsake was given by the previous hall master. Moreover, the previous hall master was demoted back to lingering fragrance peak in a fit of anger because he gave out keepsakes indiscriminately. Your keepsake is one of the keepsakes given out by the previous hall master. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded. Senior brother Zheng continued, moreover, in order to distinguish the keepsakes given out by the previous hall master, the present Misty Hall's keepsakes have already been modified. They are different from the previous ones. But what about the keepsakes given out by the previous hall master? Zhang Xiaohua was still concerned about her own affairs. Of course, the keepsakes given out by the previous hall master are valid. However, because of the previous hall master's crime, most of the keepsakes were voluntarily returned to our Misty Hall. They didn't play any role. There were some that were leaked out, but the number was very small. In these years, I haven't heard of any disciple coming to collect something with your keepsake. Speaking of this, senior brother Zheng rubbed his fingers and said, so, junior brother Ren, you should still thank me. Chapter 826. Senior fellow apprentice Zheng rubbed his fingers and said to Zhang Xiaohua, so, junior brother Ren should still thank me. Although you are the first to come here with this kind of messy token, and our steward also wants to confiscate it directly and not let you take the weapon. How can this be? This is the reward I worked hard to earn. Zhang Xiaohua was a little indignant. She took a long detour. Didn't she just want to take advantage of it? This steward really doesn't understand the hard work of others. That's right, that's what I said too. If it was someone else, yes, someone with a waste token and status, I definitely wouldn't say these words. But junior brother Ren, it's obvious that you've risked your life for this reward. How can I let you down? Junior brother Ren, didn't you watch me go in for a long time? I have been explaining to the steward there. And it took me a lot of effort to let him agree to let you go to the human pavilion to pick a weapon you like. Tell me, junior brother Run, shouldn't you thank me? Hearing senior fellow apprentice Zhang say, shouldn't you thank me again? Zhang Xiaohua slapped her forehead. No, he asked her about her treatment in the pill repository hall from the beginning, and he also complained about the bitterness of the Qianquan hall. Wasn't his purpose to let her express something? As for what the steward said when he entered the hall, how he said it, and whether what he said was true or not, it was no longer important. The important thing was that she took a token that was messy before, and came to the Qianquan hall to collect the weapon. Senior fellow apprentice Zhang persuaded the steward, earnestly, to let her get what she wanted. She should thank senior fellow apprentice Zhang. As for how to thank him, do you still need others to teach you? After Zhang Xiaohua understood, she smiled. Seeing that there was no one around, she took out a bottle of spirit congealing pills that she had previously obtained in the Tianmu Peak, handed it over, and whispered, I was wondering. It turned out to be senior fellow apprentice Zhang's effort. Senior fellow apprentice Zhang helped me. How can I let senior fellow apprentice Zhang work for nothing? This is a bottle of spirit congealing pills produced by my pill repository hall. Please accept it. As soon as senior fellow apprentice Zhang heard it, he beamed with joy, but then his face was slightly angry. He pointed to the spirit congealing pills and said, Junior brother Ran, what are you doing? I have always been a righteous person, and I can't rub sand in my eyes. I helped you because you really deserve it. I am not greedy for your small gains. Take it back. If that's the case, I will be angry. Seeing senior fellow apprentice Zhang's righteous words, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated unconsciously. Did I see it wrong? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant, senior fellow apprentice Zhang was a little anxious, and his footsteps also slowed down. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a while and decided to try it one last time. She stuffed the spirit congealing pills into senior fellow apprentice Zhang's hands again, and said with a smile, in fact, with senior fellow apprentice Zhang's help to me, I should take better and more medicinal pills to express my gratitude. However, I came in a hurry today and I was just passing by, so the amount I brought with me is extremely limited. This little bit of medicinal pills, just take it as a small token of my appreciation. Senior fellow apprentice Zhang was extremely embarrassed. He also hesitated for a moment and sighed, well, seeing your sincerity, if I don't accept it, you will feel uneasy in your heart. Just accept it and you can rest assured. Remember, don't do it again. As he said, he put the spirit congealing pills into his arms very skillfully. Zhang Xiaohua secretly despised him in her heart, but still said, yes, I won't dare to do it again next time. When senior fellow apprentice Zhang heard this, he understood and said with a smile, haha, if junior brother Ren comes next time, just look for me directly. There is nothing in the misty hall that I can't do. While talking, they came to a rather large courtyard. Through the high walls they saw 3 tall pavilions inside. They must be the heaven, earth and mortal treasure pavilions of the Universal Hall. Sure enough, when senior fellow apprentice Zhang and Zhang Xiaohua came over, the guard in front of the courtyard immediately stopped them and shouted, Where did this disciple come from? Why haven't you taken out your waist token? Senior fellow apprentice Zhang stepped forward with a smile, and handed over his waist token and Zhang Xiaohua's token, and said with a smile, This one is Zheng Yi. I was sent by Steward Li to bring this little brother from the pill expanding hall to the treasure pavilion to pick up a weapon. The guard took the waist token and looked at it before returning it to Zheng Yi and retreating. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she couldn't help but whisper to herself, Didn't they say that it was a random token? Doesn't this guard know? At this moment Zheng Yi turned around and smiled, Junior brother Ren, quickly follow this one in. You don't have much time. Don't have much time? What does that mean? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself strangely. Sure enough, when they entered the courtyard, they saw the 3 tall pavilions. Zheng Yi pointed to the one in the middle and said, Junior brother Ren, this is the Earth Pavilion. There are a total of 10 floors and you can only go up to the 2nd floor. Quickly go in. You only have 2 hours to pick a weapon. If you don't pick a weapon in 2 hours, it will be taken as a forfeit. Oh right, even if junior brother Ren goes up to the 3rd floor, the weapons there are recorded. Even if you take it out, you won't be able to bring it out. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Senior fellow apprentice Zhang, just now. Didn't you say that I can only go up to the human pavilion? Zhengyi smiled and blinked his eyes. Did I say that? Junior brother Ren, did you hear me say that I have a noble character? You must have made a mistake. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, that's right. Junior brother has indeed made a mistake. As she spoke, she didn't delay and stepped into the Earth Pavilion. There was no one guarding the outside of the Earth Pavilion, and there was no one inside. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and saw that the first floor of the Earth Pavilion was more than 10 feet in size. There were many shelves densely packed, similar to the Ethereal Villa's library in the past. However, the shelves were filled with different weapons. There were long swords, padao, spears, staffs, and so on. Zhang Xiaohua casually picked up a short sword and looked at it carefully. It was actually inferior to the jade water sword that she used in the past. She couldn't help but feel disheartened. Then she didn't look at it carefully. She only released her divine sense and walked a few rounds around the first floor of the Earth Pavilion. After looking through the entire first floor of the Earth Pavilion, she didn't find any fluctuation of energy. Then she lifted her leg and went up the stairs. The second floor of the Earth Pavilion was the same as the first floor. The only difference was that the quality of the weapons was much better. Unfortunately, the improvement was too little. How could it enter Zhang Xiaohua's eyes? Even after using her divine sense, she still didn't find anything. What kind of rubbish is this? Zhang Xiaohua scolded disdainfully. If I had known, I wouldn't have taken such a long detour. As she thought about it, her eyes glanced at the stairs that led to the third floor. Although Zhengyi only told me to go to the second floor, and I can't take the weapons from the second floor and above, he didn't say that I can't go up and take a look. As she thought about it, she walked up to the third floor. Unfortunately, even when Zhang Xiaohua reached the 10th floor of the Earth Pavilion, she still didn't find anything good. There were no traces of any fluctuation of the energy of heaven and earth on the 10th floor of the Earth Pavilion. This time Zhang Xiaohua was really depressed. Don't tell me I have to go back empty-handed? Once this thought arose, Zhang Xiaohua immediately thought of the Heaven Pavilion and the Human Pavilion. Others can't go, but this Xiaoxia can. It's just taking a look, what's the big deal? I'll just take it as a look at the Heavenly Hall. When Zhang Xiaohua easily reached the Heaven Pavilion, he was shocked to discover that the Heaven Pavilion was much smaller. It was only a few dozen feet wide, and the layout was no different from the Earth Pavilion. The only difference was that the quality of the weapons on the shelves was much better. Moreover, most of the weapons were swords and sabers. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the patience to take a closer look. After seeing that a few short swords were not as good as the jade water sword, she released her divine sense again and scanned the entire first floor of the Heaven Pavilion. Still, she didn't find anything. However, just as she was about to turn around a shelf and head up the stairs, her gaze suddenly fell on a pile of items in a corner. What's this? Zhang Xiaohua subconsciously walked over. The items in the treasury were all neat and tidy, so the sudden appearance of a pile of items was naturally very surprising. Before she reached it, Zhang Xiaohua first scanned the area with his divine sense, but didn't find anything out of the ordinary. When she got closer and squatted down to take a closer look, it was a mess of strange items. They weren't the weapons that Zhang Xiaohua was expecting. She casually picked up a square token that was about the size of a token. Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look and saw that this square token was engraved with strange patterns. When she touched it with her hand, she felt a strange feeling. As for how strange it was, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't explain it clearly. She only felt that it was different from usual. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua pinched her chin and thought hard. Forget it, it's just junk that someone threw away. Probably isn't anything good. Zhang Xiaohua then threw it on the ground. The token fell to the ground and made a sound that was neither metal nor wood, causing Zhang Xiaohua's heart to skip a beat. This seems to be something good. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. Finally, with a wave of her hand, she swept away all the junk that the Heavenly Hall disciple had thrown into the corner and put them all into her belt. Since I've entered Heaven Pavilion, how can I leave empty-handed? This was the reason Zhang Xiaohua comforted herself. Heaven Pavilion also had 10 levels. At the 9th level, the weapons there were comparable to Zhang Xiaohua's jade water sword. Unfortunately, the higher she went, the fewer the weapons there were. If Zhang Xiaohua got greedy and casually took one of them away, although it wouldn't be discovered at the time, it would definitely be noticed when the inventory was checked in the future. I can't take advantage of others. Even if others can't find anything wrong with me, I can't give others a reason to suspect me. This was the mindset that Zhang Xiaohua had always adhered to. Hence, she only thought for a moment before returning to the Earth Pavilion from Heaven Pavilion. Should I make a trip to the Human Pavilion? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, there isn't anything good in the Earth Pavilion and Heaven Pavilion. Will the Human Pavilion have anything good? You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.